Chapter 176. The resort must open its doors. Even if someone died 3 hours ago, even if that person was a close co-worker of mine, even if their blood and entrails flowed back into him and he was resurrected as something no longer human. Welcome, dear guest. What kind of room would you like? We stand side by side at the front desk. Right next to me, the staff member in the yellow mascot mask is courteously attending to guests. Jang Ha-woon. No, rather, I don't know. Cold sweat trickled down inside the costume. As I mechanically handed a room key to a guest, I kept thinking, what in the world is this? Did I bring Jang Ha-woon back to life? But can I really call that thing Jang Ha-woon? My sense as a mascot recognizes the employee standing next to me as a being pledged to me by contract. However, for him to start working with a wide smile like that, it's not the reaction of a human being who was impaled through the spine and brought back to life. It's a ghost story, but since the resort must operate, and since Jang Ha-woon also has to work diligently to fulfill the conditions as an employee and get his ride ticket stamped, I stand here. But now, I even doubt whether escape is possible at all. If you've already become part of a ghost story, can you really escape back to reality under human rules? And is it even okay to escape? Wow. Thank you so much. He's no longer overly tense. He really acts like a hotelier, even toward the strangest looking guests. No matter how bizarre the requests, he doesn't sweat or get flustered. Who is that? Even at lunchtime, instead of joining the other employees and heading to the staff cafeteria I had set up, he continued to work among the standard mascots. He wouldn't even look at Ladybug, the one who killed him, who was now muttering to himself, cleaning in a deranged state in the corner. No resentment, no forgiveness, no interest, nothing. He's not human. All of that incongruity made my stomach churn and sent chills down my spine. Thankfully, the mascot suit hid everything. Next, I sent off a guest and glanced around as I saw the next guest approaching, mouth half open. But excuse me. A modern person in a hoodie and jeans, looking flushed and glancing around nervously. That's a human. Was she caught up in the theme park's board game? If so, then all I could hope for was that she'd just fill up her ride ticket and get out quickly. But this is the resort from that magazine, right? Amazing. Magazine? Wait a minute. I checked both her wrists. No ride ticket banned. YOUCAMETOTHETHEMEPARK? Huh? There's a theme park here too? I just, saw the review ad. Huh? But how did I get here? I remember wanting to visit, but why am I here? The person's face went blank, and I felt a chill down my spine. A human has shown up, dragged here by a method other than the board game. Just for this resort? But I don't know how I got here. How do I leave? This way, dear guest. Jang Ha-woon cheerfully pointed toward the lobby door. But the exit to this resort. Wait a second. You can't just let them walk out that way. A legitimate theme park guest will safely return to where they entered from. But a mere visitor, wouldn't she have a high chance of just ending up outside the theme park? And who knows what's outside the theme park? Just think of Death Lane or the Mansion of the Blind. She'll go missing. I hurriedly stopped the person. Wait. Yes? THIS. I handed over one of the room keys hanging behind the desk at random. TAKEIT. Huh? No. I'm fit. I lowered my head, and I gave the last chance to become my guest to this bystander who had entered the resort, not even as a guest. The mascot's pupils stared at the bystander. TAKEIT. Why yes. The person, trembling, held out her hand and accepted the room key. It was basically a forced sale, but there was no other way. Just let her stay for now. At that moment, how would you like to pay? Pay card. Jang Ha-woon, in the yellow mascot mask, smiled as he handed the card back. That's not a payment method accepted at Cheerful Theme Park, dear guest. Please pay in cheerful coins. Where can I get those? No, it's simple. At the theme parks where you can yacht and dot. Oh, there's a way like that. Yes, it's very simple. I'll go exchange it now. It's so reasonable. Imagine, even humans can be used as currency. He's saying things that should never be heard. He's talking about things that should never be known. There's a reason I deliberately assigned a human staff member, not a mascot, as the assistant front desk attendant. And there's a reason I make sure not to think about it, but of course as the mascot I already know. No, I won't think about it. No. Quit. The staff member closed his mouth. The drooling human guest looked up at me. GIFT. But, payment. FORGETIT. Yes. The guest staggered away and went up to her room. A sigh of relief slipped out between my twisted lips. There was one thing I was sure of. The employee standing next to me had just done something that the real Jang Haoun would never have done. Mr. Mascot, shall I bring in the next guest? I couldn't hold it in. WHOAREYOU. Pardon? I'm a staff member you hired, working at this resort. WHOAREYOU. The staff member glanced at the mascot's eyes, but soon answered brightly. Just like any employee at cheerful theme park, I'm the HR manager of this resort. YOURNAME. My name is Bison, sir. The nickname signed on the contract. WHOAMI. You're Mr. Mascot. MYNAME. Mr. Golden. The employer's name on the contract. With a devastated heart, I stared at the employee wearing Jang Haoun's face, whose identity I could not gauge, and finally, I asked, DOYOUKNOWROEDEER? Rodeer? The staff member in the yellow mascot mask paused for a moment. Batchmate! Exclamation mark. A colleague from the previous company I worked at before getting this job at the resort. I was very grateful to them. I remember you, Mr. Mascot, were also a member of the security team there. Could it be YOUREASONFORWORKINGTHERE? The reason he worked at Daydream Incorporated. Wish ticket. The most desperate goal in his life. If I reminded him of the essence of who Jang Haoun was, maybe. I wanted to save my precious family! Exclamation mark. I was an orphan and grew up in a facility, but 3 years ago, there was a huge fire, and all the family I lived with died in it. I just barely survived, by chance. I tried to die too, but they told me I shouldn't. So I tried to save other people. If I did that. YOUGH. Yes? Understood, Mr. Mascot. I couldn't listen anymore. I was losing my mind. But it turns out all of that was meaningless obsession. I feel so fulfilled and happy working at this resort. WHY. Yes? WHYAREYOUHAPPY. Because it's a wonderful resort run by the amazing Mr. Mascot. WHATDOESTHATHAVETODOWITHYOU. I am sorry. That was presumptuous. I'll work even harder for you and the resort. Damn it. SORRY. No, Mr. Mascot. You can do anything. This resort runs entirely on your decisions and will. I'm honored to work at a place like this. NEVERMIND. After that, I returned to accepting guests at the front desk. The staff member with Jang Haoun's face seemed a little nervous for a moment, but when another guest approached, he went right back to acting like a cheerful theme park resort employee. Which only made my mind go cold. I really shouldn't have heard all that. That sense of rejection when you hear someone's deeply personal, desperate story in a far too light, careless, and offhand manner, it made me nauseous. I was honestly relieved that I'd cut it off before hearing even more details. Is there really, truly, no way? I even took out the operational guideline document I'd used like a manual, and picked up my pen. I repaired one staff member. It took some effort, but it seems like he became an even better employee through the repair process. Very satisfied. It gave me goosebumps. I forcibly twisted the pen. Very satisfied. But being an excellent employee isn't necessarily the same as being a good employee, so I'm trying to find a way to return things to normal. But the pen won't stop. However, there is no such way. All I can do is think about how to run the resort better. I decided not to waste energy on meaningless worries. I will exist solely as the mascot of this resort. I picked up my pen and finally managed to erase all the notes. My breath grew rapid inside the costume, but the mascot did not falter. I can't let this shake me. I need to get out quickly. Something is going wrong. But first, to do that, I needed to successfully expand this resort one more time as quickly as possible. Requirements to expand resort facilities. Staff, 3. Satisfied guests, 300. Mascot ceremony rights, for now. At this rate, I'd reach 300 satisfied guests in no time. Honestly, judging by how many guests flooded in today, I'd probably hit the goal within a day or two. It was an astounding achievement. Why does the social distancing concept work even for ghost stories? If it were before, I might have found it infuriating or funny, but now I really didn't care. The real issues were above and below. Staff and the ceremony. 3 additional staff members. One way was to tempt civilian visitors into taking a job here, using a night's stay as bait, just like before. The problem was, how many people could I actually persuade like that? And if someone died while working here, who would be responsible? Those people don't even have basic gear like a mask. There was also the question of whether my own mind could handle it. The next method was gruesome, but I'd learned about it from the recent incident. I called for the standard mascots. Then, I asked them about the whereabouts of certain things they had stashed away. Specifically, the 2 corpses that Supervisor Lee Sung-ae had dragged in with her. Right. I was going to check if I could revive those corpses and use them as staff. The standard mascots led me to the back of the resort building. It was a place where only mascots worked, where human staff avoided and guests were forbidden from entering. Among those spaces, they guided me to the cold storage section in the room service warehouse. 2 mascots were standing guard at the entrance. Freezer storage. Lock confirmation required. I was about to open the door, imagining the corpses inside. And then I realized, as a mascot, I could see it immediately. YOUTWO. The corpses were not in the freezer. The 2 standard mascots guarding the freezer were the employees. Corpses themselves. Fuck. The corpses have turned into those standard mascots, just like how Jang Ha-woon's corpse became an employee. The mascots stared at me. I almost stumbled back, but my identity as the resort's operator kept me upright. Then, the mascots, creatures that, in a sense, I recognized as extensions of myself, approached and tried to support me. Goosebumps crawled down my spine. That means, all the standard mascots here are. Damn it. There must have been corpses wandering in the resort ruins. I was raising up people who had died who knows when, and using them as staff. This was a terrifyingly creepy resort. Wait a minute. If you think about it, it's not the resort's fault. Corpses end up buried in graves and become nutrients for nature anyway. But if they became nutrients for this wonderful resort, isn't that better than simply decaying for bugs and weeds? Yeah, if someone's already dead, it might actually be better to make good use of them. I barely managed to calm myself, letting out a sigh of relief. Anyway, reviving the corpses to use as staff was a failure. Maybe because I didn't make a separate contract, they're not recognized as individual beings. Still, there was one silver lining. Jang Ha-woon was still counted as staff, not just a standard mascot. In other words, he's recognized as an individual, not just as a mascot with no self. Even if he didn't have a mascot appearance, it's just because I allowed staff to maintain a human appearance. I squeezed my eyes shut. No, I wanted to, but the mascot had prevented it. This situation is spiraling out of control. I'm so confused. The weirdness of the ghost story was starting to show itself blatantly. I'd been so focused on running things, but now that I took a step back, I realized things could get far worse at this rate. I had assigned Ladybug to keep a close eye on the 2 powerful staff, Section Chief Lee Jae-yeon and Supervisor Lee Sung-ae, but I couldn't load all the burden on him forever. I have to get out of this insane resort as soon as possible. No matter how dazzling this resort is, or how much care I put into it, this is something I can't avoid. I need more information. Ironically, now that Jang Ha-woon is a perfect staff member for the resort. I can leave him in charge of the front desk while I move around. If I give him instructions, he'll carry them out precisely. I've gained a bit of freedom of movement. So, on this fourth day, my evening plan was this. I left the resort building entirely and walked down the road. Then, I went straight to the gate leading to Blue Dream Water Park. That is to say, to meet the blue mascot. The blue mascot, standing on the other side of the gate, tossed aside the booklet it was holding and ran over. Chapter 177. The Blue Mascot. A bizarre being who turned my ride ticket into a membership card. They even treated me as a missing person and put out a wanted notice after I escaped through the gate. The more I remember, the more that cute blue dragon exterior feels unsettling. Goodchild. Strangely friendly. Just seeing them now brings a sense of calm. I walked up right to the gate and waved my hand at the flustered blue mascot, perhaps realizing once again that we couldn't cross into each other's zones. The blue mascot looked a little downcast, but soon enthusiastically waved back. Some visitors nearby smiled as they watched the two mascots waving at each other across the gate. Goodchild. And then I realized something odd. I can hear them more clearly. It's like beyond the short phrases unique to mascots. I can also hear a deep, grand voice like the one I once heard before. But unlike that time, there's no crushing pressure that makes me cough up blood. It just transmits a pure will, as if imbued within the words. Maybe because we're both mascots? Right now, the blue mascot's short words seem to carry both. You finally came to see me and I'm really happy and thankful that you came to meet me like this. So mascots can communicate this richly with each other, huh? If that's the case, the visitors around us probably don't understand these meanings. It means we can communicate more directly. WANTTOPLY! Exclamation mark. WHYINVITEME. I'm basically asking, why did you invite me here, saying we'd have fun at the theme park, only for me to end up having to work even in this place? Hearing that, the blue mascot fidgets anxiously and answers, WECANPLY! Exclamation mark. LETSMAKEOUROWNZONE. What? Then the blue mascot shows me some kind of vision. Creating a shared zone between the yellow zone and the blue zone. That's it. My third facility can be made from this. That way, we can spend time together. Then I'll be able to cross into the blue zone, and the blue dragon can come to the yellow zone too. Guests will have twice as many rules to follow, but it'll be twice as fun. And since our rules won't be in conflict, it's definitely possible we can cheerfully enjoy each other's theme parks together, spending eternity in this marvelous cheerful theme park. Happy and cheerful and 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 happy and cheerf. I bit my tongue. Barely. I managed to pull myself out of that vision. I almost just went along with it. It feels like the blue mascot's will is contaminating me. Not good. Even without malice, it's dangerous. Trying to do more right now would be suicide. I waved my hand, speaking to calm the blue mascot. WHATIFIJUSTQUIT. Like, what if I just quit being a mascot and cross over into the blue zone as a guest instead? But the blue mascot sadly hangs their head. No. THEREHASTOBEMASCOT. There must always be a mascot in an active theme park zone. So I can't just quit being a mascot on a whim. I knew it. I figured it'd be something like this. Still, if I forced my way out, the consequence would be GOODCHILDDISAPPER. This yellow mascot would remain as is. But the me that's not a mascot would separate from the mascot and disappear. If I'd already become deeply fused with the mascot's identity, all of myself and power would be sucked into the mascot, leaving not even discarded scraps behind. No. It's only the fourth day. I haven't been assimilated with the mascot to that extent yet. I haven't lost myself to the point that quitting as mascot would make my very existence disappear. I know who I am. I'm fine. The me who isn't the mascot can leave. With trembling hands, I barely managed to grab onto the gate and lean against it. A swirling mix of wanting to tear off this mascot costume right now because of the creepiness, a resistance to the question of whether I actually could take it off, and the comfort and security provided by its softness and coziness. Protectchild. The blue mascot speaks, fidgeting anxiously. It wasn't the Blue Dragon's intention for me to become the resort's mascot. But even about that, it's as if they're saying they could offer full help and advice. They seem to be giving their wholehearted support. And then, from somewhere, other blue mascots start running to the gate all at once. They each have an envelope in their hands. They gently toss the envelopes over the gate, and I catch one successfully. Visitors nearby clap as if they're watching something entertaining. Inside the envelope, which I opened a little, cheerful coins. Inside were 100 blue and red coins. It seemed like the blue mascot was settling accounts for the accommodation event they held on their own. But, wait. TOOMUCHITSOKAY. The blue mascot looks a bit triumphant. IHELPGOODCHILD. Good grief. But it seems that a mascot who has run their own area successfully for a long time becomes rich. It doesn't look like they're overexerting themselves, so I'll just accept these for now. I can invest these in the resort. No, I might need them for something else. Get it together. I tucked the envelope into the pocket at my mascot belly and pulled myself together. I need to hurry. As soon as I open the third facility, I need to get my ticket stamped, quit being a mascot, and escape. I can't take it anymore. Hurry up and recruit additional staff, then hold the mascot ceremony. The plan hasn't changed. Just do it as is. And my instincts as a mascot were telling me I should return to the resort soon. If I leave my post too long during operating hours, that's neglect. I should quickly ask the Blue Dragon what I need and go. CEREMONYHOWHAVEFUN. The blue mascot raised their hand. Their ceremony was fireworks. Beautiful lights exploding over the water park, reflected on the water's surface, evoking memories of his beloved deep sea though now faded. Wait, what? Anyway, it's some sort of signature theme park event. Apparently, you can choose the ceremony to fit your mascot's taste. For example, Magic Bunnies seems to be a parade. It'll probably be similar for me. THANKYOU. The blue mascot looked even more pleased. Then they hurriedly grabbed something else brought over by another version of themselves and handed it to me. GOODCHILD. GIFT. Snacks. A bunch of treats sold at the water park. From hot dogs to chocolate. And just like before. Churros, too. Wait a minute. Blue soda churros. A product that, when eaten, causes you to vomit out seawater as a form of contamination. The item's description isn't very precise, but since it originated from a ghost story, I haven't used it except in desperate, urgent situations where there was no other way. But now the creator is right in front of me. I picked up the churro and waved it. TELLMEMOREPLEASE. The blue mascot looked at me blankly, as if confused by the question. Wait a minute, they're saying there isn't any special intended effect? I looked at the churro. If it's just a natural description. Usually, when you eat ghost story food in a ghost story, what happens? In countless legends, what happens if you eat food from a strange and mysterious place? You become a part of that world. Right. If a human eats food from the theme park, they gradually change into a being suitable for this theme park. So that's why all those other contaminations were vomited out. Things that don't belong in the theme park. The realization sent a jolt through my head, but instead of excitement, a cold shock took over. Then, it's completely useless for Jang Hao-woon. The Jang Hao-woon, who was revived as a staff member, is already a being perfectly suited for the theme park because he's a ghost story now. There won't be an effect, at all. Goodchild. I don't know. I need to do what needs to be done. I moved on to the next topic. I used my forepaws to gesture the shape of a soft, plush doll as I desperately appealed. The good friend doll. It originally came from the cheerful theme park's souvenir shop, and it was one of my main reasons for coming here. But the blue mascot shakes their head. Right. It wouldn't really fit the theme to sell a plushie in a water park. They'd sell cute tubes instead. Damn it. Then is there any way to get it from the Magic Bunny Zone? CNTDANGEROUS. To summarize what the blue mascot said, Magic Bunny is a lunatic. Do you really think something from that souvenir shop will actually help you? Hearing it like that is a bit. Either way, the blue mascot wasn't wrong. But still, the good friend's power was proven in the past. It shouldn't be any different no matter the zone of the theme park. You said you'd help with anything. Finally, the blue mascot drooped their horns and ears, but nodded. DANGEROUS. But it seemed like they would dry. Still, they kept reminding me to absolutely avoid Magic Bunny and never go near that zone. Of course, I'll keep that in mind, too. It's a relief that the blue zone is in between, at least. I grew quiet, recalling the terrible sight of the red team where only Supervisor Lee Sung-ae survived. Now that I think about it, it's really a mystery how Supervisor Lee managed to survive outside after business hours ended. GOODCHILD. I turned my head. Just now. Something happened at the resort. The yellow mascot could sense it. Something had happened in my area. I need to know. Time to return. GOTTAGO. The blue mascot looks at me calmly. ALREADYTHERE! Exclamation mark. Come to think of it, it's impossible to tell amongst the blue mascots which one was a special individual and which ones were just standard mascots. Every mascot costume is the blue dragon, and the blue mascot can freely move all of their bodies as they please. All the blue mascots are them. The blue zone is theirs. And the yellow zone is mine. GOODCHILDALSOINRESORT. I understood that lesson as if under a spell, and thus, the me who was in the resort, I focused my consciousness on one of the standard mascots, and then I became myself. When I blinked, I was a mascot standing guard inside the resort. Oh my god. But before I could even be surprised or disoriented, I was confronted by a shocking scene. Section Chief Lee Jae-yeon was restraining Supervisor Lee Sung-ae in the lobby. And that wasn't all. Next to the tied-up Supervisor Lee was someone's limbs strewn about like garbage. Blood, soaking the lobby. Employee Ladybug, dead. A knife was stuck in his neck, blood gushing out in spurts. He must have died trying to stop the bleeding, hands also covered in blood. And blood had also splattered onto Supervisor Lee Sung-ae's uniform. Every sign pointed to one conclusion. Supervisor Lee Sung-ae killed employee Ladybug. Section Chief, it's fine. I did everything I needed to do, but Section Chief Lee Jae-yeon did not release the restraints. However, when our eyes met, surprisingly, he seemed to realize that the standard mascot was me. He picked up the bound Supervisor Lee Sung-ae and brought her over to me. Oh, Mr. Mascot, you're here. Supervisor Lee Sung-ae spoke in her usual calm voice. Can you take the cost of reactivating that one over there out of my salary? I'm fine even if I don't get anything from the souvenir shop. WHYKILL. Supervisor Lee Sung-ae looked at Jang Ha-woon, at the employee who no longer wore the bison mask, just a resort staff member, because he killed that good person over there for no reason, exclamation mark. And if given the chance, he'd kill someone else too, so you can't just let him be. Honestly, dying actually lets them be reused in a way that benefits the resort. My head spun. But do you know what the real problem is? Somewhere, there's a part of me that feels relieved. What's more, the guests aren't shaken up at all. Some of them even clapped as if they'd just seen an entertaining show, or tried to tip Supervisor Lee Sung-ae, which means, it's an even bigger problem. MYJOB, it should have been me, the mascot, to punish Ladybug. Whether I made him serve the horrific toxic bath users in the spa, forced him to run around on foot for room service, or made him do whatever the guests wanted. That was my decision to make. But Mr. Mascot, you're just too good. Stuff like this is best handled by someone who doesn't get stressed out, like me. NOSUCHPRSON! Exclamation mark. FROMNOWONREPORTABSOLUTELY. Yes, yes, in the end, I had a standard mascot assigned Supervisor Lee Sung-ae to spa cleaning duty as a demotion. Honestly, rather than a real demotion, it felt more like a show of punishment for overstepping authority. I don't know whether I should be grateful, scared, or horrified. My head hurts. I gritted my teeth and even revived Ladybug. Whether this could really be called reviving, I'm not sure. I'll work hard, Mr. Mascot. With that, the number of casualties reached 2. 2 human beings were replaced as perfect staff members. Section Chief Lee Jae-yeon somehow seemed to be quietly watching me, but I avoided his gaze and went to the front desk. I was exhausted, but there, too, was the staff member in Jang Ha-woon's form. God damn it, seriously. Just work. Work faster, escape faster, NEXT. Then, as I was welcoming the next guest, team leader, look, daydream bastards, exclamation mark. Yeah, I've got eyes too. I've seen those maniacs more than once during disasters. Stop making a fuss. That familiar term of address. Their voices were soft, almost whispers, but since a standard mascot was nearby, I could hear it. Still, you have to note that there are people here working just fine. Got it. Gomayong? TN. Gomayong equals garnish. I looked up. 2 people in Disaster Management Bureau jackets were approaching the front desk. Holy shit, the one called team leader looked down to earth, but somehow tough, and stepped forward to speak to me. Hello? HELLO. We're here to ask a few questions. And the team leader explained as she looked at me. I heard a guest who looks similar to us, wearing a hoodie and jeans, checked in recently. That civilian. This was obviously a response to that person's call for help, which means these people are one of the other Black Tortoise teams. Oh god. And I'd seen Team 2, the team next door, coming and going for weeks, but these people were strangers. That means only one thing. Black Tortoise Team 3. Could you tell us which room that guest is staying in? I barely managed to reply to Black Tortoise Team 3's leader. PRSONALINFORMATION. You're really strict about professional ethics, huh? Seriously? The members of Black Tortoise Team 3, who had been staring at me blankly, soon shifted their gaze to the staff beside me. Pardon me. Isn't there some other way? I apologize, dear guests. As Mr. Mascot said, here at Flower Golden Resort we absolutely cannot disclose the personal information of our guests. Is there anything else we can help you with? Then. Wait. At that moment, the team leader's face hardened as she studied the staff member. She stepped closer, checked over the build of the front desk employee, and then looked into the eyes behind the yellow mascot mask. Site cleanup rookie? Exclamation mark. She recognized Jang Ha-woon. Why is he here? Wait, this isn't a registered site. That's why only 2 people were assigned, right? Yes? Yes, that's right. And as far as I know, that rookie was on vacation. The 2 agents fell silent and stared at the staff member with Jang Ha-woon's face, and then, how can I help you, dear guests? A small curse nearly escaped the Black Tortoise Team 3 leader's lips, but she swallowed it. Still, the 2 of them quickly regained their composure, showing the calm typical of people used to situations like this. They looked at me with cooler eyes than before, but did not forget their reason for coming. You said you can't tell us what room the guest is in. Then, please call the guest for us. Tell her we're here. Okay, away. I gladly accepted that request. The civilian, startled several times, at first wouldn't answer the phone, And then, even after finally picking up, dropped the call in terror a few times or cried, but in the end, believing she'd been rescued, she finally came down. The problem was ROOMPROPERTYDAMGE. In the process, the guest broke a few things in the room! Sorry. I was just so startled. I'm really, really sorry. ITSOKAYPAYMENTPLEASE. I politely held out both hands to the civilian. But, of course, the civilian couldn't pay. Realizing this, the team leader pushed her aside and stepped up to face me. Even without money, is there some other way to pay you back? WORK? I gestured toward the group. Then I made a bold suggestion. THREEPEOPLE TWODAYS or IFNOTYOUALONESIXDAYS. The civilian I pointed to froze. That. The agents immediately moved to shield the civilian. And the team leader calmly confirmed. If we say we'll work, do we end up like that? She gestured to Jang Haoun. Or can we work like the other employees? If I were just a mascot, I might not have understood what that meant, but I do understand. POSSIBLE. I lowered my head. ITSOKAYNOMOREBADEMPLOYEES. The agents flinched. The Black Daughters Team 3 leader studied me as if gauging something. After several tens of seconds passed, she finally declared, "Fine. The three of us will work here." Team leader. Yeah. Just think of it as good work experience. And you know, she glanced at her sneakers. Or more precisely, an item attached to their laces. It was most likely that kind of item, an escape item. I brought it! The agents ended up protecting the civilian, and it seemed they intended to look for a chance to rescue Jang Haoun as well. The three took the employment contracts, read them carefully, and signed. And with that, the staff requirements were all fulfilled. Now for the last thing. It's time to set up the ceremony. Chapter 178. The Black Tortoise Unit of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau are people who experience all sorts of bizarre ghost stories firsthand. Their job is a bit different from the Preliminary Investigation Unit or the Site Cleanup Unit. In the process of rescuing survivors, they often end up soaking in the ghost story itself, experiencing its full flavor. But today was a rare case. Team Leader SHH, Team Leader of Black Daughters Team 3, codename Gem 1, pressed down her team member's head. Flower Golden Resort. It had already been 5 hours since they arrived at this strange place, and the agents had noticed quite a few bizarre signs of incongruity. All the staff members at this resort are human, and except for the rookie from the Disaster Management Bureau they found at the front desk, most of them seemed to be maintaining their sanity. No, at least, that's how it looked on the surface. Is that even possible in a supernatural disaster? But there's another weird one. The team member whispered. The staff who takes the room service calls. The two of them turned their gaze toward the side of the front desk. "Hello, I'm the room service staff, Ladybug." The staff member who introduced himself as Ladybug in a cheerful tone over the phone was wearing a mascot mask imitating the resort's mascot. He's anything but a real ladybug, just like the rookie from the Site Cleanup Unit. What on earth happened in this place? Only those two seemed to have lost their human identities, wearing mascot masks. When they asked if it was because they hadn't done their jobs properly and got corrected, everyone shook their heads. That's not it, if you have to call it something. Goodwill. A strange choice of words brought a wave of unease. But no one could give a proper answer as to what exactly had happened. Mr. Mascot said no. Check the employee work rules. Yeah, those damned work rules. READ. The team leader, opening the resort employee handbook that the mascot kindly provided, had squeezed her eyes shut the first time she saw it. The rules went up to 37. The densely written pages all hinted at gruesome outcomes that could occur while working at this resort. Textbook case, right, team leader? That's true. But still, somehow welcome. It was all too peaceful. The staff seemed totally unfazed by the pressure and anxiety the work rules should have brought. Even after seeing the two people who'd lost all self and become just accessories of the resort, no one was scared. They calmly went about their assigned tasks. They greeted the mascot, even chatted with him. Sometimes, when talking among themselves, if anyone from the team approached, they would glance over and quietly disperse. It was a strange feeling. Dangerous, bizarre guests kept pouring into the beautiful resort, but as for her, she only had to greet them at the entrance. Absolute division of labor. Her team member had been assigned elsewhere. The civilian to be rescued was also placed in another area. Isolation, but you could go greet them anytime. The work rules were recommended for staff, not forced. Strange. Time passed extremely naturally and calmly, but oddities crept in as if seeping through the cracks. Slap. The team leader slapped her own face. I have to stay alert. Even if today's mission was simple rescue and not closing the supernatural disaster, this resort was bizarre in a way fundamentally different from other disasters. They'd have to stay on their guard for 2 days. And a few hours later. See you next time. Let me in. Let me in. Ignoring the figures desperately pounding on the door outside, the hotel's operations ended for the day. That eerie madness appeared for just a moment, then disappeared. And the staff didn't even glance over, just calmly continued their conversations. Is it okay if I go to bed now? I'm sleepy. That was even scarier. No matter how crazy that cult company they came from was, this was strange. These bastards are the type to cling desperately to their own lives. She managed to coax a staff member in a Harvest Mouse mask with a cigarette and got a bit more of the story about this ghost tale. This was originally a theme park ghost story, but suddenly a new resort was built, a newly made place. Anyway, as long as you work as staff, you can leave. Who? Huh? Who said we could leave? That's not in the handbook, is it? It was Mr. Mascot. Even when she asked the other employees, their answers were similar. As soon as the third facility opens, we can all leave. We're just waiting for the third facility. Scared. I was scared before. Yeah, but now I think it's fine. Because Mr. Mascot takes care of everything. Yes, that's right. It really was just so bizarre. The crowning touch was the reaction from the civilian they were supposed to rescue, who had been working elsewhere. The person who cleaned the spa hallway looked strangely relieved. Mr. Mascot helped me. And, well, the work isn't hard. There's only 1 day left, right? He even said he'd give me a gift when I leave. He said we'll be able to leave soon. This lukewarm goodwill, the peacefulness that soaks in, the bright and luxurious resort, the creeping sense of psychological unease. The team leader genuinely craved a cigarette. There's nothing like it to drive away the eeriness. This kind of thing is my weakness. She was, if anything, the type who could handle traditional ghosts and shamanic supernatural disasters well. But the assignment couldn't be helped. In fact, if the rescue signaler hadn't used such a special device, the Black Tortoise team wouldn't have dived in so quickly. A rescue signaler that, when pressed in a supernatural disaster, even indicates the exact route by which the person entered. A device that's practically equipment grade. Such a high-level device is used by people in high government positions or V.I.P. But most of the time, the rescuee is someone with a special status. For example, the dearest relative of a fallen agent, or someone like that. Knowing this, it was psychologically hard to give up on the rescue and just escape on their own. And the person they were here to rescue wasn't the only one weighing on her mind. Hey. Yes, employee. The team leader met someone waiting in the third-floor hallway, a male employee with long, dark brown hair. Emerging from the elevator was a front desk employee in a yellow mascot mask, smiling kindly. Just as he was leaving work, the team leader clenched her teeth for a moment. It really was the rookie from the site cleanup unit. Note/S1, Jim, a traditional Korean string instrument similar to the Chinese eru. His agent name was Hwagak, wasn't it? I just had a question. Ask me anything. I was wondering if you remember what you were doing before you entered this resort. Yes, of course I remember. You're from the Disaster Management Bureau, right? I used to work there too. He remembers. That's right. Then I'll send your regards. Million Bird Team 2, right? Yes. Thank you. The team leader carefully chose her words. But you could always go and deliver your regards in person, right? When you leave here. Not possible. I swore to Mr. Mascot that I'd devote myself to this resort, and I signed a contract. I won't leave, and the contract is valid forever, until it ends, forever. How about taking some vacation? I do not take breaks. The resort employee, who had once been a rookie on the site cleanup unit, smiled silently at the team leader. Silence. I need to go to my room now. I have to follow the work rules. You should go to your room quickly too, and no matter who comes, don't open the door. And he walked down the hallway and into his room. Thunk. Motherfucker. The team leader let out a curse, more like a sigh. Not being able to smoke, since doing anything that draws attention in a supernatural disaster is idiotic, was all the more frustrating. How am I supposed to get him out of here? She didn't open the window, but just stood at the end of the hallway, staring out past the window as if she were smoking. It felt like if she at least set the mood, she'd be able to organize her thoughts. Wait. There's something beyond the window! Exclamation mark. The team leader immediately stepped away from the window and pressed herself to the wall. Noticing something in a supernatural disaster is rarely a good thing. Instead, she organized what she'd just seen in her mind. So, the resort grounds with all the lights out showed only a very dim silhouette, and beyond that, there were faint traces of where colorful lights and music had come from. It looked kind of like an amusement park, but the something wasn't over there. Beside it, from beyond the ruins, out of reach of the resort's lights, something lumpy was moving. Hey forest? Maybe it was just leaves rustling in the wind, but surely, wasn't something over there? Looking up this way, something that looked like a mascot. The team leader stepped away from the wall. She frowned and approached the window one more time. HELLO! Exclamation mark. She turned around. In the middle of the dim, cozy, rustic hallway stood a cute mascot costume. At some point, the yellow mascot had appeared right in front of her. WHYIMHERE. I just wanted to check if my team was okay. The yellow mascot, with its adorably shaped face, stared at her without any expression. Cold sweat ran down the team leader's back, but with years of experience, she managed not to let it show. Actually, I was craving a cigarette, but I held back. GOODJOB. Surprisingly, the mascot patted the team leader's head as if praising her, and even gave her a small gift, a sleep mask. She took it for now and kept it safely. She would hand it over to the forensics unit later. And as for the strange thing she'd just seen outside the window, I won't mention it. A strong survival instinct jabbed at her, but before that, her instincts as an agent, needing to grasp the nature of this disaster, surfaced as well. Damn it, I'm curious, though, what's over there? In the end, she reached out and pointed in the direction where something had been moving, and she twisted her hand slightly. THEMEPARK. Oh, so that's the theme park. Then, this is the theme park, but that place doesn't look like it. The team lead rotated her hand, adjusting the direction to the forest. THATOUTSIDE. The yellow mascot peered at her. DONTGODANGEROUS. After that, the yellow mascot guided the team leader to her assigned room and opened the door for her. HERE. And until she was fully inside and closed the door, the mascot just stood there silently outside. Through the closing door, the team leader could hear the mascot mutter, ITALLENDS TOMORROW, and the next day, for the first time since entering the resort, the agents were able to go outside, because the back of the resort had been opened. THISWY. Before operating hours began, the mascot gathered the staff and went to the ruins behind the resort. And as the mascot raised both arms into the air, woo, the shattered facilities in the ruins vanished into the ground. Instead, beautiful garden trees began to rise. Exclamation mark. Landscaping took place. Bushes full of green leaves, trees, golden flowers sparkling. Clusters of small flowers in various colors shimmered, making the huge golden blossoms stand out even more, and even a fountain. Wow, is this the new facility? Ceremony. The team leader looked around. Standard mascots were busily carrying things. Flyers on the backdrop of the beautiful night garden, golden lighted, antique, sparkling promotional phrases were written. Come and see the flower golden, dazzling brilliance, astonishing blooming, the most beautiful illumination. In the exclamation mark, if you stay in a theme park view room, you can enjoy special effects through the window. Something was being prepared. Day 5 of resort operations. Evening. The time had come. I checked my outfit in the facility office. Over the signature yellow mascot fur, I fastened a dignified golden bow tie. And on the horns, I placed golden glass ornaments like flowers. Lastly, I held armfuls of glow sticks. Now, all preparations are complete. Once the mascot, having carried out the ceremony, truly becomes the owner of the resort, the third facility can be opened. Thanks to the blue mascot perfectly settling the event funds, the budget is generous. I stepped out of the office. When I entered the lobby during the busy evening hours, guests looked my way at my appearance. I handed out glow sticks to each of them. The standard mascots also waved and generously handed out small glow sticks to visitors. The ceremony I chose was an illumination, a festival of beautiful lights. It's a perfect match for Flower Golden Resort. As a flawless ceremony, it will further elevate the prestige of this resort, demonstrating a dignity incomparable to a certain loud parade. I led the guests to the back of the resort building. The huge, beautiful rear gate that had been set up in advance opens. It looks desolate. The grounds of the dark resort, long after sunset, are shrouded in darkness, and only the theme park lights twinkle in the distance. But even that is about to end. GOLDENFLOWERS. The moment the mascot raised its hand, lights began to sparkle all across the garden. The night garden blooming in gold glittered and danced strangely. The glow sticks given to guests, shaped like flowers blooming on branches, also lit up, each flower shining with its own light. Cheers and shouts from the guests rang through the garden. Some guests were crying or laughing, even wailing on the ground in awe. Now, preparations are complete. We would like to thank everyone who visited Cheerful Theme Park again today. Soon, our twinkle illumination will begin at Flower Golden Resort. We hope you'll join us and witness the birth of the magnificent Flower Golden. I took a deep breath. Let's do this well. The mascot must absolutely take center stage for the finale of this show. And after that, now we're opening the third facility. That's right. I nodded proudly at Supervisor Lee Sung-ae, who had come over. That's great. The other zones have, like, 10 attractions each, right? I think it'd be a good to have that many more here too. No, I'm going to cut ties and leave immediately. But as the mascot, I couldn't say something like that out loud, so I just stood there quietly. If I bring up another topic. That's right. So, yes? I'd been curious for a while. REDZONELEAVEHOW? How exactly did Supervisor Lee Sung-ae escape the red zone, and how did she survive a full day there? Might as well ask now to relax a bit. I got one stamp on my ride ticket, but that rabbit kept chasing me. I couldn't ride anything else. They wouldn't let me enter the blue zone at all, as expected. So I went the other way. You can actually go to the opposite forest, you know? Once business hours end, there were weird noises from the theme park, but even if that crazy rabbit chased me into the forest, it was a bit slower there, probably because it wasn't its own zone. No, but does that mean you circled all the way through the opposite forest and came out to that forest over there? Unbelievable. So when I got here, I saw the resort. GOODJOB. But isn't it cool? Yeah, It's really cool to escape here by dodging Magic Bunny. Even if the mascot slowed down after leaving its own zone. Wait. REDMASCOT Yes. INFOREST Yup. If the forest isn't considered someone's zone, I can understand that. But that's not the real issue. ITCHASEYOUUNTILHERE Yes, yes. It chased me almost the whole way. Once I got here, it couldn't come out and got blocked. Though, the Magic Bunny knows how to get to the yellow zone. Dash tilde tilde. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Mascot? I turned my head. With the garden's creation, the once ruined ground had been developed, and it brought the zones even closer. Now completely adjacent, the forest and the light from the garden shone all the way into the depths of the forest, and thus, it is revealed, a red path. And standing silently on it, CAUGHT, the red mascot moves. The Magic Bunny, who had spent the last 4 days clearing the forest to expand it its own zone, now begins the final phase. Wearing overalls, the mascot raises its hand, and between the forest and garden, a device decorated with a cute rabbit drawing rises up. A gate, a facility connecting the two zones. And then, a flood of long-term red zone guests and missing persons comes pouring in through the gate, running down the path. Chapter 179. It's all red because of the countless red things pouring in through the gate connected to the forest. Those who have followed Magic Bunny's parade. Dash tilde tilde. Ahahahaha. People holding snacks made from their own ribs, headbands decorated with their own plucked out eyes, balloons made from the intestines that were once part of their family. The wretched people driven mad by the horrifying shows of the Magic Bunny Zone and Magic Bunny's cruel, brutal demands. Now, those who have become monsters inhabiting the red zone are recklessly flooding into the yellow zone. And they shout. They're giving out a mask prize, a mask prize. I wish everyone could become like me. Enjoy your time in the Magic Bunny Zone. It's fun. I told you, it's fun. Please. It's fun. The most dangerous things I'd worked so hard to keep out of the resort were now pouring in. Dozens. Hundreds of them. No. GOBACK. I hurriedly moved the staff to the rear, and had the standard mascots gather near the gate. Block them. If I could just do some crowd control somehow and proceed with the illumination as planned. The yellow mascot. It's him. Ahahahahaha. Hahahahahaha. Horrifyingly shaped guests leap madly at the flower golden mascots. I looked up. Beyond the surging horde of monsters, the red Magic Bunny at the gate raises a sign. Prize event. Bring back pieces of the yellow mascot's flesh. First prize, the Great Magic Bunny. Second prize, the Great Magic Bunny. Third prize, the Great Magic Bunny. Yellow. The red guests swarm the standard mascots, scratching with bare hands and digging out flesh with Magic Bunny branded items. Eyes are torn out of the mascot suits. It hurts. Horns are ripped off, stuffing bursts, the felt-made organs inside are torn out. The yellow mascots writhe and are torn to pieces in agony. No, I'm being torn to pieces. Got it. Ahahahaha. Look at Spackles. Kakakaka. These rude, pathetic, penniless, red zone trash addicts. How dare they, in my zone? Still thinking they're in the red zone, doing this disgusting act. I cannot allow it. Never. Absolutely not. You all. Die. The red visitors raise both hands and strangle their own necks. It's almost time for the ceremony. Don't do anything so disgraceful as to stain the garden red. Don't even think about being absorbed by me and becoming nutrients for the resort. Die. These disrespectful pieces of shit have no right to be guests at my resort. I won't send them back to the red zone, either. Even if it takes a little time. Asphyxiation will be the cleanest and the most pleasing way. It's like watching an ant swarm invade the office and gnaw away at the documents and supplies as they please. I was furious, my vision blazing yellow. No, not fury. This was the revulsion that comes when something absurdly unfair happens. So, die. The red zone mutants, with blood pouring from their eyes, bang their heads on the floor. The other resort guests watch with interest at this quiet rhythm. Fine. If it's a spectacle before the illumination, it will make for an even more successful ceremony. Mr. Rodier. Mr. Rodier, huh? I turned my head. An employee wearing a lizard mask was looking at me. What did he just call me? In a low, impassive voice, so others wouldn't hear, he whispered. Do you remember your name? That is, Kim. Don't say it. I closed my mouth. It's not a good idea to say your real name in a ghost story. And that is, my name is Kim Solium. Yes, that's it. The yellow mascot I wear is just a costume. Flower Golden is a made-up name, and I'm only disguised as a monster. The real one is inside. I am human. Stop. The red zone visitors, who had been strangling themselves, let go of their throats. Hick. Give me prize if I or give me prize a please a return a please. Even as they burst into manic laughter, or wept, or crawled desperately across the floor toward the yellow mascot, I spoke gloomily. Leave. Regardless of whether the yellow mascots are being torn apart, I push them toward the gate. As I forcefully push them, these people, who weren't normal to begin with, are somehow driven back through the gate. As she watched the broken pieces of yellow mascot suits rolling on the ground, Supervisor Lee Sung-ae spoke quietly. Should I go after them? I shook my head. My heart thundered in my chest, and at the same time, it turned cold. Just now, what was I about to do just now? I'm being assimilated. It's dangerous. I need to get out, quickly. As soon as the staff are safe. Immediately. The ceremony. I had to start the ritual. I anxiously looked toward the gate, but what was even more horrifying was what happened after I pushed those guests back through the gate. Eyes. Magic Bunny welcomed those coming back through the gate with open arms, and then he pulls out their heads! He pulls out their entrails, snaps their waists, as if letting them ride each attraction one by one. As if playing or putting on a show, the guests are killed one by one as they cross the gate. Blair arg! I could hear the voices of the Disaster Management Bureau agents tending to the civilians in the back. Even Daydream Incorporated's employees, who were almost immune to gruesome sights, were overwhelmed and froze at the horror, and yet, they still throw themselves at the gate. Give me a prize. I brought this, please. A prize. And then, the prize is given. Unch. The empty body of the dead, toppled like a toy, is crudely transformed into a cute animal mascot suit. Right. Those who get lost or who die in the theme park are recycled into mascot bodies. That's why, inevitably, in the red zone, there can only be an insane number of mascots. This was the chilling truth. At Magic Bunny's playful gestures, they die and turn into mascots in that death march. Even when I stopped pushing visitors out with the standard mascots, the red zone visitors did not stop. They continued to grip at the yellow mascot's flesh and fling themselves at the gate. The gate had become a sight no one should ever have to see, and it doesn't end there. Magic Bunny, using a long magic wand like toy merchandise, was even stabbing visitors who hadn't yet crossed the gate! Stop it! You disgusting thunk. A red visitor's neck is snapped and they roll onto the garden. In the yellow zone, they became a corpse, but the one who thoroughly corrupted that visitor was the Magic Bunny, and the one who killed and disposed of them was also the Magic Bunny. Their form twists and distorts! Eek! Our red mascot, the Magic Bunny mascot, having shed its corpse, rises up in the yellow zone and, drawing terrifyingly close, it rushes madly toward the staff and me. But mascots cannot cross into another zone. Thunk. The advancing Magic Bunny mascot, like a balloon slowly losing air, staggers and then collapses, stiff on the ground. It stopped, but the red mascots don't stop their actions. Playful bunny dolls bash the heads of the unfortunate. The great magic boo. Those who died caught in the gate transform into magic bunnies and, as they rush forward, they keep collapsing and stopping in place. Overwhelming waste. Overwhelming brutality. Before long, dozens of corpses, red mascot mutants, piled up in the resort garden. The staff watched, frozen in place, not even daring to breathe. I lifted my head and looked at Magic Bunny beyond the gate, and I realized it. This performance is a threat. It's meant to make me get angry or scared and overreact, so that what happens next will be even more fun for them. A kind of prelude to their amusement. Fun. Fun 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 fun. On the other side of the gate, the Magic Bunnies clap their hands. Kaya ha 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 ha. Some guests from my zone laugh along with them. Laugh? They're laughing after seeing this scene. Even though they might miss the dazzling illumination, even those people laughing seem to have no manners. Quiet. The guests hurriedly covered their mouths. The Magic Bunnies poked their heads through the gate, as if wanting to get a better look at the scene. You two, shut up. I grabbed one of the Magic Bunny mascot suits lying around on this side and hurled it hard. Thunk. The Magic Bunnies that got hit in the head toppled backward. Hark. At that moment, Whip. The red mascots who hadn't been hit all turned their heads at once and stared right at me. Ha 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 ha. As if to kill. Ha 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 ha. Silently, a chilling terror swept over me. Still, I felt like I could breathe again, just a bit. Whenever you try to pull something like you did earlier, I'll just have to do this. Mr. Rodeer. Even if you don't keep calling me, I remember that was my old name, Mr. Rodeer. I know. I turned to the one who called me Section Chief Legion. It looks like you need help. But who could possibly help me now? Wait, maybe. We can help. That button item. The emergency escape tool, the one that reptilian alien used to control my body before. Is he talking about that? It was certainly useful. But I can't use it now. Besides, I don't have any money to use the space shopping mall. Nobutton. I see. Legion replied, looking at me without a hint of agitation. Please reconsider this conversation after business hours are over. When business hours end, you need to rest as well. Have you gotten any rest lately? No. Tonight, take off your mascot suit and rest. CNT. If tonight's ceremony ends safely, I'll come out and stand guard. The red mascot will definitely try something else. If I'm careless, I'll die. No, it'll be a massacre. This mascot was very clearly depicted as killing other mascots in the attractions. He definitely knows how to kill mascots and will try to do it. CNTTAKEOFF. You can take it off. Legion's voice was utterly flat. When the theme park's operations end, your shift ends as well. That means you can rest as yourself, not as a mascot. That's not the problem, though. Wait. Just now, I feel like I heard something strange. So, after the theme park closes for the day, I can exist in a state other than the mascot! Exclamation mark. I remembered. After the theme park's operating hours ended, the guests who couldn't get back into the resort, begging and pounding on the lobby door. Let us in. People vanishing in terror as they ran away. All those people who entered the theme park via the board game and never made it out before closing time, eventually going missing, unless they were a special case like Supervisor Lee Sung-ae. And Supervisor Lee even said it herself. Once business hours end, there were weird noises from the theme park, but even if that crazy rabbit chased me into the forest, it was a bit slower there. If it was just normal sounds you'd expect from the theme park, like attraction repairs, she wouldn't have called them weird noises. That means they were sounds that should never be heard in the theme park. So, noises that don't belong in the theme park. And, with no other employees possessing separate selves, only the Magic Bunny mascot exists in the red zone after closing hours. So it's only natural that it would be the one making those noises. I looked at the red mascot in the rabbit costume on the other side of the gate. Then maybe, after operating hours, a mascot can take off their suit and walk around. If Section Chief Lee Jae-eon's explanation is right, the reason it was able to chase Lee Sung-ae through the woods wasn't just because that was a space outside another mascot's territory. But what if it wasn't even wearing the mascot suit? If it was counted as not a mascot, maybe it could move into other zones? but in just a single night, it wouldn't have had enough time to cross the forest and reach here, unless it deliberately expanded its territory all the way here. No, I realized how Magic Bunny was able to kill the other mascots. After the theme park closes, it comes to kill. Then, today, with a gate to the red zone set up right in front of the resort. Mr. Mascot, I frantically began tidying up the garden. I have to start the ceremony right now. I need to open the third zone and escape before the theme park closes. TODY. Yes? ITSCOMINGTODY. I pointed beyond the gate. WHENITCLOSES. ITWILLCOME! Exclamation mark. The moment the park closes, it'll attack. The employees didn't even ask how that could be possible. Their faces just went pale. They had already witnessed Magic Bunny's insanity. Then. Wait, so if we just do this ceremony quickly, we can escape, right? I nodded. The Disaster Management Bureau agents rushed over to help clean up the garden. I assigned tasks to the other staff as well. My mind was almost breaking from anxiety. It felt like listening to a countdown before a nuclear explosion. No more information. Right. Maybe I can hear something helpful. Just in case, I sent one of the standard mascots toward the gate where the blue dragon was. Since the blue mascot had boasted about it, they'd definitely help. But so much for the good friend. There was no time left to get it. If I successfully escape today, I'll have failed my original goal for coming here. And there's no more time to figure out a way to get out a staff member who's been revived from the dead in a ghost story while they're still alive. NEED. What do you need? Exclamation mark. I turned my head. Supervisor Lee Sung-ae, still busily cleaning, had also been watching the Magic Bunny gate I was looking at, and as she stroked her chin, she spoke. Do you, need anything from over in the red zone? You keep looking over there. Exclamation mark. Oh, I guess right. In that case, Supervisor Lee Sung-ae whispers. Should I go get it for you? What? I'll hurry and do it while you're running the ceremony. I'm probably the fastest one here with both legs still working. I may not be as strong as Section Chief Lizard, but I'm smarter. She glances at the gate. I think it's because of me that crazy mascot figured out how to get here. I opened my mouth. ITSOKAY. I couldn't send her to a place of certain death on the off chance that she might succeed. LETSJUSDFINISHUP. Just hurry. Let's conduct the ceremony as planned, as quickly as possible. Yes, yes. I began cleaning up the now ruined garden once more. There's no time. Faster, faster. The ceremony is an event held right before closing, and of course I'd prepared it to match that time. So there wasn't much time left until closing now. Any moment, the announcement might play. Ha 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 ha. My staff and I frantically cleaned up the area. Dozens of Magic Bunnies were staring at us from just beyond the gate, but weren't doing anything crazy like before. Still, the sense of tension lingered. I sent the employees to give gifts to the guests, and I personally used the standard mascots to clean up the mess near the gate. On the other side of the gate, the Magic Bunnies stared at me as I cleaned. Don't show it. They seemed like the kind who would enjoy it more if I looked rattled. I quickly finished cleaning up the horrible blood and flesh and backed away. Is there still enough time? Ha 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 ha. This area's good. That area's good. Everything is ready for the illumination. I anxiously scanned the garden. The only things left were the Magic Bunny mascot suits that had lost function, like kites with broken strings. Let's hurry up and clear them. The standard mascots picked up those rabbit mascot suits and carried them away. It'd be great if I could turn them into my own mascots instead, but that didn't seem possible. These seemed to be recognized as something unique, originating from Magic Bunny. The red zone. Like a souvenir, maybe. It was disgusting, but that's how it seemed. No, wait a second. I stopped in my tracks and looked down at the Magic Bunny mascot suit I was holding. Souvenir, a thing made from a guest's corpse, with the appearance of a mascot. A plush toy filled with soft fur and stuffing, with a cute look, something you can only get at the theme park. There was one other thing that matched this description exactly. Good friend. Then, could a non-functional mascot suit essentially be treated the same as a good friend? Attention, please. Our theme park will soon be closing for the day! Mr. Mascot. I had to make a decision. If the ceremony didn't go well and closing time arrived, it would all be over. And just in case, right now, we needed a trump card. If it was someone who knew a lot about the nature of ghost stories, who had various abilities, and who was on my side. We hope all guests inside the park enjoy cheerful theme park until the very end. I gritted my teeth and made up my mind. Mr. Mascot. I immediately grabbed one of the Magic Bunny mascot suits, dragged it, and dashed like mad into the resort. Then, 1 hour until closing, I began drawing the Good Friend Summoning Circle. Chapter 180. Author note: since Chapter 180 plus these translations are MTL, so there may be changed names or words in here. If there will be a new update to this, I'll change it. The translation is done, so I'm gonna update it when I have time. Updated. I remember it exactly. It's vivid and unforgettable. It was an event that marked a turning point in my Daydream Incorporated days. The Good Friend Summoning Ritual. 1. On a smooth floor, dip your finger in water and draw a hexagram using the enclosed design. I ran to the bathroom, got some water, poured it on the office floor, and began drawing the pattern with my finger. Strangely enough, I could recall the design with perfect clarity, as if someone had etched it into my mind. In no time at all, the floor was covered with the damp outline of the hexagram. But there was one difference. Bigger. The hexagram was big enough to cover the entire office floor. I placed the non-functional Magic Bunny mascot suit in the center of the completed hexagram. And, as carefully as I could, I reached for a coin. But I couldn't get the coin out, the original Silver Serpent coin used to summon a good friend. It was inside my mascot costume, inside the security team's uniform under that, and all the way down in the pocket of my regular clothes. But I couldn't take off the mascot suit. In that case, I opened the office drawer and took out a cheerful coin. This is a coin too. Even though it's a plastic token, it's still definite currency, and it fits the intent of coin in this ritual. It doesn't have to be a real metal coin. It just needs to be a small, round object with monetary value. I made sure the mascot's glove was completely dry, then picked up the coin and placed it on the mascot suit's belly. Done. I hurried on to the next step. So, salt. 4. Hold a tablespoon of salt in your mouth and burn the item related to a friend using fire. 5. When the good friend starts to speak, swallow the salt and return the greeting kindly. If the coin has disappeared, the ritual was successful. You have met a reliable friend. Always keep them close and cherish them. If you cannot swallow the salt, tastes strange, turns to ash, or if blood comes out, run away. There was little time left. The standard mascots came running from the room service storage, carrying salt. I snatched the salt up outside the office and put it in my mouth. Would it work, putting it in my mouth while I was wearing the mascot suit? Let's try. I cautiously opened the yellow mascot's mouth and poured the salt inside, then closed it. Now, there was one last thing to do, burn something. Last time, I'd used my necktie, but I didn't have one now. This will do. I took off the yellow boatie from around the mascot's neck and held it in my hand. Then I brought it to the flame of a prepared candle. Whoosh! The boatie flared up in the fire. The oddly tall flame brought back memories of the time I had summoned Good Friend before. A huge shadow fell across the pink mascot suit, and it wavered. Shake, shake. I watched, anxious. I know that as long as you used a suitable medium, it would come, so it should work. Shake, shake. The shadow seemed to move as if the mascot suit itself was about to stir. Any moment now. Any moment. Shake, shake. Within the dark shadow, the massive mascot suit opened its mouth. My resort. What? My resort has called me back. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. My resort. My resort. My resort. Beautiful flower golden resort. In the center of the hexagram, the mascot suit shook with spasmodic laughter. I watched, frozen. Thunk. Its upper body sat up. It twisted its head around to look at me. Give it. The cheerful coin placed on its belly sizzled as it burned, then was sucked into the mascot suit. The stench of burning plastic filled the facility's office. My resort. The water on the hexagram vibrated, and blood flowed from the eye holes and mouth of the mascot suit. Something like melted plastic dripped out. It rose to its feet on the hexagram. Give it. Something's wrong. I needed to end the ritual right now. Swallow it. I tried to swallow the salt. If I just got the salt water down my throat. What? Why? Don't I have a throat? Ha 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 ha. I looked down at myself and realized something shocking. I don't have a body. Inside this mascot suit, I was filled with stuffing, and the reason was, I hadn't returned to my own body. After meeting the blue mascot, and after Supervisor Lee Sung-ae killed Ladybug, when I rushed back to the resort, instead of moving my original body, I'd started using one of the standard mascot bodies as if it were mine. And I'd kept doing that. So I had forgotten that I even had an original body. Right now, I'm using a standard mascot's body. Then, where is my original body? Don't tell me. When the magic bunny attacked earlier, was it torn apart as one of those standard mascots? Ah, no. If my real body had been torn up, there would have been blood and real entrails, not just stuffing and cloth organs. There was no yellow mascot like that. My body must be somewhere. But then, where? Hello? And the thing summoned by the good friend ritual, whose call had it responded to? I realized. My reasoning was right. A mascot costume was indeed a suitable medium for the invitation ritual. But there's a flaw. Undefined purpose. Because it's not a plush sold at the souvenir shop. It is no good friend. See law restriction. Hello? 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 Answer me. Answer me. The mascot suit twists, transforming into something grotesque. That's not a good friend. It's just something from the other side. Greet me warmly and accept me, you hollow thing. Wait a minute. My resort? Don't tell me that. Behold the true mascot. The being within the hexagram begins lurching out of the mascot suit. Petals of a bizarre, fractal structure, shining in dirty gold, burst upward and fall back down, threatening to pierce its head. Flower golden. Accept me. The silhouette from the ruined resort's sign, the mascot resembling a golden flower was inside. The invitation ritual, performed by a standard mascot, had awakened and called the deceased original owner of this resort, who knows where they'd been since dying. Accept me. The papers on the desk tremble. A pen, all alone, dances across the document that once celebrated my appointment. The true owner of the resort has appeared. I was nothing but a pitiful interim manager, just holding his seat until now. Now, I must humbly hand over everything I built to him and step aside. Everything was undoubtedly prepared for this moment. The document floats toward me. The pen scribbles furiously in my own handwriting. He will perform the ceremony. The great Flower Golden will personally take back the mascot position and run this resort. Up until now, I had been borrowing his power. I dared to take the seat of a temporary manager, but it's all over now. Accept him. Completely accept him, become part of him, and follow the mascot. Accept him. Accept me. I stumbled backward. The mascot suit moved to the edge of the hexagram, peering at me. Accept me. The ritual had failed. I needed to run, but where could I run to? And, up until now, I'd been following the excellent advice of those documents. Now that it's been revealed that these documents were following the true mascot's will all along, surely the right thing is to submit to the true mascot. Yes, that must be. No. I looked at the other documents on the desk. Work regulations, employment contracts, guest policies, all things I'd written while fighting against the will of the mascot that wanted to run the resort in its own monstrous way. No. I looked at the being inside the hexagram. THISISMYRESORT. I grabbed the document and stood before it. My head was pounding, but I could handle it because I'd realized something. YOUARENOTQUALIFIED. Ooh, how dare you say such a. I crumpled up the document. YOULOST! Exclamation mark. Right. You're a specter who lost your territory by dying to another mascot, and now ITSCOMING, the very being who killed you and turned this resort into ruins is right outside the garden, ready to re-enter this zone and start hunting again. Let me show you proof. HERE. I flung open the office door. Directly across the hall was a large window. Through that window, where it was too dark outside to see much, the bright office was reflected instead. There it was, clearly visible, the silhouette atop the hexagram in the reflection. The Red Rabbit. MAGICBUNNYISHEREU. The mascot suit touched its face, reached up to its head, and checked for the tears sticking up, and then looked down at its own hands. Red fur, rabbit paws, magic bunny. Its hands trembled violently, and its limbs twisted with terror. Magic bunny. You are. Save me. Save me. Please save me. Don't take out my guts. My resort. I hurriedly dumped salt over the office floor. Erase it. White salt poured over the blood and black plastic drawing the hexagram, erasing the pattern. As it was erased, the mascot suit was gradually pushed toward the center, clutching its head and screaming. Run away. Magic bunny is coming. The red mascot is coming. It's coming along the red path. Save me. It's infiltrating. The wriggling red inside the suit at me. Only the dregs remain underground. Save me. Disappear, red thing. Disappear, red thing. Disappear, eat thing dies, appear, eat thing dies, appear, eat thing dies, appear, eat thing. Please. The summoned one, who had been tearing at its head, Crunch, finally tore its own head off with both hands, as if wishing to get further away, or in awe, or in terror. It lifted the mascot head high into the air, raised it up, and then, thud, it collapsed to the floor. I sank down onto the office floor. I thought I was done for. I almost got absorbed and ended with the standard mascot ending. Even though this body is just stuffing, my heart felt like it would burst. Still, somehow, I managed to handle it, and it feels like I achieved something impressive. But what's important now? Time. How much is left? I looked at the clock. 20:11. 49 minutes left until closing. Should I be dismayed or relieved that all this chaos only took 10 minutes? What matters is one thing. I failed to summon a good friend. No, this definitely means something. I gained something. I learned the true identity of what was forcing me to run this resort, and I got rid of it. I straightened the crumpled document and picked up the pen. I didn't feel that odd sense of control anymore. I'll be able to write the operating rules more freely now. Even things I couldn't write before, things that would harm the successful operation of the resort, I think I can now implement as I wish. Just like the crazy things Magic Bunny does, it'll be useful. I stood up. Still, if only I'd had a bit more time, maybe I could have succeeded. That lingering regret clung to my back. Was it the coin that was the problem, or the boaty, or maybe he just decided not to answer? Maybe the fatal flaw was that I didn't summon it with my original body. I gathered up the documents, looking for even a little bit of extra protection, and set out to find the blue mascot. I froze. I turned my head. The telephone on the office desk was ringing. I stared at it, frozen. Had the phone ever rung at this resort before? No. Room service calls use a walkie-talkie that plays a calling melody. Summoning a mascot makes a real bell sound, but this was an old-fashioned ring. Someone was calling. I walked over to the desk and picked up the old-fashioned receiver. Click. A dark brown, elegant wooden phone, a cheerful and pleasant male voice sounded out from within. Hello, what a fine night. Oh, I'd be very grateful if you could connect me to the talented and cheerful mascot of Flower Golden Resort! Oh, it's you. Perfect. Actually, I'd like to rent your simple and beautiful resort for a few days. As you know, A celebrity needs a private place to relax. So I was thinking of spending my summer vacation at your resort. NOIMQUITTINGRIGHTNOW. Oh my. But why didn't you hand over the resort to that fellow just now? He seemed so desperate. I'm kidding. Ha ha ha. It's quite unpleasant that such a crude person tried to snatch away the resort you've nurtured. The distinctive voice of the host comes from the phone. Mr. Rodier. It was an excellent idea to try to summon me, but you were so deeply immersed in the show that you overlooked a few things. Overlooked? Of course, that's the talent of a performer fully immersed, and it's fitting for the genre. But if it goes on too long, it gets boring. Now it's time for the perfect advisor for you to appear, at the perfect moment for fun. So from now on, your friend will offer you a few kind words of advice. The voice on the phone lowers. Now, hold the receiver and listen carefully to the amazing voice of this brawn. The host's friendly advice began to flow from the telephone. Chapter 181. Author note. Updated. Can you hear me? I can hear it. Brawn's voice. Classic, cheerful, and with a distinctive accent. My heartfelt advice is already prepared, but no matter how good the advice is, it's meaningless if you're not ready to listen to it. So, first, I need to properly introduce you to your current situation. Mr. Rodier, introduce my situation to me. I held the receiver, and gradually fell into a strange sense of immersion, as if the conversation was spreading beyond hearing to all 5 senses. Can you see it? Ah, I can see it. Oh, good. Then, let me introduce it. Rodier's Great Adventures, Resort Arc. A classic band sound and applause as the curtain rises. That's me. As if rewinding a sitcom, my days from the very first day I entered cheerful theme park begin playing before my eyes. Me, waking up in the resort facilities office wearing a security team uniform. What a fun costume. Isn't it rather nice? A beast restrained by a belt. So typical of horror and allure, but it's not bad. Not bad at all. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. With cheerful sound effects, the things I did are edited and pass by in quick succession. That was the moment you became the owner of this resort. The mascot's deformed style looks a little childish, but it's fine. This is a theme park, after all. Yellow boaties for all employees. Oh my, it would have been better to just put mascot suits on all of them. Good heavens. Laughter. Goodness. Giving out gifts and free spa services too? That's a promotion so outrageous all the world's gloomy souls would come running. Well, unless the resort goes bankrupt first. Of course. Scenes flash by rapidly, edited for speed. Brawn's cheerful commentary turns my desperate survival story into something like a fun and successful resort management tale. The dead staff rise up and start working again. Thus, Mr. Rodier learns another valuable mascot lesson. You can't fix a person, but you can fix an employee. I felt strange. Did I really do all that? It was an odd feeling. After all, true immersion is when you get absorbed in something that's not your own experience. In other words, it's based on distance. So, the yellow mascot's actions in the flashback felt like something to be evaluated, not relived. And someone unsuited to the dignity of the resort is thrown out the lobby doors once again. At some point during the past few days, I'd started endlessly adding new guest and staff rules, gradually becoming the resort's powerful and fearsome manager. A typical cheerful theme park mascot. That's. Look at your rigorous guest selection process. The more successful the resort became, the more powerful I grew. As the resort expanded, brought in more guests, earned better reviews, and made more profit, I began to judge management policy not by safety, but by the presence or absence of discomfort. Wait a second, a feeling of wrongness slowly crept in, and then, the scene finally reached the moment I changed bodies. In the flashback, I naturally transferred my consciousness into a standard mascot to deal with the chaos inside the resort, when Supervisor Lee Sung-ae killed Ladybug. Seeing it this way, it really was a perspective and ability that was no longer human. This is the scene. Here's my first piece of advice for you, Mr. Rodier. Let's focus on this moment. But, with a tape rewind sound, the scene rewinds. It'll be fun to watch it from a different angle this time. My consciousness, which had moved into a standard mascot, and what was left behind, my body. The yellow mascot standing at the gate to the blue zone stands still for a moment, then soon begins handing out balloons and greeting guests at the gate. Just like the standard mascots. Thank goodness, it was right there the whole time. Since it was next to the blue zone gate, it shouldn't have been harmed or gone missing. Although I was immediately struck by horror at the thought that my own body could be treated like a standard mascot. Anyway, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over me for a moment. Now I just have to retrieve my body and quickly perform the ceremony. THANKYSHH. Let's enjoy just a little more. But the advice wasn't over. Now then. Here it comes. Oh, what a foul and rude intruder. It's dizzying. The flashback fast forwards again, soon leading to the recent rampage of Magic Bunny's crazy gate attack. The missing people, driven insane by torture from the red mascot, wail and beg and die as lunatics. It was a hellish scene. A surprise attack. What an electrifying event that ratchets up the tension. Oh, your response is great, too. One by one, countless missing people who were once ordinary become terrifying monsters, shouting for the red mascot, being killed like a joke, and rising again as red mascots. And in the scene, the yellow mascot, filled with rage, threatened by throwing the corpse of the red mascot back through the gate. From the black shadow of the mascot whose territory had been invaded, strange golden branches bulged out and then disappeared. Wait a minute. Rage? Instead of feeling devastated or terrified by what happened, what came first was the anger of having my territory invaded. I was going to punish the intruders. Strange. That's really how it was. A chilling sensation crawled up my back. In the end, I came to a conclusion about the evaluation of my own actions. Thoroughly contaminated. As the yellow mascot, I had already become thoroughly assimilated into this resort. Under the pretense of acting for the sake of escape, I was doing everything I could to make the resort more successful and expand it. And the principles of the resort, which I had originally created for safety, had ended up dominating me, enforcing etiquette and dignity above all else. The means and the ends had been reversed. Strange. I flailed my arms, and then realized, why do I still have my right arm? This was already my 5th day here, so why was my right arm still moving without any problem? The Doc B flame that mimicked my right arm should be recharged every 3 days. Yet there's been no reaction. Even my original body, which I'd left near the blue zone gate, still had its right arm intact. I had reached a point where I could move my right arm just by having the form of a mascot suit. A cold realization ran down my spine. Just how much have I been consumed by the mascot? It wasn't simply a matter of how long I'd been a mascot, but rather, the more successfully the resort was operated, the deeper this consumption became. That's right. You were far too devoted to your role as the mascot of this resort. And it's already too late. You can't quit on your own anymore. You are now a member of the cheerful theme park. My hands trembled. You even personally drove out your meddlesome predecessor just now. The resort is now completely yours. Then CNTESCAPE. Oh, it seems that's the case, doesn't it? This can't be. And once the final announcement is made, everyone will know the truth. I'm talking about your soon-to-begin event, the Flower Golden Resort Illumination, the mascot ceremony. The mascot ceremony is a ritual that officially announces which mascot owns the Flower Golden Resort and has it recognized by the guests. If it's carried out successfully, that fame can be used as a stepping stone to expand to yet another facility. The ceremony is about establishing one's identity as a mascot. So, the moment the ceremony is completed successfully, I'll be officially recognized as a complete mascot, the true and sole owner of the resort. All traces of my former self will be colored over, and there won't even be a remnant of self left to separate from the mascot. That can't happen. I agree. What a boring fate it would be to spend the rest of your days in such a musty old resort. Mr. Rowe dear, you have an obligation to keep experiencing and showing entertaining things. It's something you personally promised your friend. Friend. That's right. I am your friend. The very reason you came here. The kind voice continued to guide me. You wish to leave this place, don't you, Mr. Rodear? That's right. Then you'd best keep listening to my advice. Just take the receiver with you, friend. Now, quickly unplug it and bring it along. Good. With trembling forepaws, I unplugged the receiver and picked it up. The voice still came from the receiver, even after it was unplugged. Good. Very good. Now, let me give you my final piece of advice. Don't be surprised. It's a magical solution that can get you out of this predicament. And that is, the voice drops to a whisper. Switch your place as mascot with one of the employees. There's no need to make a brand new mascot. Just have him imitate you. If you make him perform the ceremony in your place, he'll be mistaken for you. After all, if everyone thinks so, that's what becomes reality. Oh, this will be so much fun. Someone might feel sorry for that fate. But you can just pick one of those who exist only for your sake. The 2 employees who swore to serve you forever until the contract ends, who have nowhere else to return. Bison, Ladybug, those brought back from the dead. That's right. The chosen one will faithfully carry on your mascot duties. Well, until he's eaten alive by the red mascot. Anyway, choose one of the 2 and make him perform the mascot ceremony in your place, Mr. Rodear. Very simple, isn't it? If I dare guess, this is as good as already decided. The voice rises in excitement. The one your heart is pointing to. If you were to say the name? Mr. Rodear? None. I raised my trembling body and grabbed the facility's room door. The time left until closing. 45 minutes. CEREMONYILLDOIT. Oh, don't tell me you're saying you'll spend the rest of your days in this dusty old theme park, friend. You have turned down a far more wonderful and suitable job for your talents, much less this one. No. Then do you have another alternative? How surprising. It must be quite a remarkable idea if you're rejecting advice from this brawn here. I walked out of the facility office with a sense of resolve, and I declared into the receiver my plan. RESORTBLOWITUP! Exclamation mark. For a moment, there was silence on the other end, as if startled. Of course, the legendary host was quick to recover and speak smoothly. Good heavens, Mr. Rodear, destroying this resort doesn't mean you'll be freed from your mascot duties. In fact, you'll only have to deal with tremendous expenses. Where on earth did you get that reckless and useless idea? ITSWORTHWHILE. Meanwhile, I had finished my conversation with the blue mascot by using my original body, which was standing by the blue zone gate. ITLLBEFUNFRIEND. Oh, good heavens. All right. I took a deep breath. Let's do this. At the same time, Flower Golden Resort, Evening Garden. They're still here. The magic bunnies continued to stare. The cute rabbit mascot, without the slightest movement, was watching the Flower Golden Resort's garden, and the employees within, dozens of mascot suits, stared at me in silence. It was a bizarre and unnerving experience. All the more so if you had seen those mascot suits tearing out human entrails and laughing just a few dozen minutes earlier. A few of the employees were breaking out in cold sweat. Though, this wasn't just because of those unnerving stares. Why isn't he coming? The yellow mascot still isn't here. Because they had all received a direct order from the mascot to look after the guests. They couldn't leave their posts. But the employer who had dragged a magic bunny mascot into the resort was still nowhere to be seen. 10 minutes, 20 minutes passed, each one feeling like an hour. Don't you know how much time is left now? 40 minutes. There are 40 minutes left until closing. Yes. The Disaster Management Bureau agent hesitated, hiding behind the team leader to avoid the Daydream Incorporated employee in the lizard mask. The team leader stifled a sigh. Should I be preparing, just in case? She gripped the 4-tiger sword one in her inner pocket. And it wasn't just her getting ready for a fight. Some of the Daydream Incorporated employees seemed to be limbering up. Lizard, Dolphin. Looks like some pretty tough ones. Elite team, maybe. She was eyeing them sharply, checking if their masks bore the gold emblem. But at that moment, The one in the dolphin mask clapped his hands and waved. "He's here!" Exclamation mark. It was true. There, the yellow mascot suit was waddling with all its might, running toward the resort, the mascot with glass golden flowers adorning his horns. At that moment, chills ran down the team leader's back. He's gotten stronger? He felt somehow like a far greater presence. It was as if his power could be felt directly on her skin, but his outward appearance hadn't changed. What is it? Did he devour something on the way? But regardless of her suspicions, the yellow mascot's gentle manner as he checked on each of the staff one by one was not reassuring. It was almost like he was checking on his employees, making sure everyone was safe before calling all the other mascots together. NOWSTART. The team leader raised her hand. "Wait!" Exclamation mark. Team leader, you said after the event, when the amusement park closes, that thing comes, right? Do you have any countermeasures? The yellow mascot turned to the team leader and held out his hand. "ITSOKAY," and pointed. "YOUALLOVERTHERE?" And so, with 30 minutes left until closing, the long-delayed, extravagant illumination event began. Note/S1, 4 Tiger Sword, a wall-hanging sword that was produced by the royal family from the early Joseon period, during the reign of King To, and was crafted throughout the Joseon dynasty for use both in the royal court and among the common people. It is a sword imbued with the energy of pure yang, said to cut down evil spirits and ward off calamities. It is not a weapon intended for real combat, but rather a ritual tool. With the name Saint-Jom, or Saint-Chamzajiom, 4 Tiger Evil Slaying Sword, engraved on its blade or handle. It's called the 4 Tiger Sword because it is made during the Tiger Year, Tiger Month, Tiger Day, and Tiger Hour. Read more about it over here. https://namu.wiki/w/ Chapter 182. Author note. Updated. In the evening garden of Flower Golden Resort, lights bloom. Whoosh! A beam of light shoots into the sky, spectacularly exploding, cascading glittering lights like a waterfall onto the resort building. Wow! All around the garden, flowers of various colors blossom in radiant light, dancing gently and blooming sequentially as if choreographed. Even the luminous flowers held aloft by the non-human guests glow, eliciting exclamations of awe, a sight so breathtaking it borders on the uncanny. And soon after, the resort building itself begins to bloom with light. Vines of glowing light climb upward, glittering along windows and terraces, rising to the very top of the building before bursting brilliantly into shimmering, pollen-like specks of radiance. Letters carve themselves out in midair. FLOWERGOLDEN. At last, he has stepped fully into the spotlight. The owner of this resort, the yellow mascot, walks out to the center of the garden accompanied by numerous mascots, performing choreographed dances. With each of their movements, the lights dance in harmony. The cheerful theme song of Cheerful Theme Park flows through the air. At the same time, faint echoes of the same tune, variated and coming from afar, softly reverberate. Sounds from distant places. The team leader of Black Daughter's Team 3 glances around quickly. Red Zone and Blue Zone. The other zones are also holding their own ceremony events. Blue Zone's fireworks display, and Kaya ha ha ha. The parade from the Red Zone. Led by Magic Bunny, the insanely painful, joyful, horrific, and splendid procession had set off from the Magic Castle at the center of the Red Zone, accompanied by loud music, screams, and cheers. The details were impossible to discern from this distance, but the team leader could roughly gauge the parade's route, and she sensed it clearly. Their destination is here. This was not the case yesterday. They must have changed their route. As soon as this ceremony ends, that parade will also come to a stop at the Red Gate before the garden. And the moment operating hours conclude, the entire parade will come flooding in, I guess! Sorry. Did I surprise you? Had he made the same guess? The team leader quietly observes the employee wearing the dolphin mask, who bows apologetically toward her, before nodding in acknowledgement. She wasn't young enough to openly express hostility toward the suspicious pharmaceutical company, especially after witnessing the strange exchange earlier. IWILLSTAYHERE. I don't like it. ITSOKAY. It doesn't seem all right at all. Right before the ceremony began, the yellow mascot had sent all the employees away from the garden, having them gather in front of the resort building, as if protecting them from something. Consequently, the staff were observing the illumination show from a considerable distance, nearly as far as the resort building itself, and yet, seeing her team members staring as if hypnotized, the team leader feels acutely the bizarre nature of this mascot ceremony. And if her eyes were not mistaken, that dolphin-masked employee had been attempting to help the mascot, who had insisted on protecting his staff until the end. Younger agents often conflate the unethical nature of an organization with the individual personalities of its members, but reality was not so simple. This applied equally to creatures from ghost stories, and that only made matters more complicated. She shook off those thoughts. There was work to do, and now was precisely the time to act. Wow! Toward the finale of the illumination, as the yellow mascot takes center stage, his horns burst into brilliant golden light, blossoming into flowers. At that moment, the yellow mascot turns toward them, lifting his front paw and waving theatrically, as if part of the act. I will conveyed without words. Now, at that signal, the employees started running frantically. Their destination was the gate leading to the blue zone. And moments later, the ground near the gate began shaking and rising. The illumination raced toward its climax, beneath the feet of the yellow mascot standing in the center of the garden. Lights gathered, lifting him gently into the air. A drum roll from the mascot's horn. Beams of light grew, spreading out and swaying like a massive tree, towering above the resort building. Breathtakingly blooming flowers. And as the mascot raised his hand perfectly timed with the end of the music, his name exploded in midair, crystallizing into complete recognition. Flower Golden Master at the cheerful theme park's yellow zone. Everyone knew. It was proclaimed to all. Congratulations. Now, he was the perfect mascot of this place. And the yellow mascot was overwhelmed by an extraordinary new sensation. He felt the entirety of the yellow zone. He knew everything happening in his resort, could control all mascots as he wished, and understood every law and governing cheerful theme park. Now he was the absolute master and mascot of the zone. An instinctive thrill maximized the splendor of the illumination, culminating in one last magnificent burst of golden flowers, concluding the mascot ceremony. However, at that moment, something emerged beyond the red gate. The parade of madness, the revolting, overwhelming, and splendid march led by Magic Bunny reached its end. Great Magic Bunny, the red rabbit, the carriage, the giant balloon shaped like a smiling face, and various parade floats stopped before the gate, having concluded their last sacrificial ceremony. Lights flashed madly as if challenging the illumination, then abruptly went out. Simultaneously, the waves of brilliant illumination faded into a final silence. Ending. Flowing softly now. The ending theme, the gently rearranged version of the theme song began playing. The park was approaching closing time. Attention please, the theme park will close in 10 minutes. The garden became quiet. Guests who had enjoyed the illumination began dispersing, quickly heading toward the exit gates. Their zone quickly regained its busy tranquility. It was the final stage of operations. The yellow mascots tidied up the night garden, courteously guided the remaining guests, and managed the resort facilities. No movement could be seen beyond the dark red gate. The yellow mascots lightly celebrated the day's successful event, checking to ensure no guests were left in the lobby. No movement could be seen beyond the dark red gate. The serene resort building now stood quietly illuminated, its soft lights gently visible through the lobby windows. Inside, the yellow mascots waved goodbye to the departing guests heading toward the exit gate. No movement could be seen beyond the dark red gate. Then the lobby doors closed. Thud. See you next time. Beyond the dark red gate, countless red eyes began popping open. Magic Bunny's parade horde surged through the gate. Crunch, crunch. The sound of guest corpses and living beings used as mats to prevent the carriage from getting stuck in the gate echoed horribly, staining the gate red. The carriage rolled forward. From an attached music box beneath its wheels, a whimsical melody played. To that melody, creatures wearing Magic Bunny mascot suits stumbled onward toward the resort. Their mascot suits melted stickily away. Now, no longer restricted by mascot rules after operating hours, the red mascots discarded their forms to invade another zone. Having surpassed the regulations and rules that no longer needed upholding after business hours ended, the red lumps, now walking on two legs, interconnected like blood vessels, morphing into something bizarre that the illusion of the theme park could no longer conceal. Yet, even so, the parade continued onward. Along with the sound of the music box, they trampled into the yellow zone garden, encircling the resort building in their parade formation. Slowly, they drew closer, tightening their bizarre circle. Closer and closer, pressing in. Inside the lobby, the yellow mascots watched through the windows, taking defensive stances. It drew nearer. 3, 2, 1. The lobby windows shattered, and the parade poured into the resort building. Utter chaos erupted. Unfiltered killing intent and destructive urges exploded, and dozens of yellow mascots were captured and slaughtered. Some yellow mascots attempted resistance or fought back, temporarily overwhelming a few attackers, but only briefly. Soon, they were casually torn apart like toys, stuffing scattering everywhere as they ceased functioning. Mascots fell from rooftops, their heads exploded. Others were impaled onto freezer doors. A cruel, horrifying, breathtakingly brutal scene. Magic Bunny's occupation. Magic Bunny's immense power. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Amidst this carnage, a single yellow mascot frantically fled. The mascot with ornate horns, the very mascot who performed today's illumination, the main body. Kaya ha 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 ha. Magic Bunny's decorative fireworks burst alongside laughter, and sparks struck the fleeing mascot's leg. Ultimately, the mascot collapsed and crawled desperately as the lead parade carriage chased after it, careening wildly along a narrow path toward the facility's office. Click. The yellow mascot entered the office area exclusively for Yellow Zone staff, barely locking the door before the carriage reached it. Bang! The massive carriage decoration tore the door apart and crashed inside. The colorful carriage with its festive lighting, which had led the parade, the symbolic vehicle of Magic Bunny. The huge, smiling red face of Magic Bunny on the front split apart. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Its decorative eyes burst open. Its mouth ruptured, powder sprayed, and finally, from within, something oozed forth. Magic Bunny's true form. Something digested by the red mascot, a strange mass that had lost all resemblance to what it was before becoming a mascot spilled forth from the carriage. Trophies of various body parts were crudely attached as if to replace its own lost limbs. Countless eyes and ears, arms and legs. Trembling with joy, it approached the yellow mascot. Slowly, slowly. Joyful. Raw hunting. Raw delight. Vengeance and liberation. The thrill of usurpation. With its leg damaged and stuffing spilling out, the yellow mascot could no longer flee. It simply gazed upward at the horrifying, overwhelming figure before opening its mouth. Idiot. At that moment, boom, the ceiling of the facility's office collapsed with a deafening crash. The thing emerging from the red mascot's shell lunged to devour the yellow mascot's head regardless. But it wasn't just the ceiling that collapsed. Crash. Bang bang bang. The resort itself crumbled amidst deafening explosions. Heavy construction materials plunged down onto the parade creatures hunting the yellow mascot. An indiscriminate destruction of another kind. Yet, the destruction didn't stop there. Under the weight and gravity, the resort's first floor shattered and caved inward. Countless Magic Bunny entities were crushed beneath, extinguished alongside yellow mascot corpses. Crash. Boom boom boom. Even in the facility's office, where the largest Magic Bunny entity had emerged, heavy chunks of concrete and metal pipes smashed violently onto the documents scattered across the desk. The original document placed on that desk was, "I have decided to demolish the resort today." Why? Because I want to. Someone advised me that this resort is overly modest. Clearly, the previous owner's taste wasn't impressive. It's better to blow it up and build an even nicer one. Unfortunately, I informed the guests scheduled to stay tonight about refunds and kindly escorted them out through the gate. During the mascot ceremony, I set explosives. It might be amusing to detonate it tomorrow morning and get some word-of-mouth publicity, but, well, who knows, I might suddenly blow it up tonight. Either way, it doesn't matter because I'm the master of this yellow zone, and everything else that was in the resort at the time must be demolished together. In accordance with this intent, the resort was completely shattered and burning, along with everything within it. Oh my God! Far away, the employees groaned as they watched the resort building collapse. Half destroyed. For now, they were safe from closing time. As soon as the mascot ceremony concluded, the yellow mascot had hastily created this third facility underground near the blue zone gate. Of course, rather than a proper service facility, it was closer to an emergency shelter. It was completely empty inside, but this emptiness was advantageous. Employees could freely enter and exit without any cost or consequence. Because there were no extra effects, it was ironically safe for humans. Thus, in this cheerful theme park after closing time, they could remain safe without entering the lodging facility of the resort. They watched their workplace get smashed and their employer repeatedly slaughtered through a small window near the ceiling. Wait a second. Is that mascot trying to commit suicide with them? Hey, it's still there. Fucking hell. From the rubble of the resort, a red mass surged upward. The red mass spat out something it had been chewing. Golden fur. The yellow mascot's head rolled onto the ground, faintly illuminated by the flames of the burning resort. Though its slow movements suggested it had suffered significant damage, it had not completely stopped, and this alone was enough to give the Yellow Zone employees an ominous feeling. They had lost. They would be absorbed into the Red Zone, but then Team Leader, hold on a second, please. The team leader of Disaster Management Bureau's Black Tortoise Team 3 stepped out of the shelter's door. Since the magic bunnies had all swarmed into the resort building to tear apart and kill every yellow mascot, they hadn't yet come to this place that lacked any mascot forms. Thanks to this, the team leader could briefly step outside the shelter to fulfill a special order from their employer, the yellow mascot's request. USC, THAT. How exactly he knew about it or calculated this was entirely beyond comprehension, but since it was a reasonable request, she drew the sword from her coat, a weapon said to embody pure yang energy, repel evil spirits, and dispel wickedness. A sword that cuts through disasters, the Four Tiger Sword. An item exclusively provided to the team leaders of the Disaster Management Bureau's Black Tortoise teams. The blade, emerging from its short glass sheath, extended endlessly outward. One canvas depicted the 28 constellations, the other depicted sword energy. All of it, lifted high, the heavens bestow essence. The earth gives aid with spirit, the sun and moon assume their forms, mountains and waters take on their shapes. And thunder and lightning rage forth. She swung the sword. The collapsing resort. Lightning struck down upon the head of the ensnared wicked being. Chapter 183. Author note. Updated. The Four Tiger Sword. Legend says it was a sword originally forged in ancient times through rituals performed precisely during the year, month, day, and hour of the tiger, to dispel evil spirits. Specifically, the sword now grasped by the team leader of Disaster Management Bureau's Black Tortoise Team 3 wasn't even sharpened. It was crafted solely for ceremonial purposes, but precisely for this reason, it exerted incredible power in cases of supernatural disaster. Of course, it wasn't usable in every supernatural incident, nor could just anyone wield it. Only under specific circumstances. When an evil entity, clearly defined as calamity or demonic, directly invades one's space, the closer it matched this condition, the stronger its effect. In most supernatural incidents, people usually enter or are drawn into a creature's territory. On the contrary, Cases where an entity invaded directly were rare, and situations perfectly classifiable as purely evil were even rarer. But this time, it's perfect. The team leader's hand trembled with excitement because the entity had invaded the zone where she herself was employed. Moreover, because it had discarded even the facade of a theme park's friendly mascot. Every condition aligned perfectly, thrillingly, like puzzle pieces falling into place. Thus, the pure yang energy from the sword surged forth along its half-drawn path, transforming into lightning that struck the evil and unholy being. Utterly powerful, absolutely complete. Thunder and tremors, powerful enough to shake even the distant shelter, rumbled through the ground and radiated outward. Dust and debris momentarily clouded vision, then cleared. Within the collapsing, flaming ruins of the resort building, the grotesquely crushed corpse of the massive Magic Bunny Parade cast its shadow amid the flickering flames, and in the next instant, boom, 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 the remaining debris of the resort collapsed, burying everything inside the red mascot's deep underground with the structure itself, completely. Is it over? The team leader of Black Daughter's Team 3 opened the shelter door and lightly stepped back inside. Team leader. Hush, she sighed, brushed off her clothes, briefly examined the sword intently, and nodded. There's nothing evil left here now. The agent sat down with relief. The resort employees, who had already guessed the identities of the disaster management agents from their appearance and speech but had hesitated to confront them given the situation, also visibly relaxed. Was this what Mr. Mascot asked for? The team leader nodded lightly. The employees murmured softly in admiration. Mr. Mascot had planned it all along. Right. So while he used the resort building itself as a trap to contain the insane Magic Bunny, he had arranged for a suitable employee to deliver a decisive blow. Wait a minute, then what about Mr. Mascot? He was buried within the building when the lightning struck. Silence. All eyes turned to the team leader, but she slightly shook her head. I didn't hear anything beyond that! Wait. If even one yellow mascot remains, can't we still communicate? It seemed like he switched bodies. They all stayed at the resort. Moreover, everyone had seen from the shelter that the Mad Magic Bunny had chased down every last yellow mascot to rip them apart. Then, the yellow mascot is dead too? Some employees panicked at the agent's speculation. Harvest Mouse grabbed the collar of the employee who had once been Ladybug. Don't you know something? Anything? Communication with Mr. Mascot is currently cut off. Let's just wait together until the theme park opens again. Wait. If Mr. Mascot's not here, who's going to stamp our cards? We need proof of using this shelter. Who'll confirm we used this place? Calm down. Tomorrow morning we can just go to the blue zone and get stamped there. You can. I have a yellow token. I have to drag even Mr. Mascot's corpse with me. Otherwise, we're stuck here. As the mascot grew stronger, they could freely move around within the zone, but rules were still rules. If they wanted to clear the board game without getting hanged, they absolutely had to move together. Dragging a dead mascot along? The face of the sole surviving member of the yellow team, Harvest Mouse, holding a yellow token, turned pale. Tap tap? A polite knock echoed. Turning their heads, they saw Section Chief Lizard tapping gently on the floor. Come out now. In that instant, crack! With an odd sound, the floor suddenly burst open, and someone sprang out from within. It was the security team. A figure wearing a strange mask, black smoke pouring from its entire body, numerous bizarre horns, yellow lantern-like eyes, and a glowing light at its waist. It looked like a supernatural being forcibly restrained into human form by a belt. This was the true body that had been inside the yellow mascot suit! Having only faced it as a cute mascot, the employees of Daydream Incorporated momentarily felt chills run down their spines as they saw its raw, clearly monstrous form. But at the same time, they realized the reality. He's alive. You must have thought Magic Bunny wouldn't find you easily without your mascot form. Indeed, after business hours ended, The yellow mascot had shed its mascot costume, just as Magic Bunny had done. While the yellow mascot lured Magic Bunny into the resort, the real body had quietly hidden beneath the shelter, safely alive. In other words, he's completely fine. Then. Is the yellow zone safe now? Eek. The true body of the yellow mascot quietly turned toward the weasel-masked employee and nodded. At that moment, the shelter filled with relief. They survived. They had safely survived Magic Bunny's attack. Observing all of this silently was the team leader of Disaster Management Bureau. Her eyes rapidly scanned the yellow being. Apparently, this was the real entity hidden inside the cute yellow mascot costume. Did Daydream Incorporated actually find a way to control supernatural entities? She knew that Daydream Incorporated had been obsessively trying to figure out how the Disaster Management Bureau cooperated with the Dockby, and perhaps they'd developed their own method. It seems there might be some sort of seal on it as well. It certainly didn't look harmless, but not every powerful entity was evil. She recognized that this entity genuinely intended goodwill towards and protection of the human employees. But did that entity consider the consequences of failure? What if the Magic Bunny had realized sooner that the real body of the yellow mascot was hiding beneath the shelter? They certainly would have attacked the shelter, killing everyone. Well, maybe they thought if things got that bad, dying cleanly together would have been better. The team leader felt a vague unease but decided to let it pass. After all, this intimidating supernatural phenomenon seemed to harbor enough goodwill to avoid outright classification as a disaster. So Section Chief Lizard already knew Mr. Mascot's plans. That's why you knocked to inform us, right? No. Then how did you know? I heard a sound. The atmosphere became fairly amicable. The team leader also noticed that despite the mascot's intimidating presence, its current movements seemed oddly weak, and its spiritual aura was no longer making her skin tingle. Ironically, when it had worn the yellow mascot costume, its presence had been chillingly oppressive. Apparently, it had been severely weakened, either from Magic Bunny's lethal attack or from losing the resort, the source of its mascot power. Has all its energy been drained? The team leader conveniently misunderstood the costume's effect. Meanwhile, the yellow mascot did something else unusual. Mr. Mascot? The special security team entity calmly raised something and placed it near where the ear of its mask would be. It was a phone receiver, a classic style receiver with its cord torn off. For a while, he stood silently, occasionally nodding or shaking his head. Of course, no sound came from the disconnected receiver. What on earth was he listening to? In the silence, employees felt an odd creepiness, but they tried to keep the hopeful mood alive. So, we just need to hold out here until morning, then leave. Anyway, we use the facility, and with Mr. Mascot here, he can stamp our cards. So, alright? The mascot stared quietly at Harvest Mouse, then shook his head. Does that mean we can't get out? At that moment, the black smoke swirling around the mascot drew shapes in the air. Like dark haze, it revealed clear forms illuminated by the yellow lantern-like glow. Words, you can get out. But first, let's finish this. We're taking over the red zone, ? And so, in the dead of night, the employees of the yellow zone carefully emerged from the shelter, following the bizarre entity that had served as the yellow mascot. Even the shelter itself had begun to waver, perhaps due to the collapse of the yellow zone. Well, since it's come to this, let's just go along. Team leader Agent Gomayong wiped tears, complaining how he'd spent all day calling on superiors. Several employees considered rebelling, refusing to follow, but inevitably came out of the shelter begrudgingly, as their teammates moved first. Because if they became separated from those who'd drawn the same colored pieces, they'd face immediate execution by hanging, and none were confident enough to overpower Section Chief Lizard or Supervisor Dolphin, who had already moved to join. Moreover, the most capable potential rebel had already been reborn with a new identity as an employee of Flower Golden Resort. My instructions are to follow the employees' actions and cooperate. Thus, everyone followed the special security team entity wearing the security uniform. The first destination was the gate, now darkened. Are we infiltrating the red zone through the blue zone? The former yellow mascot nodded affirmatively to this question. The employees hurried across the gate, even careful of their breathing, and then, their eyes met those of the blue mascot. It sat motionlessly by the gate, still wearing its mascot costume, but it lacked the liveliness of business hours. Anyone could tell this was merely an empty mascot suit controlled from within, rigid and lifeless. The strange entity, formerly the yellow mascot, approached it and communicated once more with Smoke. To the red zone, the one wearing the blue mascot costume quietly stood up, then began walking, as if to lead. Had this already been agreed upon? Swallowing nervously, the employees silently followed the two supernatural entities. The blue mascot led them through the closed-down water park. Splash! With each step, water splashed underfoot. A dark waterfront, illuminated only by the eerie yellow lantern light emanating from the strange entity, feeling ominous enough to forget it was ever a theme park. Tension crept up some employees' spines. Then, "Hey, blue mascot, isn't it stuffy to keep that mascot costume on?" Mr. Mascot said you can't cross zones in mascot form. "Shouldn't you remove your costume if you're coming along?" At Supervisor Lee Sung-ae's blunt words, several employees and even an agent froze in shock, but the blue mascot remained silent. It simply stared at the questioner briefly, then kept walking without a word. Supervisor Lee Sung-ae tilted her head curiously but quickly shrugged it off and followed along. Soon, they stood before a giant wall, the barrier separating Magic Bunny's Fantasyland and Blue Dream Water Park. It seemed to have been reinforced once more, thicker and flashier than before. Section Chief Lizard asked, "Shall we break in?" The former yellow mascot nodded, but raised a hand. "Wait." Then he turned to gaze at the blue mascot. The one in the costume quietly walked to the very back. Thud, thud. The employees heard the heavy, sluggish footsteps of the mascot suit moving behind them. And then, "Do not look back!" exclamation mark. The employees staggered. It felt as though a deep, oceanic pressure, a force as overwhelming as a tidal wave, had seized their insides. Instinctively, they knew, it was safe only because it was behind them. They must never face it. To look back would be disastrous. Zip! Behind them, a rusty zipper slowly opened, followed by the sound of heavy fabric falling to the ground, leaving something standing there. Splash! The sound of water dripping. At the very front, the entity carrying the yellow lantern formed new words from Smoke. "From now on, never look back." The employees swallowed hard. Thus, they took their first step into the darkness of Magic Bunny's Fantasyland. With something from the abyss following right behind, the ending was near. Chapter 184. Author note: updated. I walked forward, slowly. Magic Bunny's Fantasyland. Everything had stopped, and it was dark. A silent amusement park, in itself, was enough to conjure up truly terrifying thoughts. All the more so if I was the one walking at the very front. Is this what it would feel like, hiding in a haunted house, dressed up as a ghost? I wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry about the fact that I was seeing a security team uniform now. One thing was certain, the strange sense of stability I had felt inside the mascot suit was now gone. It has its pros and cons, but I couldn't help feeling the tension rising. A midnight infiltration. What a tense and delightful situation. And, if I may, let me say this once more. What a spectacle that was earlier. A gigantic trap to hunt a gigantic monster. Destruction is, after all, one of life's most primal joys. What a wonderful show it was. Hearing Braun's voice through the receiver, I felt a familiar, easygoing comfort, and a faint sense of relief. Should I be glad that at least you're enjoying this? If the storyteller from A Ghost Story had said it was boring after I promised him entertainment, I would have broken out in a cold sweat. And even aside from that, this was a moment to be glad and relieved. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Splash! Behind me, following along, was the blue mascot. No, not the mascot, but whoever had taken off the mascot suit. Just thinking of them sent a chill down my back, but at the same time, someone inside me let out a sigh of relief. terrifying, but at the same time, it felt like having a whole army at my back. It's a relief we reached an agreement right before the ceremony. At first, I'd wanted to ask them to attack the Magic Bunny Zone right after the park closed for the night. To tell them, attack the red zone while my resort is under siege. Eat it, but the timing would have been off. And if the blue mascot lost, it would be a disaster. It seems like the two of them are evenly matched. I suspect the blue mascot thinks that the Magic Bunny is just as powerful as they are, which is why those two had maintained this mutual standoff. If either one made a move, it could mean mutual destruction. Given that the crazy red mascot never invaded the blue zone, there must be some kind of balance of power. So, I had to set the stage so they could safely devour Magic Bunny. It needed to proceed step by step. That's why I took the most cautious approach that had the most probable chance, and it led to this very moment. The employees and I hid in a shelter, and bombed the resort itself. Then, together with the powerful blue mascot, we invaded the Magic Bunny's zone. Of course, there were conditions. Neverlookback. Still, I couldn't help but listen intently. Splash, the sound of water behind me, the tail dragging on the ground, something massive dragging its belly as it walked. Following behind, it was audible. It sounded like the roar of a giant wave, or a snake moving, or something strange, maybe even like wings or whiskers brushing by, or like something sticky, dragging itself across the floor. Following behind, the being who'd taken off the blue mascot suit. Something. Splash. My nerves were instinctively on edge. Maybe. Unlike the Magic Bunny, the blue mascot hadn't had their entire identity sucked dry by the theme park, hadn't lost their outer form. The sound suggested they were at least maintaining some kind of shape. Of course, I couldn't turn around to check. There must be a reason. I kept the smoky letters, "Never look back," floating ahead as I walked. At some point, I started being able to do this. Was my own costume influenced by the mascot in return? Anyway, we kept moving forward. The destination was the center of the red zone. Magic Bunny's fantasy castle. I hadn't even warned them to be quiet, but even the civilian being rescued by the Disaster Management Bureau was keeping her mouth shut, treading carefully. There's really no need for that, but maybe because of the anxiety, our steps became more like a near run. The brightly colored castle-shaped building of the amusement park loomed rapidly out of the darkness. The largest, most important facility in this zone. Something must still be there. Even though the Magic Bunny's main body and its horde had invaded the yellow zone, been struck by lightning, and buried under the rubble, there were surely scraps left in the red zone. And any of those could become the Magic Bunny. Now I knew that's the nature of mascots, and over time, those scraps could start functioning as a new main body. We had to take care of it before that happened. "We've arrived." I stopped first, hearing Supervisor Lee Sung-ae's whisper. The backside of the fantasy castle was visible. Yes, we'd approached from the rear, and as befitted an exaggerated fairy tale palace, there was a cleverly concealed back door finished with modern technology. I didn't stop Section Chief Lee Jae-eon from forcing the door open. Crack, screech. The door swung open, revealing a gaudy, silent interior in all its colors. Things that looked horrific, yet were displayed as if they were just theme park props, appeared in the darkness and then disappeared again as soon as my lantern light passed. Gulp. I heard someone behind me swallow. "Now, search to your heart's content, friend." I thoroughly searched every wall, making my way to the gate where the Red Rabbit mascot would have stood to greet guests. And then, what I'd been searching for appeared. Authorized personnel only. Looks like a staff area. Maybe? That's right. Even the resort had an office for authorized personnel only. Remembering how I'd found operational documents and stamps in there, I figured the red zone must have a similar space. If there was any place where I could be recognized for conquering the red zone, this must be it. Is this our destination? I nodded. Section Chief Lee Jae-eon, without hesitation, forced open the locked door again. Down below, a modern-style staircase leading underground appeared. The stark design looked corroded here and there, as if rusted by blood. With smoke, I presented everyone with options. Choose freely, wait here, go down, huh? And I quietly stood at the stairway leading into the Magic Bunny only area. Please, let at least a few strong ones follow me. The thought of walking down in silence, unable even to look back, with whatever had taken off the blue mascot suit, made me break out in a cold sweat. But surprisingly, everyone came along. What if I stay behind and accidentally look back while I'm waiting? In situations like this, the stragglers always die. That was a pretty convincing argument. Anyway, the darkness exploration began again. As we descended, we passed doors with strange names: supply room, freezer, magical storage room, but I ignored them and kept going. I could feel it. Oh, is that the instinct of a former mascot? Something like that. The others followed me, doing their best not to even look through the glass set into those doors. At last, when we reached the bottom, I saw a rusted nameplate. Mascot Development Lab. The door was half open. Found it. Excuse me, sir, just a moment. Mascot Development. What does that? I grabbed the doorknob and flung the door open. Exclamation mark. I heard the employees clamp their own hands over their mouths to stifle screams. No wonder. What was in front of us was, how avant-garde. In the center of the huge development lab, a gigantic red body, only half stuffed with cotton, was visible. It was a gigantic, monstrous thing. Hind legs with sharp claws, grand and sinister membranous wings, a severed tail, only the lower half remaining. People froze with fear. Then, a lively voice piped up beside me. Oh, it's a mascot suit! Exclamation mark. But it looks unfinished, doesn't it? There's only half of it. That's right. On closer inspection, the half-finished lower body on display was empty inside, with bundles of cut hair stuffed in to substitute for cotton here and there. Traces of trying to create a mascot suit in-house. With my lamp-lit vision, I inspected the lower half of the strange beast more closely. It was covered in dense scales. Those were human fingernails. And that wasn't all. All over the spacious development lab were parts that had never been assembled, just left scattered about. A yellow, vertically slit eyeball, small fin-like membranes, huge bird-like foreclaws, a tongue, bits of flesh from a snout. Remnants of mascot development. Many of the materials hinted at their disturbing origins, making me nauseous. Apparently, they had never managed to officially introduce or use this as a mascot for the theme park. This was, after all, their zone of the Red Rabbit, Magic Bunny. That majestic and overwhelming form simply didn't fit this cute, colorful amusement park. Cheerful theme park would never have allowed it. Instead of the rabbit, did it want to use that as the new mascot? Who knows? I could hear the agents whispering, developing a new image. A cliché but classic idea. What's your take, Mr. Rodier? I think it might be the opposite. I mean, maybe it was trying to restore its original form with that suit. The Magic Bunny had completely lost its original form inside the mascot suit. So I think it tried to remake the suit in the image of its true self, whether by instinct or calculation. But in the end, it failed. And judging by those fragmented pieces, the original identity of Magic's Bunny was, at that very moment, something moved. I quickly grabbed the civilian by the back of the neck and tossed her toward the agents. Slurp. The scaly-tailed the civilian had been staring at intently started to move, dripping some viscous fluid. A remnant of Magic Bunny. It had been clinging to the inside wall of the tail-shaped mascot suit. Writhing. No limbs. No collection of organs or limbs harvested from missing persons and guests. Just the residue from inside the mascot suit. Having lost its original shape, but its cunning and aggression seemed unchanged. And then, creak 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 creak. Sounds began echoing from all around. All the mascot suit parts in the development lab began to vibrate, and the huge mass in the center started to twist its joints, following the tail. Beneath the red costume, even redder things were writhing and swelling. Some screamed. Others hesitated on the stairs, unsure whether to run because they couldn't look back, and agents took defensive positions with the civilian between them. Should we destroy it? I feel like we could actually fight this one. No, that's not it. I quickly shook my head and manipulated the black smoke again. I sent it toward the huge figure that had quietly waited in one corner of the lab, the one that had followed us from the very back, the true body of the blue mascot! Exclamation mark. The one who had shed the blue mascot suit was engulfed in my black smoke, momentarily hidden from everyone's view. Now, I gestured for everyone to evacuate up the stairs. The employees rushed to the stairs in a panic, and I followed, taking up the rear and pressing my back to the lab door. Standing the same way, backs to the lab and sweating coldly, I drew back the smoke I'd sent to the blue mascot and formed new words. Never look back. And then, splash, a sound came from the development lab. The one who had been inside the blue mascot moved to do what had been promised. A massive, powerful step moved slowly, an oceanic presence. The master of the deep. There was a grinding sound, as if, with a sense of regret, it surveyed the scattered mascot suit pieces and their contents. At last, this moment has arrived. O wicked seed of a foreign land, it devours! Exclamation mark. The remnants of Magic Bunny's contents in the development lab were crushed and sucked in, as if by a raging tidal wave or vortex, just like the bad child who'd been sucked into their mouth at the water park, devoured. Grotesque screams, monstrous emptiness. Irk. Instinctively, people clamped their ears and bowed their heads, not wanting to witness or accept what was happening. But someone was looking at me. The one wearing the yellow mascot mask. Jang Hao-woon was smiling faintly, as if he were already completely subsumed by something else, as if he no longer capable of feeling fear in this situation, as if he could turn around at any moment if he wanted and look directly at what was happening now. A different kind of chill ran all over my body, but even behind me, the immense presence reached its peak. A huge surge of something lashed around the lab like a massive whip or tail. And then, it vanished. Those who'd had their ears covered slowly lowered their hands. From behind us, a will that seemed to try to be gentle could be felt. It is done. And then, the staircase began to move. It shifted like a wave, pushing people gently up the stairs as if being remodeled in real time. What is this? At last, the authorized personnel-only door opened, and as they burst out into the open, they witnessed something astonishing. All the red rabbits had disappeared from Magic Castle. The grotesque symbols he had created were still there, but every rabbit character that used to fill the Magic Castle was completely gone. Instead, a new image was appearing. Blue Dream. Here and there, the figure of a cutely deformed blue dragon was showing up, as if hurriedly renovating before opening hours. Exclamation mark. I had worked. The staff glanced at me, somehow, and I nodded. The Magic Bunny zone had been overtaken by another mascot, completely. Now safe. We did it. Seeing the words I wrote in smoke, people let out sighs of relief. Some even smiled or laughed with joy, though they still couldn't look back, so the sound just escaped their mouths. Thank you, they said, directed at the blue mascot. The shadow behind me, cast by my yellow lantern, seemed to sway happily. That shadow. A dragon? Team leader? A dragon or an Imugi one? No, never mind. The team leader started to say something, then stopped herself. A thought crossed my mind. I was forced to take up the mascot role, too. If the one behind me was something else before becoming the blue mascot, and if that mascot suit just now really was Magic Bunny's true original form, now lost. What if Cheerful Theme Park had captured powerful beings from other ghost stories or legends and forced them into contracts as mascots? Didn't the board game you play to enter the theme park also come from Cheerful Research Institute? It's an odd feeling. Anyway, it's not something to worry about right now. What matters is, the Magic Bunny is gone now. Even if someone remains in the resort, there's no longer any chance of being killed by the Magic Bunny. It's done. My heart felt lighter at that. You're the one who worked the hardest, Mr. Rodear. Thanks to you giving all the credit. That mascot, who now thinks he's the star of a drama, will probably get even more full of himself. Still, it'll be fine. I led the staff out of Magic Castle. Dawn was breaking. Note/S. 1. Imugi, a creature from Korean mythology that's a mix of a land god, a snake and a dragon, and it's sort of a pre-evolution of a dragon, like Dratini, greater than Dragonite. Read more over here, https://namu.wiki/w/ Cheerful theme park would soon open for business. We returned to the connecting gate to the yellow zone, but the gate we'd used was no longer the entrance to Blue Dream Waterland. It was the gate Magic Bunny had installed, but now, a different sign hung there, Blue Dream Fantasyland Gate. The blue mascot, who had put their mascot suit back on, now waved from what was now their own territory. The staff clumsily waved back. Good heavens, it's like Stockholm Syndrome. That's probably what Braun would have said, if he'd been there, but with the arrival of dawn, the receiver had lost its function, and the connection with Braun had already been cut. Still, I was sure we'd meet again soon. I hung the receiver on my belt. Just then, Supervisor Lee Sung-ae came up to me. Does this mean you have to go back into your mascot suit now? I just looked at her. If there was no other solution, that's what I'd have to do. And then, unable to follow the others out, I'd remain in this theme park as a mascot forever. If I quit being a mascot, there would be nothing left of me. I would disappear. But then, Cheerful Theme Park is now open. As lively music signaled the start of operations, my security team uniform was overlaid with a resort staff uniform. But it wasn't a mascot suit. A neat suit uniform, with a yellow boaty. A staff member? That's right. Finally, the horns on my mask were smoothed down, and I stood there as a fully fledged employee of Flower Golden Resort. Mr. Mascot? Strictly speaking, no. This body was an employee. Since when, you ask? Since just before the Illumination show started. Because I signed an employment contract. Employer, Golden. Employee, Rhodia. That's right. I brought my original body, which had been waiting by the Blue Gate, and made it sign an employment contract, so that I would be separated from the mascot. As long as the being is alive, you can make it an employee. Since the mascot ceremony had not yet been performed, not all of my mind and body existed for the mascot. But the mascot's will was so strong that even a standard mascot suit could serve as a body, so this separation was carried out perfectly. Thus, my original body was separated as an employee. That's why, even while I was buried inside the shelter, the Magic Bunny couldn't notice me. Because I was not a mascot, but an employee. I felt a little sorry that, as part of the security team concept, I couldn't even manage a smile for the few staff who stared at me in confusion. Still, I have to do what needs to be done. Of course, there were problems with this process. Namely, that my consciousness was split in two. Experiencing the death of the me in the standard mascot suit was not pleasant. But I could endure it. No, I had to endure it, for this result. Now I can leave. All the yellow mascots except for a few standard ones were dead, and even the resort had collapsed. Taking advantage of this moment, when the mascot's power was weakened, I could quickly resign as an employee and leave this theme park. As for the part of my consciousness that would remain behind, torn apart as a mascot and left in a ghost story, it was horrifying, but I had to accept it. If, as Braun said, I dumped all of this on another employee, we both would have been torn apart by the Magic Bunny. If I'd tried that, my already weakened self probably wouldn't have survived. In fact, this whole expedition into Cheerful Theme Park had been a special event arranged at my request by Director Ho. Even if everyone had volunteered, especially Jang Ha-woon, I kept thinking Director Ho had handpicked him. So, if I had to bear something, it was better this way. I took a breath, and from the ruined resort, I had the me inside the standard mascot suit escape. Let's have everyone resign first, then rebuild the resort. If I poured in the cheerful coins we earned by taking over the red zone, it would be easy. Then the remaining employees would have a workplace again, and we could all escape quickly. There shouldn't be any problem. Or so I thought. Good child, the blue mascot, standing beyond the gate, looked at me in silence. Then, raising their hand to the air, they pointed toward the zone conquered by Magic Bunny, where they now stood. Here. Good child, take it. Wait a minute, but it was already happening. The color of the zone transferred by the blue dragon began to change. The paths that had turned blue now began glowing gold again, and the golden light, spreading along half the path, began to occupy Fantasyland. Oh God! Nearly a third of the entire Fantasyland, the parts serving as resort facilities, were dyed in golden light. And everywhere, cat mascot decorations with flower crowns on their heads began to appear. Good child. For you. No, no. I had utterly no plans to expand the yellow zone at all. All I wanted was a bit of money to rebuild the resort. I barely stifled a scream at the expectant face of the blue mascot watching me. Now there were 5, no, 7, yellow zone facilities. I'm going crazy. I could feel it. The mascot's consciousness was swelling far too much. Wait, at this rate, I won't be able to resign. The mascot is getting too powerful. Compared to when I had just the resort facility, overwhelming things were pouring into my mind, pushing aside my employee self and making me want to shift my vision back to the standard mascot. No. If I resign now, will I even be left on the verge of being overwhelmed by terror? And in that maddening moment when the mascot's joy surged over me, light began to shine through my security team uniform! I looked down. Light was leaking from my wrist in the shape of letters: the tattoo that acted as my inventory, and that light detached from my skin and formed an object. Its shape was their employment contract. The words that had been blurred there began to come to life. A person of inherent, existential nobility. The streaky through, which had previously been drawn across it in denial. A person of inherent, existential nobility disappeared. Chapter 185. Author note. Updated. I remember when I had just been promoted to supervisor at Daydream Incorporated. I got caught up in that serial killer lodge ghost story because of a certain roommate of mine, but I barely managed to clear it without having anyone killed. As a reward, I inherited this tattoo from the lodge owner: Later, I upgraded it at Moonlight Tattoo Shop, so now I use part of the lodge like an inventory subspace. But in truth, that's not the real nature of this tattoo. The lodge keeper's employment authority. It was a contract for commanding the servants who ran the serial killer lodge. But I couldn't use it. However, with all due respect, the employer must meet certain qualifications. There must be inherent, existential nobility. That didn't matter to me. I only tried to take over the employment contract to stop the lodge ghost story. But, now, in this moment, a person of inherent, existential nobility, the employment contract says so. That I meet that standard. You called for me. Somehow, standing across from me, holding the employment contract, was a man in shabby clothes. In his hand, the red wax seal he used for his original contract was still intact. The mountain lodge keeper, wearing a worn-out garment that covered his head, he nevertheless looked at me quietly, exuding a certain dignity and decorum befitting an attendant. As you have met the qualifications of my employer, I stand before you to serve and follow your orders under the authority of the contract. Wait a second. I hurriedly summoned my black smoke to move, perhaps because this ability was deemed unsuited for a Flower Golden Resort employee. It was even harder to use than before, and even though the black smoke turned golden midway, I still managed to write out the words successfully. I'm qualified. Where did that judgment come from? I too have some doubts, but that's not for me to decide. But the criteria for nobility are what you think they are. I understand. Like a true servant, the mountain lodge keeper immediately spoke. Exceptional birth! A promised inheritance and power, the existence of those who beg for fear and mercy from them, and then, the ruthless and powerful authority as a landlord exercised over the parasites, visitors, intruders, and challengers in one's domain. Why do these explanations sound like something out of a disaster god's job description? Wasn't nobility supposed to be about good and virtuous values? Well, come to think of it, the lodge keeper's master was a madman who lured people with inheritance just to have them kill and be killed in the lodge. Brutal. The more I listened, the more I realized these conditions were never meant for humans, but apparently, everything I've done so far, being reborn as a mascot in a ghost story, fit those requirements. Did the yellow zone of the theme park get judged as my domain? But there's one thing I don't understand. A promised inheritance and power? That's right. You've had it since the first time we met. The lodge keeper bowed his head again. But do I really have something like that? Sensing my confusion, the lodge keeper respectfully pointed to something. It's proven by a mark even more powerful than the seal of my employment contract! Exclamation mark. Reflexively, I looked down at my left arm, hidden under my security team uniform. My other tattoo: Cassius, the mark given to me by the blue mascot. I turned toward the gate. The blue mascot, looking rather proud, said something. I'm good child's guardian. Good child. Must protect. Wait a minute. So this tattoo. Didn't Cassius mean something like companion, member, kin in Latin? I'd always thought it was just a VIP annual pass for the theme park since it burned onto my wrist as the annual membership ticket was destroyed. But in truth, it was something even stronger. They're saying, they're guarding me, claiming me as family. I met the gaze of the cutely deformed blue dragon. A mix of gratitude and chills passed through me. Surely, it was an act of goodwill, and thanks to it, I had definitely benefited and escaped danger a few times, but ultimately, it was because of this mascot's goodwill that I ended up trapped in cheerful theme park. And besides, today, ever since dawn, it feels like I can hear the blue dragon's words even more clearly. Stiffly, I stared at the blue mascot, and both the mascot and the nearby staff seemed to grow restless. Just then, the lodge keeper's voice rang out. Will you assign me to manage your domain? Wait, can you work at this resort? Of course. Would you like to instruct me to manage this territory called Flower Golden Resort? He maintained perfect politeness, but there was a hint of impatience or anticipation behind the question. Suddenly, I remembered how those who were completely bound to an employee contract in this resort had worked with real joy. Even me, when I was fully immersed in management as a mascot. Are you someone who wants to work? That's not important. Only the will of my employer matters. The employer's will? I want to know more. I exist to manage my employer's domain on behalf of them, the lodge keeper explained. I have faithfully cared for the manor of a noble master, but if you entrust me with a greater post, I can serve you with even stronger servants to match. A desire to become something greater flickered briefly, then vanished. So if he's assigned to manage this resort, which is larger than the lodge, he'll be able to exercise greater abilities. Wait a minute. You said you'd act on my behalf. Then, even if I'm not here, the resort can still be run? Yes. I am a servant hired for that very purpose. A chill ran through my body. Every operating zone of cheerful theme park must have a mascot. I couldn't just offload my officially recognized mascot duties after the ceremony. But, if there was a perfect agent to take my place, could I finally leave? Shall I begin? I nodded. At that moment, I will work according to your instructions. The lodge keeper's appearance began to change. Exclamation mark. His shabby rags vanished, and a uniform and suit befitting a resort staff member appeared. White gloves, neatly combed black hair, dress shoes, a monocle, and even the mask symbolizing the yellow mascot. And then, manager. A name badge. Thank you very much. I had hired the mountain lodge keeper as manager. With his tidy new appearance, the manager straightened his back, politely held out the red wax seal in his hand. The wax turned gold. He resealed the employment contract formed of golden light in front of me, and then the entire contract turned to gold and returned as my tattoo. I watched as the light faded beneath my security team uniform. The term of your inherited employment contract is 1,241 days, 6 hours, 11 minutes, and 23 seconds by the solar calendar. That was more than enough. I'd be long gone with a wish ticket long before then. The important part was this. Now, I could leave this place without tearing myself apart as the mascot. Because I had a manager to work in my stead, a moment of relief left my head spinning. Behind me, I heard the staff murmuring, "Is that another security team special division staff? Did he set all this up just for this?" "Wait, for this? What do you mean? Wasn't it a coincidence he came here and got caught?" "No, I mean, Maybe that security team. Damn. Before the Disaster Management Bureau could share more information about me, I quickly cut off the conversation. Golden smoke spelled out words. Your choice. Resign. Stay. Exclamation mark. I resign. I want to resign. A wise decision. I was planning to get them out right away anyway. The mood reversed instantly. I watched as the standard mascots hurried over with resignation forms, and the staff quickly signed their exit confirmations. Let's just get everyone out. One by one, their uniforms disappeared and they returned to their original clothes. To give them the promised items, I used a standard mascot to lead them to the gift shop. Whether to laugh or cry, with part of the red zone now merged into the yellow, the gift shop had been included too. Let's focus on guiding them to what's safest. But a few did not follow my lead. Thank you very much. For example, Supervisor Lee Sung-ae gave her thanks but didn't immediately head to the gift shop or the gate. In fact, once her uniform vanished, she staggered and cautiously sat down on the floor. Exclamation mark. The injuries she'd sustained before becoming a resort employee had returned because she was no longer required to work as an employee. Oh dear. With both legs fractured, she sat comfortably near the gate to the blue zone and looked at me. Quick return recommended. For injury treatment. I'm fine. Let's go together. Section Chief Lee Jae-yeon also checked the remaining staff after looking back at the manager and me. Then quietly stood at the gate. No. Get out. All of you. Just leave. You go first and report the rescuees. Yes, but why isn't the team leader leaving yet either? I stole a glance at the Black Daughters team leader, who'd performed so impressively with the 4-tiger sword yesterday. She stood at the gate, arms crossed, only sending her subordinate out first. Secretly, I wiped the cold sweat from my brow. Well, at least the urgent fires had all been put out. Now, there was just one agent, one elite team member, and one chief lizard left. Looks like a lineup that can keep their mouths shut. And then 2 employees still wearing the yellow mascot mask, those who couldn't resign. Judging from Supervisor Lee Sung-ae's condition, if those 2 cancelled their employee contracts, they'd probably revert to how they were before returning as staff. Which meant, as corpses. Phew. I looked back at the lodge keeper. While I was handling things, he stood perfectly still in a polite posture, waiting, and then he asked again. Are those the employees who will work at the resort? Pointing to the 2 remaining staff. Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind. If I could leave as a mascot after all, they will leave the domain together with me. Forgive me, but isn't it difficult for those contracted as employees of the resort to leave this place? The standard mascot brought the employment contract side signed to the lodge keeper, who checked them carefully and then declared as much. But I didn't back down. The workplace doesn't matter. Those people signed their contracts with me. And I pointed at the signature line on the contract. Employer, Golden. See this? They belong to me, not the domain. But me. The lodge keeper seemed to hesitate for a moment, as if checking if this conflicted with the resort's operating policies. Soon, he looked up and nodded. I acknowledge your instructions. It worked. Then you're taking the employees out. Wait. Just then, the team leader, who had been watching our exchange, suddenly jumped in. More precisely, she was looking at me. You're saying you can send them out, right? Then, would you consider selling one of your employees? Reflexively, I formed words out of smoke. Employees are not for sale, they're upstanding workers. The team leader was briefly at a loss for words, then sighed and spoke, sounding a bit frustrated or perhaps exasperated. Yeah, that's fair. Then how about dispatching them temporarily? I'll pay you. I have quite a few interesting things to trade. You know that long-haired staff member? Send him with me. She raised a hand and pointed at someone. Jang Ha-woon. I'll take him. I looked between the 2 employees and suddenly realized something. Jang Ha-woon must never fall into Director Ho's hands. No matter what, being handed over to the Disaster Management Bureau was better. If he went to Director Ho, who knew what would happen? How entertaining would it be? You disguise one spy as a cryptid and send him in, only for another spy who's become fully contaminated as a ghost story resident to run straight to back him. Even if Director Ho wasn't malicious enough to enjoy it, there was another problem. We've lost a spy. If I showed too much leniency and suffered a loss, Director Ho's anger might fall on poor Jang Ha-woon as well, who knew how he'd be punished, but I had a bad feeling it wouldn't be humane. But would Jang Ha-woon recover if he's sent to the Disaster Management Bureau? He'd gone undercover as a spy, but no one could predict what would happen next. A fierce debate played out in my mind. Then, after reaching a decision, I wrote out a word with smoke again. "All right!" Good. Then as payment, wait for the safety and wage guarantee of the dispatched worker. Drafting a contract takes priority. After a long discussion with the team leader, we drew up a contract and exchanged copies. And so, Jang Ha-woon's affiliation was transferred. My place of employment has changed. "I'll be in your care from now on, Agent." He gave me a polite farewell. "I'll return after this assignment," then followed the agent without hesitation. "Don't come back." I sincerely hoped the Bureau could find a way to restore Jang Ha-woon to his original self, or at least let him be able to keep up the act as a spy for Director Ho's sake. Then I could use a wish ticket for him. With that wish, I'd be able to restore Jang Ha-woon to his living self, before he became an employee. It's worth trying. I quietly clenched my fist. And, as I checked on Ladybug, I held back a sigh. Yes, I'll prepare for the workplace transfer. Honestly, this guy, I can't save another wish ticket for him. And the state he's in is honestly his own fault, so I just can't help him. Still, I'll at least transfer custody of him to Daydream Incorporated. That's the right thing to do. If I could take him out, I had to take him out no matter what. "Have you finished up?" After that, I wrapped up the handover and information sharing with the lodge keeper about the resort's operation policies, profit distribution, and also, I've confirmed the unique implementation method you included in the contract, about the inventory function of the tattoo as well. "Once you clear out the temporary space you were using, I'll have a new one set up at the resort. From now on, you'll be able to send instructions to your domain easily through that gap." It seemed this tattoo would now serve as a strange new communication channel. An upgrade again, huh? Finally, I asked the lodge keeper for the most basic information for communication. "Name. Tell me your name. Address me however you wish. What do you want to be called?" "In that case, I ask that you call me Resort Manager." I nodded. The person who was no longer the lodge keeper but would now be called Manager bowed to me, and I turned to head toward the blue mascot waiting at the gate. The blue mascot, apparently eavesdropping on my conversation with the manager, desperately began to speak. "Now, here are home. You." I shook my head. The blue mascot looked shocked. "Why, bad mascot?" I added, as if trying to convince me. The blue dragon waved both their front paws. "It's gone now. It's safe." I shook my head as politely as I could, and I formed a message out of smoke. "There is work I must do." "My duty." The blue mascot's shoulders drooped, but in the end, they seemed to accept it. Perhaps because I was still the recognized owner of this theme park zone, they seemed reassured that I would be back eventually. Wait. Instead, they hurriedly used one of their other bodies to fetch something. Then, just like how they had previously tossed churros and snacks to me, they carefully tossed something to me from the other side of the gate. "Take this." Reflexively, I held out both hands and caught it. A scale. A black and blue scale reflected a strange rainbow sheen in the sunlight, then waves of blue shimmered from inside. "You can call me. Wait. Could this scale be a piece of its original form from inside the mascot suit? Can I really summon that? Is it okay to call them?" At any rate, it was certainly something incredibly powerful, so I nodded and accepted the scale. The blue mascot quietly watched me, and I shook hands with the mascot. Then, they reached over the gate and pulled me into a tight hug. Thank goodness I was treated as an employee, and thank goodness I was wearing the security team suit. "Shall we head back now?" I nodded gladly. With Section Chief Lee Jae-yeon's help, I supported the limping supervisor Lee Sung-ae to the gift shop, then we all made our way to the exit gate. Please come play again. One of the Fantasyland exits had already changed to display the symbols of the yellow zone. Looking up at it, Supervisor Lee Sung-ae muttered, "If you come in through the board game now, won't you always end up here?" Usually when things get this entangled, it feels like it becomes linked or something. It was a plausible theory. But for now, escape was the priority, and I really needed some rest. Let's go. One by one, we scanned our used tickets at the gate. Beep. And we all stepped out together. Bye-bye. From behind us, I thought I faintly heard the now familiar voice of the blue mascot. The next moment, we all opened our eyes, sitting on chairs inside Daydream Incorporated's research team office. We had finally escaped after 6 whole days. Chapter 186. Author note. Updated. My second expedition to Cheerful Theme Park has finally come to an end, and the assigned research team was thrown into chaos. Expedition results. Of the 12 personnel dispatched, 8 returned. Among the returnees, 2 completed the expedition within the scheduled time. Meanwhile, 6 were found in the conference room where the board game began. On the 6th day of the expedition, among them, an employee displaying symptoms of complete contamination, mask deformation, was identified and transferred to the Fox Counseling Office. Among the 4 who did not return, eyewitness accounts confirm the deaths of 3. All had drawn the red pawn, and 1 was transported by a survivor as only a head but was lost in the yellow zone. Additional Special Note 1. Upon visual inspection, the collected dream essence was found to be of higher quality than usual. Classified as similar to A grade. Additional Special Note 2. Several of the employees who returned on the 6th day reported having worked as theme park staff. They claimed to have received items from the gift shop as their wages. This summary looked as though it was organized and had gone through a thorough confirmation process as if it had been a wiki entry. The expedition duration was multiplied 6-fold, yet the resulting essence was a grade higher. Truly, an irregularity. And there was only one variable responsible for the irregularity. Me, a staff member of the security team's special division. However, seen as something like a ghost story creature or a contaminated being, I managed to scare the research team just enough to smoothly escape the interview hell and head home. Excuse me. I'm really grateful for everything. How can I contact you so I can buy you a meal? Supervisor. That's not allowed. During this, Supervisor Lee Sung-ae kindly tried to make a friendly gesture toward me but was blocked by a researcher, which was a relief in the end. There was no way to contact me in the first place. After all of this was just a disguise created by Director Ho. And, before going home, I had to meet that very Director Ho, a boss even more relentless and frightening than the research team. You must have had a tough time, Solium Nim. As soon as I took her off my security team suit, I checked the empty right arm and the Doc B flame that had returned to its lantern form. The Doc B flame, as if frightened, had its lantern completely hardened. Director Ho, strangely, smiled with his eyes as he looked at it closely, but fortunately, he didn't take the Doc B flame away. On the contrary, after seeing the security team suit I had taken off, he said this: "Wow. After traveling with you through this darkness, Solium Nim, it seems the security team uniform was affected in an interesting way. Even aside from that, it's quite an interesting outfit, isn't it? I'll extend the rental period a bit longer. You never know when you might have another chance to use it." I nodded obediently. It was clear that refusal would not be tolerated. I was in no position to complain, either. Because, right then, by the way, do you know anything about Jang Ha-woon's whereabouts? He's the staff member sent in with you to assist, but I wonder if he was of any use to you. I told only the truth. That agents from the Disaster Management Bureau suddenly entered, and Jang Ha-woon, whose identity was divulged, was eventually taken away by them under the pretense of rescue. Oh dear. Director Ho looked unfazed. He looked kind of pissed, too. But Director, since Ha-woon's status as an employee of Daydream Incorporated wasn't exposed, he should be able to continue his spy work. Ah, is that so? Disguised as deduction, I gave the excuse that because of the contamination checks during the rescue process, Jiang Haowen's movements will be restricted for a while. Somehow, it seemed to work, for now, at least. Then, was Jiang Haowen's dream essence collector recovered? The research team was in an uproar, saying that A-grade essence was collected during this expedition. Unfortunately, it was destroyed during the retrieval process so that it wouldn't fall into the hands of the Disaster Management Bureau. In truth, that's not what happened. I destroyed it myself. To patch this logical hole, right before escaping the theme park, I retrieved Jiang Haowen's dream essence collector and crushed it in the form of a standard mascot. If Jiang Haowen were caught with it by the Disaster Management Bureau, it would be no different from confirming he was a spy. But if I just left the collector inside a ghost story, it would automatically be sent back to the company, and because of the recorded data, Director Ho might find out exactly what state Jiang Haowen was in. Destruction was the only answer. That's unfortunate. Normally, the person in charge would have to pay points for destroying a collector. Right. Since this was a special situation in the line of duty, I'll smooth things over on my end. Yes. Thank you, sir. Haha. It's not like I'm doing you any special favor, Solemnim. Really. Thankfully, Director Ho let it go without further issue. I thought there might be an uproar because the collected essence was high grade, but unexpectedly, he didn't seem particularly attached to the high grade of the essence. Strange. Anyway, A grade was A grade, so I figured I should check my own elite team collector as well. But for now, that wasn't possible because after going through all of that, I collapsed onto my bed and slept straight through until the next morning. I really thought I was going to die. The only consolation was that I was so tired I slept straight through the night without waking up. And to say it another way, it means my 6 days off vanished just like that. And this morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, I went to work at the Disaster Management Bureau. Long time no see. Not a word from our cold-hearted MZ Grapes the whole time you were off. Agent Choi, who was walking into Black Daughter's Team 1's waiting room with an Americano in hand, paused when he saw me. Did you go off training on some mountain while you were off? You look totally skin and bones. Hey, Jekwon you agree, right? Pardon? Agent Bronze, who was frowning as his superior pulled his arm and pointed at me, also froze and looked flustered as he realized what condition I was in. Did something happen? I barely managed to answer. I didn't sleep very well. It was the truth. For 5 nights and 6 days, I'd worked day and night as a mascot at a ruined resort. Agent Choi and Agent Bronze exchanged glances for a moment. Then, as if coming to a silent agreement, quickly moved to sit on the nearby sofa next to me. You didn't get enough rest? I looked at them with a feeble expression, saying nothing. Ryu Jekwon asked carefully, I heard you didn't come in to recharge your Dokkaebi flame lantern during your time off. Are you alright? Yes, I'm fine. I guess I forgot since I didn't need it. Phew. For reference, the Dokkaebi flame finally regained its energy after I coaxed and comforted it. Apparently, something had gone wrong because it was overwhelmed by the mascot's energy. But when I recharged it on my way to work this morning, it seemed to regain its usual cheerfulness as it returned to the form of my arm. Though now, just mentioning the security team suit makes it tremble and give me a dramatic thumbs down. I'm sorry, you even made sure I could use my vacation time. That's something you were entitled to anyway, wasn't it? Agent Choi dropped his playful tone and continued comfortably, Grapesy. You know there's a really nice hot spring run by the Bureau out by Soraxn, right? How about we all go together next time we're off? It's pretty nice for an employee benefit with co-workers. To a hot spring? But realizing what exactly that hot spring was, I quickly nodded. I did want to see what the Disaster Management Bureau's facilities were like at least once. Yeah, good choice. Still got some spirit, huh? Question mark. Agent Choi ruffled my hair and patted my back. When you work hard and then suddenly rest, it all catches up to you at once, physically and mentally. But you still made it to work right on time. Good job. I only came to avoid getting exposed as a spy. And after going through a ghost story under Daydream Incorporated's jurisdiction this time, the Disaster Management Bureau's ghost stories honestly felt like fairy tales in comparison. Of course, I couldn't actually say that, so I just nodded. Thank you. Then I leaned back on the sofa and spent the waiting time. Except for the effort it took not to be startled when Agent Choi tried to suggest playing a board game, which I absolutely refused. There was nothing of note. Fortunately, there were no calls for me either. And in the afternoon, after lunch, Agent Grapes. I met Go Yeon-jun from the Preliminary Investigation Unit, who had come by with some documents. Did you hear? You know, Vermilion Bird Team 2's Agent Hwagak, who worked with you, Agent Grapes. Go Yeon-jun didn't yet know about the theme park incident, but it seemed she'd learned about Jang Ha-woon's condition through other means. No. This is the first I've heard. What happened? Go Yeon-jun's face gradually lost its expression, and as if holding back tears, she continued speaking. Yesterday, he was found in a severely contaminated state, and I heard he's now in the isolation ward. I heard he was transferred to Soraxon. They say he must have gotten caught up in some sort of supernatural disaster while you were on break. Are you two talking about our rookie? Exclamation mark. Go Yeon-jun and I both turned our heads at the same time. There stood the Vermilion Bird Team 2's leader, Jang Ha-woon's superior at the Disaster Management Bureau. He gave us a bitter smile. Yeah. I guess for new agents, this could be a bit scary. When your coworker suddenly doesn't show up to work, it's unsettling, right? But he's all right, given the circumstances. That's just how it is with people. If you look for a way, you'll find one. What's important is that we got him out. Behind the glasses of the site cleanup unit's Vermilion Bird Team 2 leader, I could see that unique determination agents have, but at the same time, there was a familiar sense of fatigue and sadness, as if remembering the agents they'd never managed to return to their original selves. Damn it, I suppressed a sigh and the urge to curse. In any case, the fact that Jang Ha-woon was in a treatment facility and not a glass prison meant his cover hadn't been blown. That was a relief. Still, it's impressive that friend of mine brought him back. Hey, Jimmy, huh? When the Vermilion Bird Team 2 leader waved his hand, someone approaching from down the hall came closer. It was the team leader level agent who'd entered the theme park, Team Leader Jim from Black Daughter's Team 3. Team Leader. I nearly choked. The rookies? Right. These rookies entered in the same batch as our kid, and this one's the new hire for the Black Daughter's team this year. Oh, the Destroyer. That Agent Choi has been doing such a good job at hiding you away that it's only my first time saying hello to you. Nice to meet you, by the way. It's nice to meet you, I almost retorted, but just barely held it in. I forced down my embarrassment and greeted Team Leader Jim. In my head, our employee dispatch deal was running through my mind. I had to get something in exchange for sending Jang Ha-woon, or it'd look suspicious. That's why I received 5 jade badges made by the Disaster Management Bureau from this team leader. Recalling the wiki entry, jade badges made by Baradegi Workshop are frequently used as currency in supernatural phenomena. Although they are known to be produced for ritual purposes, permission is requested for them to be issued as agent supplies, a currency of ghost stories. It probably wasn't a huge loss for the team leader, but it was definitely useful. Still, I should probably greet our Destroyer rookie agent. Here, shake my hand. Yes, thank you. Even without meaning to, my shoulders tensed automatically. Team Leader Jim from Black Daughter's Team 3 gave my back a light tap, waved, and walked off. I let out a sigh of relief and turned my attention back to Go Yeon-jun. Wait a second. Haven't we met somewhere before? You seem a little familiar. A chill ran down my spine. Actually, I greeted you once in the hallway outside the waiting room. But you seemed tired and just walked past. Oh, sorry. I've been busy lately. I guess I shouldn't blame Choi then. So there was a chance after all. Team Leader Jim scratched the back of her head and laughed. In any case, I'm Team 3's leader. If you're bored on your way home, stop by the waiting room sometime. Got it? Thank you. Just like that, Team Leader Jim left while chatting with Vermilion Bird Team 2's leader. When I turned my head, Go Yeonjun was looking at me with an expression that said, "What in the world is going on?" Really, a lot has happened, Yeonjun said. And then, 6 p.m., I finally got off work. Wow, please. It was a relief that I had a day shift. The fact that there hadn't been any callouts was a stroke of luck, but even though all I wanted was to collapse and sleep even more, I couldn't afford to do that. I have things to do. I slipped my hand into the inventory and touched the thing I had to take care of. The soft plush of a stuffed toy tickled my fingertips. That's right, a stuffed toy from the cheerful theme park's souvenir shop. I'd succeeded in smuggling an original good friend out. I'd used various loopholes to manage it, but I'd have to review all that again as I went through the ritual. There's just one important thing. Now, I can finally summon a good friend under the right circumstances, with the right medium. Let's do this. If I delayed any longer, I might end up repeating that late-night talk show fiasco, and just thinking about it made me break out in a cold sweat. I quickly opened the door to my motel room and went in. But here's the thing. As soon as I opened the door, someone was inside. A lizard head. Mr. Rodier? The familiar lizard face I'd spent the last 6 days with quietly looked at me. I almost rubbed my eyes. Section Chief Lee Jae-yeon? I glanced outside the motel room and then back in, but no matter how many times I checked, it really was Chief Lizard. No way. I hurried inside and carefully locked the door. Don't tell me. Are you here on Director Ho's orders? No. Then how did you get in here? Infiltration. If that's the case, you shouldn't just stand there so brazenly. Director Ho probably already knows we're meeting in secret anyway. But, is this really okay? Can you just drop by a spy's lodging like this? No, seriously, why are you in someone else's motel room without even a word? Would you like to sit down? Yes. Flustered, I sat facing the lizard at the table. I tried my best to explain my confusion. I see. But I came here to resolve something more urgent, given the priorities. I'm sorry, but I have something I need to do first. What is it? Well, you know the talk show ghost story, the one where you rescued me with bombs galore? Strictly speaking, I'm planning to summon the host who was the cause of all that chaos again. Should I even say this, or, no, would not saying anything just make me a clueless idiot with no sense of danger? For some reason, I felt like I was getting swept up in things, so I opened my mouth and explained the general situation. I figured he would understand that it couldn't be helped. I see. Sure enough, Chief Lizard nodded without hesitation. However, please follow proper safety protocols during the ritual. I'll be checking. It doesn't look like he's planning to leave. And so, with Section Chief Lee Jae-yeon in tow, I began the official summoning of good friend Braun. Is this really okay? I'm about to lose it here. Note/S. 1. Baradegi, an onomatopoeic word that refers to how you'd shake a bag or a box to guess what's inside. Chapter 187. Author note. Updated. Good friend. The preparations for the summoning ritual were already complete. No more of that tearful act from before, like using a substitute for a substitute at the theme park resort, making do with what little I had. This time, I had prepared everything exactly as I had when I first performed the good friend summoning ritual. A necktie, a silver serpent coin, and, most importantly, a plushie from the theme park gift shop. I picked up the stuffed toy. This plush, fuzzy toy was, surprisingly, Keyring-sized, and a pink bunny. How did I end up with a bunny instead of a yellow-horned cat, even though I got it from the gift shop in the yellow zone? Simple. With a mascot's authority, I set up a special sales booth. DIY plushie. That's right, a custom-made good friend. Thus, I succeeded in acquiring an original good friend that looked nearly identical to the good friend keyring I had gotten from the real merch box, except it didn't have any of the keyring hardware attached. Now, I just have to avoid thinking about what the raw materials for this stuffed toy are. It's all fine. But, I can feel one pointed stare. If I just follow the instructions written here, I can proceed with the summoning ritual. Yes. The lizard's unblinking eyes were unnerving, But Section Chief Lee Jae-eon didn't look away or seem inclined to compromise, so in the end, I conducted the ritual as he checked the manual. It didn't specifically say the ritual had to be done alone, but somehow, rather than tense, I just kept sighing as I went through the motions. This time, I drew the lines to the right size and placed good friend's small body in the center. Then added the silver serpent coin and performed the ritual exactly as before. The neckties also. Same product as before. Salt in my mouth. Burn the necktie with a lighter. SHH. I'm reminded of the first time I tried this. Before I was desperately looking for an escape route after being suddenly trapped in a ghost story. Back when I was less scared and less resigned than I am now. And, I recalled the being that answered that ritual. Flicker, flicker. The necktie burns and the flames flicker. In that flickering light, the shadow of the stuffed toy sways as if it's moving. And then the doll's mouth opens. Huh? Stop, stop. I got here first. Forgive me, dear passenger. There are too many. I see. Are you who knows Honor teacher, sir? A consultation like this is rock paper scissors. You called for me, so I worthless beings begone. Sangunim is Disinawea. The tiny doll jerks and writhes as if countless things are crammed inside it, but soon, oh, it stops. Oh, the great master of the stage has arrived. It is a chorus. Like someone already holding all the authority, rousing the audience's applause. He's here. He's here. He has returned. He has come to see you. He has come to see you, that person. The doll raises both hands high, and then, he speaks in a cheerful voice, childlike in his enthusiasm. Wow! My friend called me again! Exclamation mark. In the next moment, everything disappeared. The hexagram drawn with moisture, the necktie I had been holding, the coin, even the salt in my mouth, as if it had all been that way from the start. All that remained was the doll, left alone on the motel floor, this fuzzy stuffed toy brawn. But there was no response. I almost panicked for a moment, but quickly realized what was happening. Their good friend originally only moves and talks inside ghost stories, and this is reality. Unless the plushie is reinforced with the bloodbath tub, certain conditions are required. So prepare for conversation. I quickly set Brawn on the bed frame, turned off the lights, and left only the bedside lamp on under the bed. The lamp's light shone on the plushie, casting its shadow on the wall. My hands trembled slightly the whole time. Whether it was from anticipation, or from what I'd just witnessed, I couldn't say. What exactly just happened? It was as if countless somethings had been summoned into the good friend stuffed toy. But everything passed so quickly, I couldn't analyze anything. Reflexively, I looked at Chief Lizard, who nodded. It was conducted safely. All right. Anyway, finally finished with preparations to converse with good friend in reality, I leaned against the bed and looked at good friend's giant shadow cast on the wall. And then, friend! Exclamation mark. A lively, familiar voice echoed through the room, the voice coming from the bunny plush, Brawn. We've finally met again. How moving this is. Ah, what a perfect scene this would be for a talk show opening. Mr. Rowe dear, I heard you've been through a lot, but there's no need to worry anymore. Your most faithful advisor, your best guide, your one and only friend in the world has returned to your side. That tone, overflowing with showmanship. Strangely, just hearing his voice brings a quiet sense of nostalgia and a lump in my throat. At times like this, a hug and cheers would be ideal. The audience should be not moving. I see. Mr. Rowe dear, for some reason my body feels as heavy as waterlogged cotton. But with my friend's support, I think I could manage. Come, would you stand in front of the camera with me? Ha ha. No, it's fine. Even hearing such spine-chilling words from him was almost nostalgic now. Leaning against the bed, I looked at the plushie's shadow on the wall with relative ease. Let's talk a bit more first. How are you feeling? I couldn't be better. As long as I can talk to you, friend, even if my limbs feel heavy, it's a comfort I can bear. I'll get used to it again, little by little. Then, once more, to the place where each joyful day with this Brawn begins anew. There was the sound of clothes brushing. As if he was looking around at his surroundings, his voice faltered. Oh my heavens, friend, where on earth have you been staying? I looked around the room. As you'd expect from a cheap motel behind a train station, it was a, run-down place. Has my body really been leaning against this filthy wall? Gracious, it's not dirty. I cleaned it thoroughly before the summoning ritual. It's just old, that's all. It only looked dirtier because of the floral pattern. But it wasn't enough to convince the talk show host. Just old? No. This is an insult to the very concept of housing. My friend is staying in a place worse than a trailer where even third-rate actors wouldn't stay. Whatever happened to the humble haven you used to have, Mr. Rodear? That's… my work changed, so I can't stay there anymore. What a terrible company. Well, in truth, Director Ho suggested I get an Estel for the sake of stability in my spy activities and clear proof of identity. He even said the company would cover the cost. But I refused. How should I put it? I just didn't want to create something here that I'd end up calling home. The company-provided dorm felt less personal since it was clearly provided by the company, but if I made a place that was truly mine, I felt like my guard might drop. It's actually not so bad here. I'll make sure your spot is well taken care of. My heavens, friend. I supported your independent and autonomous choices, even cheered you on to resignation. But to think you had to stay in a place like this. The plushie spoke in a mournful voice. Please remember that Braun's talk show is always wide open for you, even now, friend. Though, these days, you might need to go through a light interview first. Mr. Rodear, is this stuffed toy currently tempting you with a talk show style darkness? No. Well, that's always the case! Exclamation mark. I turned to look at the lizard. The guy with that white lizard head, who was sitting on the bed, was looking at me nonchalantly. Nonchalantly? Can you hear this? Yes. I nearly fainted on the spot. Wait a minute. Does that mean he's been hearing our conversations this whole time? Even when I entrusted Braun to Section Chief Leader Aeon and went into the ghost story? No, even more than that. You usually, with this item's characteristics, only I should be able to hear him. How on earth are you able to hear him? The other party is expressing intent to communicate. I stared at him, mouth agape. Ordinary humans shouldn't be able to hear him. Yes, to other people, it would look suspicious. That is correct. The lizard just stared blankly at me, as if asking what I expected him to do. There is no one else in this space. I gave up on everything. Come to think of it, Section Chief Leader Aeon recognized me even when I was turned into a child, or when I wore the security team suit, or even when I put on the mascot costume. Is he specialized in mental identification or communication? It's probably better to just chalk it up to the abilities of a reptilian alien. That's just easier. Mr. Rodear. Yes. Would you like some advice? Pardon? Burn the doll immediately. Oh, the summoning ritual was carried out in accordance with safety procedures, but the summoned entity appears to have the potential to break free of the ritual's restraints at any given time. This rude brute still doesn't know moderation. Please. If you're present somewhere you weren't invited, you should at least observe the unspoken rule of keeping your mouth shut. To prattle on so ignorantly. Unbelievable, but out of respect for my friend, I'll say a few words. I am an existence that respects my friend's privacy and is ready to help with anything for my friend. Because I'm a good friend. When you placed your trust in those restraints, Mr. Rodear, you went missing for a month. Do not forget that. Oh, that was simply an expression of my affectionate heart, worrying over my friend's well-being. Thanks to that, Mr. Rodear, you were able to spend a month in the safest, happiest, most secure workplace for both body and mind. At least, until you dared to set your dirty feet in the great studio. Threats are being made. Wait a second. In any case, since we're under contract, as long as I exist in this ghost story world, there's no way out, so there's no need for things to get ugly. I told you I was determined to resign, and in the end you were persuaded and let me go, right? Of course. What logic did you use to persuade him? That was, I said I'd show him something more interesting. That's right. I was truly curious about the outcome of that promise. Of course, even if it turns out not to be interesting, this good friend will always protect you. Enjoying my friend's suffering is not what a good friend does. What a peculiar way of speaking. Come to think of it, this plushy version of Braun is using language that feels much friendlier and more supportive. Much more like he's on my side than when we spoke in the theme park. Just like in the past, now that he's been summoned into the good friend plush, is he bound by that rule again? But unlike before, I could now be sure the other party is treating the good friend's restraint as a form of amusement. Even though the restraint no longer served a purpose, he's acting this way out of a sort of nostalgia and willingness to play along. Or something along those lines. If things get boring, he might just break through the restraint and drag me back to work as a staff member at his talk show. Thanks to Chief Lizard, I've become more vigilant. If I'm not careful, I could get swept up in the mood and become too attached to this good friend. Right, I shouldn't take everything this good friend says at face value. I have to prevent a repeat of what happened last time. Right. Thank you. Then, Braun, is it okay if you go back into my front pocket for now? Oh, I certainly wouldn't refuse that. I barely managed to smoothly shift the topic and end the conversation with Braun. Phew. As soon as I put Braun into the front pocket of the top I was wearing, I let out a sigh of relief. Still, there was a strange sense of stability, like I'd somehow gotten back on track. For reference, the Doc B flame substituting as my right arm shook so badly when I tried to grab the plush toy with it, and I just ended up using my left arm. Since when did it take this much negotiation just to use my own body? I feel like I'm reaching enlightenment. Is it over? Yes. Fortunately, the lizard didn't do anything rash like snatching up the good friend plush and throwing him out the window, though he did stare at the bunny for a while. If Braun could move right now, a fight clearly would have broken out. In a way, it was a relief things were as they were. To clear the air, I spoke up again. Section Chief. Then, if the reason you visited today was because you noticed this, it is not. Then what is it? Is there another reason? Yes. One moment. I finally sat back down at the table and set out some simple snacks and coffee for Chief Lizard. He accepted the coffee without hesitation, and I also drank mine across from him. I'd like to hear it now, please. I was ready to listen. It even crossed my mind that this might be about the D-Squad. Yes. After swallowing a snack, packaging included, the lizard looked at me and spoke. It was an utterly unexpected topic. Mr. Rodeer, during your last cheerful theme park expedition, did you have a dream essence collector with you? The company didn't provide me with one. I see. Right. I had been pretending to be part of the security team's special division. Normally, the security team isn't given a collector because they're too contaminated. The collector only dispenses dream essence if it recognizes the user as human, and they can't pass that assessment. But of course, I had brought one of my own, an elite team collector. The one I'd received from the merch box had, several times now, provided me with raw material so I could extract potions in the dream incubator. This exploration is supposed to be A grade. Should I check it now? I opened my mouth as I checked the elite team collector I'd stored in my inventory to 2. But why are you asking about? The elite team collector was completely empty. Huh? Mr. Rodeer, I carefully took out the collector again and checked to be sure, but still, nothing was inside. That's strange. I definitely cleared the darkness and escaped. That means the dream essence collector should be full. Why isn't it filled? Even if you clear the darkness, if the collector doesn't recognize you as human, it won't fill with essence. The phrase that just popped into my mind. The collector only dispenses dream essence if it recognizes the user as human, and they can't pass that assessment. Wait a minute, I'm not human, is that it? I've been classified as a ghost story entity. But, I'm still completely myself, aren't I? I didn't show any sudden or bizarre behavior like the time I went to the Fox counseling office. So I feel like I'm maintaining my own sense of identity. Section Chief. Yes, am I contaminated? I met Chief Lizard's gaze. He opened his mouth. Yes, but I'm normal. It's different from when I went to the counseling office. It's because you've been contaminated by a different darkness. Ah, that could be possible. That's when it happened. A brilliant shaft of light descended from above. I looked up without thinking, and there was the familiar notepad and message. Dark Exploration Records Real Merch Box. New merch unlocked! Exclamation mark. A special phenomenon I hadn't seen in a long time. Almost unconsciously, I reached out and caught the item that dropped from the box. A small silver music box. It was the item I'd bought at the pop-up store. Church of the Luminous Unknown merch equals 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 equals. Dark Exploration Records, Church of the Luminous Unknown, items. Music Box of Praise. A replica of the music box acquired through a certain ritual at the Church of the Luminous Unknown. It's said that the inside of the genuine article was engraved with the words "Knowledge of the truth is power." If someone who has become assimilated with a ghost story listens to the melody of the music box, there is a chance they may regain their human rationality and sense of self. However, if listened to repeatedly more than 3 times, it can instead lead to falling into madness and committing unpredictable and horrific acts. See usage records here. Some claim this is merely a side effect of realizing the unknowable truths of this world, and that the music box's true usage only begins after listening more than 3 times. As soon as the music box is closed, the melody is forgotten, and only the feeling remains, never to be recalled in your mind again. Usage requirement: one who has been granted the sacred scriptures of the Church of the Luminous Unknown, and has become assimilated. Equals 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 equals. Here, assimilated means those who have mutated so much within a ghost story that they can no longer be recognized as human, according to the Church of the Luminous Unknown's terminology. So, the fact that I received this means I've met the item's usage requirements. I've been completely contaminated by the ghost story, and I'm aware of it. Mr. Rodear. If you still do not wish to visit the Fox Counseling Office, please nod your head. This is driving me crazy. If you're unable to decide, please execute the alternative immediately. That is. What is it? Please take out the thank you card you received from the Space Shopping Mall. Reflexively, I did as he said. A golden card popped out from my wrist, but Section Chief Leja Aeon didn't so much as blink. Now, please take out the cell enclosed within the card. A cell? Was it referring to the gold chip, shaped like a SIM card, that had been enclosed inside the card? Place it under your tongue. Make sure the circuit is facing up, and press it under your tongue. Normally, I would have hesitated and wasted more time. But this time, a cold sense of crisis spurred me to act. Yes, I pressed the cell under my tongue. Chapter 188. Author note. Updated. Space Shopping Mall. How much money have I spent there, I wonder? Even if I don't remember every single item, it's easy to calculate that it's in the hundreds of millions. I poured enough money into that shopping mall to buy all sorts of items, maybe about as much as the deposit for an apartment in the Seoul metropolitan area. And then, one day, what I received was that golden card. I am a Space Shopping Mall VIP. Special gratitude cell included. At the time, I had no idea what that gratitude cell even meant. At least, not until this moment today. Dear customer. I looked up. I remember putting the cell under my tongue, but after that, things are a bit hazy. Did I doze off for a moment? Dear customer. Wait a minute. Section Chief. I need to get a grasp of the situation. And wait, dear customer. Section Chief. No. Only then did I properly register the figure in front of me. A lizard was staring blankly at me. Section Chief. No, dear customer. Twice, I heard clear, firm denial. I looked closely at the reptile in front of me. The snout covered in scales and the gleaming vertical pupils were the same as before, but the color was different. Gray? A gray lizard was now sitting where Leja Aeon had been just moments ago. The snacks and coffee I had hurriedly set out on the table had also disappeared. I swallowed hard. Who are you? I am a shopper dispatched to assist VIPs in their personal shopping, and I act as a sales representative on behalf of the Space Shopping Mall. Holy shit. Would you like to proceed with shopping? I stood up from my seat. Right. I was still sitting at the motel room table, and Section Chief Lee Jae-eon, who had been sitting across from me, had been replaced by some similar-looking alien. Wait a minute. Space Shopping Mall's VIP shopping? Don't tell me. An employee has come out to do some kind of personal, door-to-door sales for me? Section Chief. Just a moment ago, we were talking about how I was completely contaminated. Is this some kind of build-up to sell me items that are good for contamination? Well, even if that's the case, if I can get rid of the contamination, I can't exactly complain. Barely calming myself, I quickly sat back down and spoke. I'd like to talk to Chief Lizard. Are you referring to the being named Lee Jae-eon, who works as a section chief at Daydream Incorporated? I hesitated. Do you require him for psychological stability because he is someone with whom you have built a friendly relationship? What happens if I say yes? I will explain that there is no problem. The lizard's snout opened. We know who you are, Mr. Rodier, and what we know is exactly the same as what Section Chief Lee Jae-eon knows! Additionally, we wish to maintain a friendly relationship with you as well, dear customer. It was strange. Come to think of it, Section Chief Lee Jae-eon often started sentences or explained things using we as the subject. And the button I used was called We Can Help. We. Who exactly is we? We are the coalition. Speaking to Lee Jae-eon or to the being in front of you now is the same as speaking to the coalition. The conversation was getting more and more metaphysical. So, a bizarre collective of alien beings sharing a single memory and emotion. I have heard about urban legends like this before. It really was like something out of a sci-fi story. I mean, of course it would be, since this was an alien shop. At the end of the day, I held my head in my hands as I replied. Just let me speak to Section Chief Lee Jae-eon. I don't want to shop right now, Mr. Rodier! I looked up, but the white lizard was a different entity. It's not Lee Jae-eon, yet it spoke in exactly the same manner. You are in a situation where you need help. If you can receive the proper treatment in the form of shopping, please accept it. What kind of treatment are you talking about? I am here to assist you with your shopping. Would you like to start your VIP shopping at the Space Shopping Mall? It was an evasive answer, but catching on to what the lizard meant, I nodded slowly. So I can only proceed if I shop, huh? Yes. Understood. The grey lizard nodded. The next moment, the table began to grow enormous. On the endlessly stretching table to the left, objects appeared, shrouded in mist. And in front of those objects, tentacles. No, wait. Where am I, exactly? We accessed you through the cell you ingested. Through your homepage UI complaints, VIPs are now provided with the most familiar and comfortable environment for shopping, as a service. Did I say that out loud? Yes. Please sit back and enjoy your shopping. The lizard speaks in an extremely professional manner. No, wait. What does it even mean that I've been accessed through a cell? In that case, before proceeding with your shopping, we shall conduct identity verification. In your current state, it is difficult to clearly confirm your intent to purchase, so we will distinguish things to help ensure a comfortable transaction. Distinguish. Yes. Entities begin to appear along the endlessly extending seats at the table. They're hard to see, hidden in fog, but the closer they are, the more their features become faintly visible. A supermarket cashier's uniform, a stylish broadcaster in a luxurious suit and elegant gloves, a kindergarten teacher holding a handbook, a high school student in a school uniform. The ghost stories I've experienced, me, contaminated in those ghost stories! And the two figures sitting closest to me are not shrouded in fog. Their forms are clear. I slowly, stiffly turned my head to check. Yellow mascot, black cat, ITSOKAY CALMDOWN. This way. They're even speaking to me. Chills ran all the way up my spine. In front of each at the table, Decorations and colors symbolizing their respective ghost stories have been added. I sprang up from the table, trying to run away. Dear customer, you are currently connected to the space shopping mall through the cell. This imagery is merely a projection of your mind. In reality, your personality and self have not been split. Please do not be overly wary of yourself. TN. When Solium kept calling for Chief Lizard, I couldn't help but substitute Section Chief with Dad in my head, as if he'd been left alone at a supermarket checkout counter. Mau. Anyway, I'm really sorry for the lack of a proper updates these days. I'm in my slump era, I fear, but still, good timing. I've always planned to keep a respectful distance from the Raw's latest chapters, so I'm glad Part 2 has been launched in KKP now too. All parts, chapters I've managed to put out have been scheduled for the next 3 days, and I'll try very hard to post more again before they run out. Is this a visualization of my contamination so I can refer to it while making purchasing decisions? It is similar. I'm going crazy. For now. I sat back down and pressed my temples. The yellow mascot fidgeted, looking like it wanted to help me. This is seriously driving me insane. Would you like to check? Check what? For a smooth shopping experience, would you like to take another look at the features of the projections sitting closest to you? Instinctively, I understood this is advice. So I lifted my gaze and looked at the Mies filling the table. Where am I? I'm confused. Let's go find the handbook again. Throwing away the handbook was a really huge mistake. Welcome to Lucky Mart. The graduation ceremony will start again soon. I need to return to school. What a unique place. If I do an in-depth report, the great host might prepare a new corner for me. I'm going to hurl, but that repulsion comes from things I know. It's fear that arises because I know them well enough to imagine them. However, I looked at the faces of those sitting closest. Since they weren't shrouded in fog, their distinguishing features were relatively clear. But then, who are you? The one sitting just after the huge mascot at my side, obscured by it. It was draped in something like an old rag. I've never seen you before. Amy, I don't know. INTRUDER. The mascot turned its body, clearing my view toward that figure. As I looked more closely, I noticed the material of the unfamiliar Mies rag. That was worn parchment. I looked at the unfamiliar me. Take that off. The figure sitting at the table slowly pulled the parchment rag off its head, revealing itself. Me, dressed in a scarlet janitor's uniform, caught me. The mimic from the Church of the Luminous Unknown turned to look at me, twisting its head. Allow me to cover up anything that interferes with your shopping. The next moment, the me in the janitor uniform vanished from the table. My heart pounded. Dear customer, did anything from your mind's image just now come to mind? Yes, I remembered. I reached into my inventory and pulled out the item I'd forgotten. No, the item that had been subsumed so I'd forget it. A worn, rolled up piece of parchment. The mimicry sect's scripture, verse 4. Story usurper. The item that came out when the security sergeant disposed of the mimic I met while cleaning in the company basement, back when I was under disciplinary action. A fragment of the Church of the Luminous Unknown sacred lore. I also remember wrapping it up with wrapper 12B357 to block its effect. And, on Tamro Express, I unwrapped it and wrapped it around my body for defense. After that, as I got caught up in Braun's late-night talk show, I never had a chance to think about this Church of the Luminous Unknown scripture. Or maybe, at some point, my narrative had been manipulated so I couldn't recall it. If I hadn't just received a music box from the Church of the Luminous Unknown in the merch box, I would have completely forgotten. It was thanks to seeing another item from the same source just now that I was able to recall it. And, dear customer, the parchment is swallowing something. Yes, I saw it too. I forcibly pulled out a black, cylindrical object that was almost completely absorbed into the parchment. A fountain pen! Exclamation mark. It was the brainwashing item from Sequank Technical High School, the one I'd gotten back from Bexa Aeon by turning the tables on him. I had forgotten about this too. I realized, apparently, the scripture had been stealing the narrative of this fountain pen. It grew stronger through that, and one day when I was taken over, I was completely assimilated into the bizarre phenomenon of the Church of the Luminous Unknown. Wait a second. What else have I forgotten? I racked my brain quickly, but nothing came to mind. Of course, it must already be a stolen memory. If that's the case, can I receive a list of the items I've purchased so far from the alien shop? Yes. Are you attempting to track down the whereabouts of your items? That's right. In that case, I have something to tell you. The lizard looked at me. There is an item you have forgotten. What is it? You received strength-enhancing gear from Section Chief Leader Aeon and used it to craft new equipment. But the whereabouts of the crafted item are unclear! Exclamation mark. Section Chief Leader Aeon attempted to inform you of this fact, but soon realized that simply notifying you would not resolve the problem. I remember. Does it enhance strength? Something similar. Use it as a parent item when crafting a new special equipment. Thank you. We definitely had that conversation. As I listened, I slowly realized what the item was. It was a bracelet. It was something I last made together with Assistant Manager Unhage at the Daydream Incorporated Annex. At that time, she had suddenly appeared in my room. Just like Section Chief Leader Aeon appearing in this motel room now. But after making that custom equipment, I have no memory of what happened to it. There were several crisis situations where I could have used it, but it never came to mind, and it probably never will again. Because it's already been devoured by the sacred scripture fragment. It's a chilling thought. I barely managed to speak. I'm sorry. After you went through the trouble of lending it to me, it's all right. Even though it said it wasn't Section Chief Leader Aeon, it accepted my apology as if it were natural. You calm down, calm down. At least I noticed in time. That in itself is a relief. Was the dream essence collector not filling up because the mimic had almost completely overtaken me? On top of that, I'd been playing all sorts of bizarre roles, from the security team's special division to the mascot, imitating them all, so the effect would have been amplified. Most likely, that's why I was judged not as a human, but as a being of the Church of the Luminous Unknown. Thanks to that, it feels like the contamination has gotten even deeper. With a gloomy gaze, I looked at the bizarre me seated around the table. The cat slapped its tail on the table with displeasure, its eyes blood red as it stared at me, and the mascot drooped its horns, looking dejected. All the other reactions left me feeling dazed, and although I hadn't been expelled from the table, the part of me overtaken by the mimic was probably still inside me. For now, one thing at a time. I signaled to the fragment of the Church of the Luminous Unknown sacred law. Can I dispose of this parchment through the shopping mall? It is not an item the space shopping mall purchases. Do you deal with any of the contaminations sitting at this table? They are not items the space shopping mall purchases. Right. Either way, these are too dangerous to be sold to humans, so of course they wouldn't be accepted here. But Section Chief Leader Aeon guided me this way as an alternative to the Fox Counseling Office. If so, it must mean there's some method. At that moment, the "We Can Help" button flashed through my mind. Then, is it possible to request the Coalition to remove these, for a fee? Yes! Exclamation mark. The lizard looked at me. Are you requesting an order to permanently destroy a part of yourself? DONT. Wait. Chapter 189. Author note. Updated. Something feels off. I looked around the table. All those versions of myself, sitting there in the forms of various ghost stories. Right now, my contaminations have been made visible and seated over there by the Space Shopping Mall's VIP shopping service so that I can perceive them. And when I asked to have them all removed, what the lizard said was that they're going to permanently destroy a part of myself. That sounded as if it meant destroying my contaminated mind itself, like amputating a limb to prevent an infection from spreading. Of course, sometimes you have no choice but to do that, but normally, it's an irreversible decision you would only make when there's truly no hope of recovery. Is it impossible to remove just the contamination from there? That is, to restore the contaminated mind back to its original state permanently. That is not a service the space shopping mall provides. Is it possible anywhere else? That is information I cannot provide. I turned my head. The yellow mascot was shaking its head at me. Youcant. I looked down at my right arm. In this ghost story world where your body can regenerate, there are times when people even cut off their limbs. Because here, you can undo it, but to cut away and destroy your sense of self. In this place, that's an even more extreme choice than cutting off a limb, isn't it? Did Section Chief Lee Jae-yeon really intend to introduce this method to me? I'll change the question. I don't think so. Then, I looked up. Rather than destroy my contaminated selves, I'd like to be able to recognize and manage them myself. The problem with contamination is that it can turn you into something else without you knowing, but if I'm fully aware of what mutations exist inside me, I can suppress them, or at the very least, use them if worst comes to worst. So that I can control myself. The gray lizard, meeting my gaze, nodded. I see. I want to purchase something that can help with that. Is that possible? Yes. The lizard moved its hand at once, as if I'd picked the correct answer. Exclamation mark. Then, from far down the table, an object shrouded in fog was swiftly brought right in front of me by some excited tentacles. With my personal shopper authority, I recommend this suitable item. It was a small machine. It looked like a piece of specialized surgical equipment, with a delicately crafted needle at the end of what looked like a robotic hand, and a crescent moon-shaped lamp shining down on the machine from above. I already knew something similar to this, the tattoo machine from the Moonlight Tattoo Shop, a miniature, item-like version of a bizarre device from an emotional ghost story was sitting right before my eyes. Single-use automatic Moonlight Tattoo Machine. This is an item produced for a short time before the Moonlight Tattooists all went out of business, except for a handful of survivors, due to certain events. You have acquired one of the 3 remaining units. PRETTY The tentacles that had delivered it waved boisterously like arms, then flinched as if glancing at the lizard for approval, and soon vanished into the mist. My heart pounded. What exactly does this help with? The spirit of the Moonlight Tattooist residing in the machine inscribes a tattoo tailored to support the user's needs. Just like at the Moonlight Tattoo Shop, the tattoo inscribed by this device is fluid. It adapts to the user's environment and changes into the most suitable form. That's a bit different. But for me, who would have to enter ghost stories and face different contamination risks in the future, it was even better. Did they recommend this with that in mind from the start? Would you like to purchase it? I nodded. Yes, I want to buy it. Thank you. The price is $159,999,999 approximately $116,300. I almost choked on my own spit. Is it possible to pay with something else? By giving you an item you purchase, for example. What item is it? Wait a second. No matter how I think about it, these guys aren't a buyback specialist business. I don't know where these aliens actually use the money they collect from people. But even so, the prices of the goods sold at the alien shop are already brutal compared to their cost. Given their business sense, I felt like they'd really lowball me on the buyback price. Of course, just letting me buy it all is already doing me a favor. Though, in the end, after some thought, I took out a jade token, a reward I received from team leader of Black Daughter's Team 3 at Cheerful Theme Park. A Disaster Management Bureau issued item made at Baradegi Workshop. How about this? That is not an item the Space Shopping Mall purchases. Is it perhaps something you're seeing for the first time? Yes, as expected. The alien shop really has no connection to the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. That actually worked in my favor. I'm not offering this for sale, but as currency. I held the jade token out to the lizard. It's a currency accepted in various places. You'll find it useful for acquiring a range of goods. Please provide a concrete example. I gladly gave a few. Mainly East Asian legends, ghost stories derived from folk tales, and sometimes even European or American traditional fairy tales. All of them accepted jade tokens as currency. Summing it up, I guess they work mainly in tales passed down in different cultures. The lizard silently looked at the jade token, and after a moment's silence, confirmed, I shall recognize it as currency and accept it as payment. Of course. Nice. However, the lizard took all 5 of the jade tokens I offered. Not so nice. Still, considering the price, it felt like a reasonable deal. At any rate, that's how the machine ended up in my hands. Single-use automatic moonlight tattoo machine. Would you like assistance with using it? I'm fine. I brought the device to my arm. I plan to have it inscribed over my existing tattoos. It looks like you use it by pressing the switch like this. However, bzzzzz. The miniature tattoo machine, emitting a soft light and buzzing noise, floated off my arm and began hovering by itself! Exclamation mark. Then it started inscribing something just below my left collarbone, as if gathering moonlight and searing the end. Bzzzzz. Within that sound, I felt the anguish and artistic sensibility of someone who once inhabited the tattoo machine. What the customer wants is clear: to govern oneself, the most fundamental and important thing. But when one's mind is filled with countless identities and anxieties, it is hard to unify and control them all. Let's tag each one and give them a junction so that whenever you wish, you can organize and piece them together. If that's the case, isn't the most striking spot right above the heart? I felt something hot above my heart, and as the light from the tattoo machine faded, I hastily unbuttoned my shirt to look at my bare skin. Exclamation mark. A star made of letters was revealed, a tattoo in the shape of a circular puzzle, repeating like the intricate ring of a tree, as if depicting a halo. Words from various unknown languages were inscribed in letters the size of the device, interlocked in several precise concentric circles. There was still plenty of space between them, and I understood, now, the worries that made up the design would hold each other in check and maintain balance. Through this tattoo, the customer can recognize himself and, as he desires, rule himself. The light and sound from the single-use tattoo machine faded away completely. Then, with a click, the crescent moon lamp shut off. Usage complete. I turned my head and looked at those who had been sitting at the table. There was no one there. No. From the beginning, they had all just been me. Now that I could verify they were part of me with the tattoo, I no longer needed to see them with my eyes to make decisions. I looked down at the tattoo again, and among them, I reached out to a word that looked as if its font had glitched out, like a computer error. The bells of Sequang High School tolled! Exclamation mark. I realized that, if I wished, I could instantly don a high school uniform and become a being from a horror game, living in a different time and light from the intruder. No matter what the side effects might be. Wait, hold on. So this tattoo doesn't just organize what's in my mind and show it to me? It sorted out my contaminations so that I can take them out and use them whenever I want? This is insane. It really was worth 160 million won. Of course, whether I'll actually use it is another question, but the important thing is that, for now, my contaminations have been organized and I won't be swept away by them immediately. Good. I carefully straightened my clothes, being especially cautious not to touch the worn Gothic-looking letters that, no matter how I looked at it, seemed to belong to the Church of the Luminous Unknown's mimic. Whether it was fortunate or not, a grand, gold, antique script and some words scrawled as if with little claws were inscribed even more prominently in the center. Mascot and cat. A strange sense of familiarity came over me. Were these two on my side? Anyway, for now, this incident seems to have settled down. Would you like to proceed with your next purchase? The lizard asked, as if it had been waiting. I looked again at the piece of the Church of the Luminous Unknown scripture still on the table. I need to deal with that too. Like buying something I could use to store it safely, for example. The problem was, I didn't have enough money left. The best thing would be to rush to Daydream Incorporated right now and sell it off, but as a spy, the timing wasn't right. If I finish shopping, do you think I might forget about that item again? There is a statistical possibility. As the penniless wretch I am, I thought for a moment, then asked, Do you happen to offer a storage service? Kim Solium Huck. I opened my eyes. A lizard was looking at me from across the table. But this time, it wasn't gray. Section Chief. Yes. White lizard head, red pupils. Section Chief Lee Jae-eon was standing in front of me. Did you experience any inconvenience during your VIP shopping? No. It was very helpful. And then I saw it. In front of Section Chief Lee Jae-eon, a pink plush doll was now sitting on the table. Why is Braun here? I thought I had put that in my pocket. I set it aside so it wouldn't interfere with your shopping. I asked, struggling. Section Chief, just asking. But can you still hear Braun? I mean, the plushie? Yes, but I can't hear him. I see. What's he saying? Sighs, excessive excitement, criticism and threats. I determined it had no informational value. Why yes. Hurriedly, I carefully picked up the plushie from the table and returned it to my shirt's front pocket. But at that moment, my goodness. Finally. Braun. Mr. Rodier. Oh, we can speak again at last. I quickly pulled the plush from my pocket and checked it, but at that instant, the voice cut off. Huh? I put Braun back in my pocket. Mr. Rodier, can you hear me? Only one thing had changed. The tattoo on the left side of my chest. Could it be that, when Braun is near my tattoo, it counts as being inside a ghost story? Oh God. Yeah, it seems like, as long as I keep you here, we can keep talking. Near the heart. How fateful. Excellent. I shall generously forgive you for leaving me alone with that crazy, boring fellow for a full 23 minutes, because I am a good friend. Now, hurry up and kick him out. Quickly. Wait. I quickly soothed Braun, then spoke to Section Chief Lee Jae-eon. Section Chief, I saw someone who looked a lot like you while I was shopping. That was not Section Chief Lee Jae-eon. However, they are still part of the collective we, right? Yes. Then, does that mean you already know everything I did? Yes. I asked a little awkwardly in return. So you know what I did at the very end, too? You mean the item storage service request? That's right. I'd like you to store this item safely for me. Understood. I entrusted the root of all evil, the Church of the Luminous Unknown Sacred Law Fragment, to the lizards. No, to the Space Shopping Mall. It seemed like it would be cheaper than removing it completely or buying an item to control it, and that expectation was correct. It was still hella expensive, though. The price is 8,999,991 for 100 days, based on the planet you currently reside on. Do you offer installment plans? Installments, really? I never thought I'd use a financial service I've never even tried in real life in a world of creepypastas. Still, Daydream Incorporated would probably pay a higher price if they bought it, so this is probably for the best. When the time comes, I'll just find it and sell it right away. Fortunately, according to Section Chief Lee Jae-eon's explanation, I'll be able to retrieve it anytime. The cell chip I put under my tongue had disappeared without a trace, but now, I can reactivate it by connecting to the Space Shopping Mall. Kim Solium said, you are now connected with us. I wanted to ask if that was also a kind of contamination, but since it didn't appear on my tattoo, I decided not to be rude. After all, he's someone who can squeeze steel with one hand. He's also the one who always notices my contamination and takes care of it for me, and I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful. Thanks to you, I've come to my senses a bit. Yes, however, the choice is yours. Kim Solium said. Do you think I made the right choice? The lizard's snout curved slightly. Yes! Exclamation mark. You made a good choice. Just as he's told me a few times before, as expected, when I was shopping earlier, the lizard had the same head and even spoke similarly, so I didn't notice. But seeing him in person like this, I could feel it. They're subtly different. How should I put it? With this lizard, you could feel intelligence and emotion, and there was personality. Maybe. I'm not sure. Of course, if those alien reptiles share a single mind and feeling, maybe I'm just projecting that difference onto Section Chief Lee Jae-eon because I've built a connection with him. Honestly, I'm not even part of D-Squad anymore, nor is it his responsibility, but he still looks after me. He probably does the same for my D-Squad Sunbers, too. He was a supervisor whose thoughts I was always curious about and whom I was grateful for in many ways. Thank you, Section Chief. With another word of thanks, I escorted Section Chief Lee Jae-eon out of the motel when our business was finished. Instead of using the door, he quietly disappeared out the window. If any issues arise, please contact us. That was the last thing he said. Is it over? Yeah. You finally gone. By the way, don't you have any plans for us to leave this dreadful place too? Ha ha ha, there is. Oh? I'm going to work tomorrow. And by the way, I'm a spy infiltrating a government agency now. Show business, my goodness. Chapter 190. Author note, update, dash. A spy. Yes. A classic and popular role, one that gets the audience's heart racing in any era. The catharsis of a twist, revealing the mysterious and powerful identity of someone who was anything but ordinary. Isn't it the perfect profession for you, my talented friend? Ho ho. On my way to work, I listened to Braun's lively commentary as I entered the Disaster Management Bureau. Thank goodness the Disaster Management Bureau bomber jacket has a front pocket. The plush doll's ears were covered by the upper flap of the pocket, so at a glance, no one would notice. I greeted the agents naturally as I crossed the bureau's main lobby. A special method for entering through a concealed entrance. It's the classic trope of a special agent. They seem to be a group that appreciates a bit of romanticism. Let's see where Mr. O'Dear's workplace is, shall we? I'm looking forward to it. It was a good start. Braun gave a pretty decent score to the Disaster Management Bureau's hidden entrance, and also a passable score to the sights inside. I'm glad you like it. Replying appropriately, I took the elevator, walked down the hallway, and opened the door. That's how the Black Tortoise Team 1 waiting room appeared, and then, Braun. Oh, I suppose they've nicely decorated the spare, temporary space to look like a lounge. Ha ha, Mr. O'Dear, it's amusing to see you've learned to take it easy since I last saw you. Are you planning to enjoy a secret break here before heading to your real workplace? This is it. This is my workplace. There was no response from my good friend. Do you lure visitors here and extract information from them? What an impressive trick to use an unofficial lounge. No, this really is my official workplace. Friend, what exactly do you do here? I sit on the sofa. Still no response from my good friend, as if he'd just died. Oh, to think you'd play a prank on me. Then, when we're called, we go out on missions to rescue people in all kinds of unusual disaster situations. Aha, this is just the waiting room. Ha ha ha, so the real work hasn't even begun yet. Oh, you got me. That was extremely amusing, friend. Right? Ha 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 ha. Cold sweat trickled down my back. Yeah, this is what it's always like, hanging out with Braun. At that moment, my right hand, which I'd kept in my pocket, moved discreetly. It gave a thumbs up, then pointed sharply down. Yeah, I get it. Very well. In that case, it seems this place isn't the absolute worst for resting alone, but it's a waiting room for the whole team. It's fine. Everyone here is fun. They're good people. Braun seemed a bit shocked, but there was nothing I could do about that. He was probably comparing it to the private office I used to have at that major pharmaceutical company. Very well. How many people work with you, Mr. O'Dear? At the moment, there are 3 of us. But usually only 2 come into the waiting room. I looked at the waiting room's whiteboard. It still held notes left by people who'd passed through Black Tortoise Team 1. Originally, about 7 people worked here. That's just my own knowledge in there. But after some incidents, about half were killed or went missing, and it was reduced to 3 teams. It really was a chilling creepypasta. Anyway, there was a time when they were actively recruiting more people. And now seemed to be that time. That's a relief. Phew, to think of having 7 people in such a shabby room. What are we, failed comedians who can't get a gig? I just laughed bitterly. After some thought, I picked up a marker from the whiteboard and left a line myself. Admirable people. I was thinking of the Disaster Management Bureau's Black Tortoise Team 1 in the early days of the wiki. You left a message? The mark of a spy. How intriguing. Could you bring me closer so I can get a better look? It wasn't anything special, really. Sure. That wasn't hard. I took the plush doll out of my front pocket and supported its body with both hands, bringing it close to the whiteboard. Chap. Grapes, you're here early again today? Did you sleep well last night? Agent Choi, meeting my gaze, saw the doll in my hand and then saw my hands politely pressing the doll up against the whiteboard. Good morning, Agent Choi. Yeah, good morning. Are you donating the doll to our waiting room? That's great. No. It's not that. Ho ho. Shrinking my shoulders, I hurriedly put Braun back in my front pocket, but Agent Choi stopped me. His eyes were scanning the phrase I'd written on the whiteboard. No, it's fine. Kids these days take pictures with stuff like this and post them as proof. Then Agent Choi started asking about whether I posted stuff on SNS, and told me I couldn't upload internal photos because it's classified and to think of this place like the National Intelligence Service. And so on, and I scrambled to play along. No, this is just someone I always carry with me, a friend. Nice to meet you. Oh, that scar on your neck is quite stylish. I hope you'll tell us the story behind it someday. Friend? Yes. At that moment, Agent Bronze also opened the waiting room door and walked in. Hello, Jekwon. Come over here. Our rookie brought a doll. A doll? Agent Choi hurriedly grabbed Agent Bronze and brought him over. This was overwhelming. My goodness. Isn't this the man who took up the serial killer role at that mountain lodge? Aha. Could it be you infiltrated under the pretense of falling for his persistent recruitment? No. He'd gotten suspicious of me and started watching. Well, not bad. 2 sidekicks to support you. No. They're my superiors. Meanwhile, my 2 supervisors were looking at Braun with curiosity. If you always carry it, how come we've never seen it before? Jekwon. Have you? Agent Bronze's expression turned strange. He must have been remembering the times he'd glimpsed Braun hanging from my clothes or sticking out of my pocket. But if he says so, it'll sound like we've known each other for a while. I cut in to ease his dilemma. The friend I had before got torn by mistake. So I just made a new one recently. Agent Bronze's expression turned even stranger. He muttered friend to himself a few more times, then soon asked, did you make that friend during your break? Amazingly, that was true. Yes, that's right. Not that I made it myself. I just bought it at a store. Grapesy, if you call a doll your friend, a ghost will possess it and go fetch the documents. Eek. Agent Bronze kicked Agent Choi out by the seat of his pants and they left the waiting room together. Then he turned back and said kindly to me, the preliminary investigation unit has summoned you, Agent Grapes. We'll handle the rescue signals, so don't worry and just head out. Yes? Yes. And the 2 disappeared in an instant. Thud. I thought they'd pry further, but thankfully they didn't. If I'd looked any more suspicious, Agent Choi might have whipped out his ghost story detection device. That could have gotten dicey. Even though Braun always boasted, no matter what device they use, no one can figure out what I am. There's no harm in being cautious. I figured it would be better to show him naturally from the beginning rather than risk getting caught hiding him later. I never expected it would play out like this, though. Is this good, friend? So what kind of place is the preliminary investigation unit? Let's go there now. Anyway, since the preliminary investigation unit had called for me, I decided to head out for a bit. With Braun, I made my way past the real working spaces of the Disaster Management Bureau, the office corridors, and then, my goodness, I'd rather this was a comedy skit segment. To think my friend has fallen victim to an employment scam, to the eyes of a host from a dazzling capitalist-era mass media ghost story, the 21st century public sector facilities must have seemed utterly dilapidated and substandard. Fortunately, something else soon caught Braun's interest. Right in front of the preliminary investigation unit office was my fellow spy, Go Yeon-jun. Agent Grapes. Go Yeon-jun, who greeted me with a bright smile and wave, gave me a curious look as she spotted the plush doll on my chest when I got closer. You're carrying that around again? Yes, Now that I think about it, Yeon Junsi has seen Braun in the form of a good friend fairly often. Even in that exhibition ghost story, Manor of the Blind, I used Braun to solidify Baek Saeon's impression of me. I think she saw that a few times in passing, too. Anyway, it seems Braun has a greater presence than I thought. I figured he wouldn't stand out that much since it's so small, but in this ghost story world's crazy pharmaceutical company, people carry around everything from bunny's feet to mummy bandages, with everyone already wearing bizarre animal masks. I thought a little plush pendant would be fine. Apparently not. Still, Go Yeonjun remains as kind as ever. It's still cute. I think you picked a good one. Someone with an eye for quality. An appreciative audience is always a delight for an entertainer. Anyway, it was a relief that everyone seemed satisfied. I smiled and spoke. Thank you. Then, Agent Mint, perhaps you also? No thank you. No. I was just going to ask if you had one too. A plush pendant. I was starting to sweat. Looks like the bunny plush stands out even more than I expected. This won't do. After asking Braun's permission, I pulled the front pocket flap down further to hide as much of the plush as possible. Agent Grapes, please give your statement. Huh? That's cute. Did your younger sibling give it to you? Oh my, what's that? A doll? But even so, whenever I moved and it showed itself, it became a small talk topic several times. And the finale came after I'd finished a quick statement with the preliminary investigation unit and returned to the Black Daughters Team 1 waiting room. Chap Grapesy. As I came in, the two agents who'd arrived earlier shot to their feet, and Agent Choi had a suspicious grin plastered on his face. Sorry, I was a bit harsh to your friend earlier. Calling it a ghost and doll, right? Now he tries to make amends. I'll let it slide. No, it's fine. What is going on? Anyway, now that I know the plushie's more conspicuous than I thought, I should take steps to handle it. I sat quietly on the sofa and muttered to myself. I'll make sure to keep it out of sight as much as possible, so even if it's a bit uncomfortable, I hope you'll understand. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? Of course Grapes' friend can stay in the waiting room with us. Suddenly, Agent Choi put his arm around my shoulder and showed me something. Here, this is your friend's spot. On the plush armrest of the sofa by the window, a neatly folded navy blue handkerchief, standard issue for an agent, was laid out. No. What is this, seriously? Ha, I appreciate the kindness, but I'll decline. I have my own handkerchief. Wait, where did it go? That's strange, it seems to have disappeared. I'll get you a new one later. Just wait. Thank you. In the end, unable to resist the flow of the conversation, I set Braun down on the handkerchief. Agent Choi, still smiling, asked kindly, "What's our friend's name?" Braun. Brown. But it's pink? Ha ha ha. No, it's fine. That's possible. After all, the heart is free. Yes. Thank you. What even is this situation? I looked to Agent Bronze for help, but when he met my eyes, he just forced a strained smile. He's really trying to look warm. I was even more lost. Here, take this too. It's a diary string, but if you tie it to its ear, it'll look cute. And so, Braun received a cushion near the window and successfully blended into the Black Daughters Team 1 waiting room without suspicion. The cause of all this would soon be revealed in the group chat. Let's not make a fuss if the new Destroyer King rookie brings a plush keyring, everyone. It's a precious friend, ? So it's not a supernatural phenomenon or whatever? That doesn't seem to be the case. According to another team member, he's been carrying it around for a while, seems to use it to calm himself. Let's not pry into personal matters. Confirmed. We all get it? Yeah, I was the one who asked if his younger sibling gave him the doll. If you're reading this, I'm sorry, Agent Bronze. In that sense, I'll give this place 39 points. On my way home from work, I hurried back to the motel, listening to Braun's surprisingly generous Disaster Management Bureau rating. Other than a brief dispatch for a minor supernatural incident in the afternoon, it had been a normal day. so my condition should have been fine. But I'm exhausted. So much happened mentally, and on top of it all, an unexpected new facet to my character was added as the grand finale. Ugh, I just want to rest. Maybe I should sleep somewhere nicer, just for tonight. As I walked down the street at dusk, I searched for other lodgings on my smartphone. BZZZZ, a pop-up appeared along with a vibration. A message. J, got so me info. J, Abbott, exclamation mark. It's the sergeant. This was the first time since I handed over my phone. But he says he got some information? J, probable. What do you mean? I quickly replied, but there was no response for several minutes, and then, much later, J, I'll come out. A chill ran down my spine. I called immediately, but he didn't answer. What there? There was definitely a signal, so why wasn't he picking up? Where are you, Sergeant? Are you all right? The one disappeared from the message, meaning it was read. Wait a second, he said. He'd come out, didn't he? I hurriedly narrowed my lodging search to the area around Daydream Incorporated and grabbed a random unmanned motel. Then I sent the address, room number, and door code via message. If you've made it out, come here, link. Then I immediately dashed back into the subway, heading to the unmanned motel near the company. A short while later, question mark. When I opened the motel door, I saw a scene I never could have imagined. Kwak Chakang was tied up and lying face down on the floor, and sitting on top of him, restraining him, was the sergeant and RO. Supervisor Park Min-seung, sweating coldly as he looked at me, was there too, in a security team uniform. What kind of mess is this? Chapter 191. Author note, updated, --. So far, these were mentioned: Security Management Department, Security Team, Guard Team. In line with this, Jay's full position title is Guard Sergeant, but shortened to Sergeant for brevity. Anyway, when I get the time, I'll comb through the past chapters and try to correct all other instances that these terms were mentioned. For now, please keep this in mind. Sorry for the confusion. I'm still not entirely sure about this department's structure and what kind of entity the security team is within the security department, or if they're actually the same thing given that they have the same-ish name. But I won't question things for now, I'll just follow you. Orthonym. So I opened the unmanned motel door, and Assistant Manager Kwak Chakang was tied up, with the sergeant sitting on top of him. And why is Supervisor Park Min-seung here? I mean, it's nice to see him after so long, but what kind of combination is this? MMMPF. At that moment, Kwak Chakang, who was pinned to the floor, started struggling again. Wait a second. This won't do. If he turns his head and sees my face, things will spiral out of control. I quickly got a hold of myself and tried to close the door and leave, but apparently, the sergeant noticed something before I could move. The sergeant struck the head of the man he was restraining. Just like that, Assistant Manager Kwak Chakang passed out. It's a complete mess. My goodness, how chaotic can things get? But there is a certain unique charm that comes from chaos. Please, what exactly is going on here? I secretly followed, question mark. The urgent explanation that followed can be summarized as this. The sergeant said he had gone all around the company collecting various bits of information that might be useful for the cheerful research institute I'd asked about. And in the process, he explored different places, and the place he went today was. I went to their research team's special area in the annex. Wait, isn't that a restricted area where only authorized staff can enter? The security team can go in if it's for work, like for patrols and stuff. I see. So you waited until you were assigned patrol duty? No, I just filled in for another guard. You said you needed information. Now I feel bad. The sergeant looked so proud of what he did that I was at a loss for words. Anyway, given how much our actions overlapped, it seems pretty clear that the guard team member Bexa Aeon mentioned really was the sergeant. Wait. Now that I think about it, I heard that you got into a fight with Assistant Manager Kwak Chakang. Is that related to what's happening now? I didn't fight with him. He kept picking a fight with me. So you just got caught up in it? No. I ignored him. He just ran into me by himself and fell over. Anyway. Scratching his head, the sergeant returned to the main point. He said that while patrolling the research team's special area today, he noticed something strange with the equipment or documents. It felt like someone was following me! Exclamation mark. At some point, he felt a persistent, watching gaze. He even sensed a strange kind of malice. So I just went outside. But this person kept following me secretly. And then you subdued him. Well. And there was nobody around to see. I nodded, feeling like I wanted to hold my head. So you didn't know it was Assistant Manager Kwak Jikang? No. I knew. Well. It didn't matter much. I just didn't expect he'd call someone from the security team. My gaze turned to Supervisor Park Min-seung. His pupils wavered. Yeah, I was the one who got the call. When I got here, he was already. Yeah. And so, this bizarre meeting occurred. Ahaha. My goodness. This is just like a sitcom. Life is a comedy when you look at it from a distance. The problem is that I'm stuck right in the middle of it all. I'm actually going to lose my mind. I barely managed to restrain myself from pressing my temples as I spoke. If we just send Assistant Manager Quack back like this, is it likely he'll report JC or otherwise exaggerate the situation and cause problems? Probably. Supervisor Park Min-seung and I exchanged nervous glances, then looked at the sergeant. The sergeant just looked annoyed by the whole situation. Whatever happens, happens. His reaction seemed to say, no, I mean, this is about your own safety. So then, Supervisor, does that mean you have to take the sergeant into custody? Technically, yes, but if you just send him back, I'll try to handle things on my end. I'll testify that Assistant Manager Kwak Jikang was there alone. Supervisor Park Min-seung laughed awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. He gets up to so much weird stuff that I think it'll work. It probably won't! Exclamation mark. The sergeant stared straight at Supervisor Park Min-seung. You just joined the security team. That's when the binding is strongest. Binding? It hasn't even been a full 100 days since you started official duty, has it? It'll be hard to lie to the company. The clock, it's counting down right now, isn't it? Supervisor Park Min-seung's face stiffened, but the very next moment, a picture-perfect smile appeared on his face. And, as if unconsciously, his hand moved to his wrist. Under the security team's uniform, something resembling a wristwatch could be seen. Right. A wristwatch. The binding that falls on the security team. I recall, at Daydream Incorporated, once a rescued employee has sufficiently recovered from contamination and regained their humanity, instead of investing further, they devised methods that could be put to immediate use. That binding wasn't described in full detail in the Dark Exploration records. They believed it would be more meaningful and chilling to let the reader imagine it, but there were hints scattered throughout. For example, their wristwatch. Yes, the company's security team members really do wear wristwatches. What do they use them for, you ask? I don't know either. The only thing I know for sure is that if they ever act out of line, like, if they try to leave the company during the day, for instance. Anyway, when that happens, you could hear it, the ticking sound from the watch. Tick, tock, tick, tock. That sound. Why was that so strange? Because it was supposed to be a digital watch. So why was there the sound of a second hand moving? That in itself was creepy, like a ghost story. It would keep getting faster, and eventually, there would be an alarm, I guess. And then, they'd suddenly vanish. Not the watch, the security team member. Excerpt from Interrogation 26 of Glass Prison. Inmate G56. Origin, Daydream Incorporated. Supervisor. Yes. Supervisor Park Min-seung quickly snapped back to his senses and took his hand off his wrist. The atmosphere in the unmanned motel grew a bit heavier, but the sergeant spoke casually. Don't worry. I mean, it'll probably just be a disciplinary measure. It's not like you killed anyone. ? Just go explain it. But wait, the sergeant looked down at the researcher he tied up and muttered seriously. Isn't this a bit wasteful? This guy knows a lot. Since it's come to this, might as well get some information out of him. No, that's not necessary. How suspicious. And why would he suggest taking on even more disciplinary risk himself? Let's wrap this up quickly. If he hasn't seen my face, it's fine. Wait a minute. Even if Kwak Chakang didn't see me, someone else did. Supervisor Park Min-seung. Yeah? If it's difficult for you to lie to the company right now, when you're giving your statement, do you have to say you saw me? Exclamation mark. Supervisor Park Min-seung's face went pale again. If the company demands it, I might have to. Damn it. From that point on, the problem isn't just that they'll find out I'm alive. While trying to cover that up, Director Ho would definitely find out about it. If they ask why I was meeting with the sergeant, even the dream incubation room could be exposed. I'll try my best to avoid that situation. Hey, the sergeant raised his hand. Actually, I don't really want to. It's a hassle. Then he pointed at Kwak Chakang. Should I just kill him? Question mark. Immunity for use of deadly force. Now that I think about it, the guard team does have immunity for lethal force. If I kill him, and the security team reports no target for dispatch, that's not a lie. And we can just move on. Plus, it'll buy us some time. No, you can't. Please calm down, Sergeant. No, I mean, the guard team's immunity for deadly force isn't for the guards themselves. It's so the company isn't liable if someone dies during the suppression of a ghost story incident. And on top of that, it's more like, since they have immunity, don't get in the way and make it cost more when the guard team is working. From the start, the immunity for deadly force is the right for the guard team to kill employees who interfere during official duties. You're not in the middle of official duty right now. If it were that easy to kill someone, Kwak Chakang would have already been turned into a puddle by another member of the guard team a long time ago. Well, that's true. Let's think of another way. Yes, we'll think of a good way. Okay. Cold sweat broke out on my skin. It's a relief the sergeant isn't that motivated. No wonder he made it all the way to squad leader of an elite team. His judgment is so unflinching. Honestly, it wasn't just the immunity he was thinking of. He was really considering just killing this guy to get rid of any evidence. It's only lucky that he's not a bad person at heart. I wiped the sweat from my brow. And honestly, this situation was my fault. I was too tempted when the sergeant said he'd look into the Cheerful Research Institute for me. It's a moment of decision, friend. Will you gamble for a flawless outcome, or accept a little loss for the sake of safety? Oh, if you want advice from this host, I'm more than ready to give you a hint. You're going to tell me to gamble and erase the evidence, right? Correct. Damn it. I pinched the bridge of my nose, then suddenly, an idea came to me. No. A way to erase evidence. There's one. I'll take care of it. I pulled out an item I'd been keeping in my inventory, disguised syrup for kids. Green grape flavor. A short time later, Assistant Manager Kwak Chakang opened his eyes. Or rather, it was a guess that he would, since we'd covered his eyes. Ooh, am I in the darkness? No, that's not it. My eyes are just covered. The excited tone in his voice instantly cooled and became listless. But soon, perhaps realizing why he was in this situation, his tone changed again. He'd been following the sergeant, got caught and tied up, and was knocked out. No, just because you cover my eyes doesn't mean I forget what I saw. Ha ha ha. Oh, heavens. How do you plan to explain this to the company? Pulling a stunt like this, the situation has changed a lot since you were the leader of the B Squad. Do you still believe the company will give you special treatment? Golly, things like, did you really think your immunity for deadly force means you can just kill a real researcher? Or, I wonder how the company would react if a busy section chief of the research team like me turned up as a fresh corpse. He speaks in that typical tone of someone proud of their own irreplaceability, mixing subtle threats and ominous predictions. Politely, however, soon. Or, maybe you're desperate enough that you have to go this far. What were you looking for in the special research lab in the annex? Don't tell me. His voice took on a meaningful edge. Were you hoping to find the darkness you disappeared into there? Hey, I'm telling you, The entrance has collapsed. Even if you're curious what state the staff still trapped in there might be in by now. He'd talked enough. I briskly pulled off the cloth covering his eyes. Quack Chikang looked pleased, as if about to say something else, but, ! But instead of the sergeant, the former elite team leader, he'd been expecting, there was me wearing a security team suit. In front of the frozen Quack Chikang, I took out my pager and flicked it. Aha, so you're the one who responded to the call. This must be the security team area. Silence. By any chance, was there a guard sergeant in the spot where I was? Silence. Not much of a talker, huh? Wait a second. Realization flickered in Quack Chikang's eyes. It's a special suit. He recognized my outfit. The uniform for the security team's special division. What's going on? You, responding to a mere research team section chief's call? This kind of cleanup shouldn't be the job of someone as special and rare as you. Ha ha ha, unless you have some other motive. As he thought of the next words, his expression changed. Right, unless there's some other motive. I silently raised my hand and placed something on the desk in front of him. Fun truth game. Shall we play around? ! A carrot-shaped plastic recording toy, cheerfully announcing itself. It looked childish and cheap, completely out of place, but Quack Chikang's face went stiff. As I thought, he recognizes it. One of the most famous security team interrogation tools from Dark Exploration Records. Equals 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 equals. Dark Exploration Records, Ghost Story. All the things the carrot can do. A ghost story featured in Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, TAWI 2525. A party toy that helps you play a game of truth or dare. If the opponent doesn't tell the truth, it notices immediately and, as a penalty, issues a brutal and shocking dare. If the mission is not completed, the other game participants can punish the one who failed. Right. Where did I get this? To be honest, it's fake. I poured the disguise syrup for kids on my smartphone and created a knockoff. That's why it's rated 5 stars. It doesn't disguise me. It disguises whatever I want. So, because it's for objects and not people, it is highly versatile. And, it perfectly mimics the look and function the user wants. And it doesn't matter if it's a fake imitating the original. The important thing is that the person in front of me believes it's real. For the first time, I saw a flicker of confusion in Quack Chikang's eyes. What is this? No, there's no need to go this far, is there? Now I was ready. From here on, it was all about skillfully pushing my confused opponent and wrapping up the situation. Preferably in a way that gave us a bit of an advantage. If everyone's ready, we'll begin. Now, the question. While the carrot blared on, I subtly shifted my position so Quack Chikang could see more clearly. Behind me, the prototype dream incubator from the Cheerful Research Institute came into view. ! Quack Chikang's gaze wavered, but the carrot asked its recorded question. What do you know about the machine in front of you? Thus began the ridiculously efficient cleanup plan. Chapter 192. Author note. Updated. The underground laboratory. Quack Chikang's eyes tremble as he looks around the dream incubation room of the Cheerful Research Institute, his gaze landing on the massive incubator in the center. But the countdown had already begun. The low-quality recorded melody and the cheerful voice rang out. 10, 9, 8. What do I know? Are you telling me to spill everything I know about that potion manufacturing device? I looked at him in silence. 7, 6. No, haha. Potion manufacturing? Did I see it once when I joined the company? Even if you ask this of a raw material procurement researcher, you know, the unreasonable is the charm of the darkness, but this. Quack Chikang's movements stopped. Wait. His voice trembled. Is that, by any chance, that thing? Not fear, but excitement. 5, 4. A mad gleam burst in the eyes of someone who realized what it was. It's a prototype potion maker. The countdown stopped. But Quack Chikang's mouth did not. The version with no production quality restrictions. I'm not especially passionate about Daydream Incorporated's potions, but potion manufacturing devices are a different story. Ha. A smile spread across Quack Chikang's face. It originated from a darkness, didn't it? And that's the original device that was taken out of the darkness! Exclamation mark. To think it's right in front of my eyes. If you'd just shown it to me instead of all this, I would have testified to anything, he murmured, practically licking the dream incubator with his gaze. Where on earth did you get this? If it gives out wish tickets, it must be an abyss-grade darkness, right? What ghost story did it come from? I don't know which superior is running this operation, but don't you need a researcher? I'm tight-lipped and full of passion for research. A beaming smile spread across Quack Chikang's face. This is way better than the useless work I was doing in the annex. Hey, can I take a look? That one. Whoosh! I set a heavy layer of black smoke before Quack Chikang as he tried to get up. He stopped in his tracks, but the eyes raised toward me shone not with fear, but with curiosity. You're quite something, aren't you? Ha. Where are you from? Which darkness? Answered Daydream Incorporated's call. Fire, water, the conception of madness, a fairy tale, the throne of pure silver. I didn't answer, but in my mind, the various special exploration records Quack Chikang had been involved with flashed by. What would it be best to let him misunderstand? Something as powerful as possible, but that Quack Chikang doesn't know much about, but also something that would let his imagination run wild. I reached out and pointed at the yellow lantern at my waist, wrapped in horn-like ribs. A star? Quack Chikang muttered. So that's how he interpreted it. A darkness related to a star. Gold, restraints. Ha. Interesting. Are you interested in humans? I didn't answer. Instead, I pressed the carrot. Next round starting. Now, the question. Quack Chikang was now looking at me more with intrigue than tension. He seemed excited at the thought that the question might be related to information about the dream incubator. But this question wasn't about the incubator. It's about smashing your skull in. Are you still observing Darkness Kturby 553, which you secretly swapped in to deploy the J Squad without your superior's knowledge? Quack Chikang's face stiffened. 10, 9, 8. I'm still observing it. The countdown stopped. How did you know? Does the company already know about this? Of course not. It's just that, through the hashtag exploration records, extras, page of dark exploration records, I knew all the crazy things Quack Chikang had done. Of those, I picked a certain unexpected incident that was particularly large-scale, caused a stir in the development department when discovered, but went undetected until the very end. Endless Life of the J Squad. This notorious irregular record was famous for making people feel unpleasant just by reading it, to the point you'd be unsettled imagining it really happened. But in this situation, it was definitely useful. There's no way he'll ever think I'm just a former employee who quit. No matter how good Quack Chikang is at reading people, it's simply impossible. He can't help but think this way instead. Someone higher up in the company must have caught on to what I did. From here on, things get easier. Ha. If you called me in like this through the security team instead of handing out official disciplinary action. What exactly did I touch in there? Just what secret was I getting close to? By letting the other person misunderstand, you can guide the situation however you want. What does this place have to do with it? I didn't answer Quack Chikang, who was muttering to himself. Instead, next, I turned off the carrot. Then I approached Quack Chikang and reached out my hand. Exclamation mark. Still tied to the chair, I pushed him forward toward the incubator. Ha. Quack Chikang laughed nervously, cold sweat running down his face. Even in his fear, I could sense his anticipation for what was to come, which was a little unsettling. But either way, he stopped in front of the gleaming dream incubator. The light of the dream essence was reflected in his glasses. Then, I turned the carrot recorder back on. A cheerful child's voice came out. What function do you think the machine in front of you has? A more powerful, fundamental potion manufacturing function. Since it originates from the darkness, I'm sure it has even more extreme, incomprehensible rules. Can I touch it? Or at least observe it? I allowed Quack Chikang to stand up, but closely monitored everything he did as he touched the incubator. Even as he broke out in a cold sweat, he couldn't hide his excitement and busily examined and tapped all over the incubator. It's crude, but more complicated than the completed company manufacturing machine. Well, I guess that's obvious. There are fewer buttons. But, emojis? What's this? Then he pressed the side of the incubator. A pipe similar to the one where I'd poured in the essence appeared. There was something like that too. Does that mean you can draw out the essence from there? I should remember this. If necessary, I could extract all the dream essence from there in an emergency. Even as I thought this, Quack Chikang, as if possessed, examined everything, even peering into the glass container where the dream essence was stored. Specifically, at the faint silhouette visible inside the dream essence, a lump about 5 times the size of an egg, glowing a reddish-orange. That thing in the center, what is that? That wasn't in the company's manufacturing machine. I didn't say anything because I didn't know, either. But thanks to the scenario I'd set up, it seemed Quack Chikang took it as a hint that this isn't something I'll tell you. He licked his lips and withdrew his hand, but his gaze still greedily swept over the incubator. Then his eyes stopped at the very bottom where a button had been removed. Here. This looks like the spot for the wish ticket. Is that right? I think so. Did you remove it so I wouldn't press it by accident? Wait a second. That spot is where a wish ticket button is supposed to go? Even a prototype had a wish ticket output function? Then, originally, the wish tickets were even more powerful than they are now. Just what had the Cheerful Research Institute been trying to make? And, if I find and restore that button, I might even be able to get the Cheerful Research Institute version of a wish ticket. Thump, thump. My head spun with the sound of my pounding heart. No. Calm down. This is only Quack Chikang's speculation. And even if that speculation is correct, all the wish tickets I know about are based on what Daydream Incorporated refined. As for the original produced by the Cheerful Research Institute, who knows what kind of insane effect it might have? No one could say for sure. Don't get swept up by the temptation of a gamble when I have clear answers in front of me. If you gave me a little more time, I feel like I could learn even more. I don't know who you are, but if you let me join this project, Quack Chikang spoke suggestively, looking at me. I stared back at him in silence. Black smoke stretched toward him like a line. Quack Chikang flinched. The black smoke circled him, as if warning him not to do anything foolish, or perhaps as if appraising him. Then, as I inhaled, it was sucked back into my body. I reached out and activated all the things the carrot can do again. Time to wrap this up. If I get greedy, he might catch on. And the final touch is for a perfect setup. What did you want to hide during today's truth or dare? Exclamation mark. It's the question that the security team always asks at the very end of an interrogation. A direct hit that leaves those who've been skirting the truth in despair, thinking, as long as I don't lie, I'll be fine. But Quack Chikang just smiled. Nothing in particular. He really seemed off his rocker. Anyway, it feels like you already know and are ignoring all the disciplinary issues I was trying to hide. So what's there to keep secret? He smacked his lips. It's just disappointing. I guess I'm not the type of talent that this team is looking for. Then who would be on that team? Confidential team, missing persons. And then Supervisor Kim Solium. I almost jumped off the floor. Seeing it this way, your build seems pretty similar. Now that I think about it, right, Supervisor Kim Solium's mask also had horns, didn't it? Did you perhaps abduct that employee from the train to use as your vessel? What the actual hell? No wonder it felt strange. That train darkness wasn't the type to just disappear like that. But now the puzzle pieces fit. Wait. He said the train darkness wasn't the type to just disappear like that? That makes it sound as if he already knew about the Tamra Express ghost story. At that moment, it hit me. This bastard set it up. The sudden business trip, and getting caught up in the train ghost story along the way. It wasn't just bad luck. This guy orchestrated it. He'd already gathered information about Tambo Express. Right, Quack Chikang can mess around in ways not recorded in. Because of the variable called me, a morally upright and cowardly newcomer. Wow, even just listing it out, that sounds like the perfect candidate for a human sacrifice. And from the way he spoke, it seemed he'd looked into me, Kim Solium, much more than I expected. He knew my personality. Anyway, now I really want to confirm if my hypothesis is right. Is that security team uniform made from the leather of that unfortunate employee? Was it a match? Stay calm. I deliberately gave no reaction. Whether he spouted nonsense or deduced the truth, I wouldn't give him any information, as if I had no meaning or interest outside the task I was assigned. Then, as if suddenly thinking of it, I picked up the carrot recorder and gave it a small shake. TSK. So silent. Just then, the sergeant who'd been hiding behind the desk leapt out and struck Quack Chikang in the back of the neck, knocking him out. MMF. With a short thud, the guy's body collapsed to the floor. Phew. For some reason, I felt relieved. I just leave him outside, right? I quickly nodded. As I watched the sergeant move Quack Chikang, I hurried to take off the security team uniform. Done. So what happens now? The sergeant will dump Quack Chikang near the company, and he'll be found and taken in by Supervisor Park Min-seung. This way, Supervisor Park Min-seung can report that he found Section Chief Quack Chikang passed out near the company and returned him to work. That's the last eyewitness account. Any sighting of me or the sergeant will have nothing to do with official duties. This way, Supervisor Park Min-seung didn't have to lie, and could omit my sighting from his report. Mr. Rodier. Ah, what a delightful performance. Wit, deception, secrets. You used all three elements very well. After changing back, I picked up Braun, who had been sitting off to the side of the office, and put him in my front pocket. He burst into applause. Really? It didn't look awkward? Ah, it was perfect. That composure, not even batting an eye when your own name came up. It was a wonderful performance. But aren't you worried that man will go back and expose everything that happened here, friend? Ah, that. I smiled confidently. That won't happen. Oh, because Quack Chikang is the type whose mind is always working. Security team interrogations are a strict non-disclosure matter. Usually, unless someone directly involved asks, everyone keeps their mouths shut. Especially in Quack Chikang's case. All the more so if the interrogation was about some outrageous abuse of authority on his part. Why would anyone go around blabbing that they did something to get disciplined? Especially when they haven't even gotten to experience the catharsis of observing what result comes of it. I see. This was better than any binding. I recalled Supervisor Park Min-seung's anxious voice. If only there we had a memory erasing pill, or a silencing pill. We could have bought those, but I opted not to use one. Those are potions made by Daydream Incorporated. Someone in Quack Chikang's position could just buy an antidote from the Point Small, and he'd be suspicious of a binding that could be undone so easily. What's important is to handle this in the most natural way possible. Make it seem like there's no real point in talking about it, even if you do. And even in the unlikely event that Quack Chikang does talk, the higher-ups who hear it will just assume it's another secret project of some powerful faction and find nothing strange about it. So Mr. Rodier, you went to great lengths to perfectly recreate a security team interrogation, to make even the insiders get the wrong idea, if word gets out. That's right. The only thing that nags at me is the way Quack Chikang associated Supervisor Kim Solium with my security team disguise. But even if he goes around later telling people in great detail, by the time that news reaches Director Ho, I won't be here anymore. All done. In this way, I managed to extract all the information from Quack Chikang while also cleaning up the situation. My whole body aches. Maybe I should rest a bit before the sergeant gets here. After dealing with that insane researcher, my stomach's starting to hurt. I put away the security team uniform into my inventory too and sat down in front of the dream incubator. I gazed at it for a moment. Friend, sorry to disturb your break, but now I feel like giving you a small hint and a preview. A preview? Indeed. Let's raise the tension just a bit. A very interesting incident will occur soon. Brawn. Just then. BZZZ. My phone buzzed! Exclamation mark. A call at this hour. Could it be something that happened at the Disaster Management Bureau? Maybe there were so many rescue requests that they overlapped beyond what could be handled. I immediately opened my smartphone. But K.Lee, oh, it's been a while since I've contacted you, employee. K.Lee, have you been doing well, huh? A person whose profile picture is a Hawaiian beach. Someone who introduced himself as Assistant Manager Lee Kang-yeon from the C Squad, the one who connected me to the salmon market. But a message from him? But that's impossible. Because I'm already a dead person to Daydream Incorporated. I changed my number a long time ago. Something's wrong. And yet, my phone kept buzzing. K.Lee, right, you're a supervisor now, aren't you? K.Lee, or rather K.Lee, a spy, right? So that's how it is. I turned my head. If you really want to be a spy. From behind the office chair in the dream incubation room, someone took off the goblin hat they'd been wearing. Agent Choi. In his hand was the crumpled note I'd given him. You should have found some way to slip out a hint like this in the middle, Mr. Rodier. And then, the blades descended. The blades in this context refer to a shaman's weapon, which are also tools to show off their divine power. To prove that a spirit has descended, shamans would ride a pair of these blades. For more info on this, read https://namu.wiki/w/#s3. Other notes. Hi. What the fuck? Hello, Agent Choi. Chapter 193. Author note. Updated. I rolled to dodge the falling blades, but the downpour of blades had already struck my foot. Exclamation mark. At that moment, Agent Choi lunged at me with frightening speed and pulled something else out with his hand. A round object, a glass marble, glinting in the light of the dream essence. The emergency glass prison. If that hits me, I'll be bound and transported straight to the Disaster Management Bureau's infamous glass prison. The moment that happens, it's all over. The spy mission, the wish ticket, everything. No. Gritting my teeth, I grabbed the blade embedded in my foot and rolled to the side. Ping, ding. The glass marble I barely dodged bounced away with a cheerful sound, but the prison was already open. Exclamation mark. Let the rope of justice fall upon the sinner. Countless hands reached out from within the emptiness of the glass, grabbing hold of me. I clung to the office furniture, but it was hopeless. I was dragged in. My hands, scraped along the floor, had my fingernails shattered as they were pulled. There was no time to take out any items. Brawn. Oh, you're desperately hoping for the devoted help of your good friend. Are you, friend? But I'm afraid that will be difficult. What? This is a decision made for more interesting developments, so I trust you'll graciously understand, Mr. Rodier. But my heart aches, too. Of course it does. The troubles of a friend. My blood ran cold. I was trapped in the glass. Chalalalik. With a clear, sharp sound as if the glass was resonating, I was separated from the outside world as if I was looking through a shattered mirror. Brawn. No answer. Fuck no. I grit my teeth. If the agent contacted the Disaster Management Bureau now, everything would be over. And Agent Choi is absolutely the kind of person who would do just that. He's already started contacting them. The glass marble spun in Agent Choi's grip. It was a kind of emergency ritual to summon the warden of the prison. Damn it. How do I stop this? How do I persuade him? He's a warm person who sometimes lets his emotions get the better of him, but that only works when there's a gap to exploit. Now that he knows I'm a spy, he'll throw me in the glass prison first, and then, wait. Instead of looking at the hand holding the glass marble, I looked at his other, left hand. He was holding a crumpled piece of paper. There it is. Is that the note I gave you? Did you solve the riddle recently and that's how you found this place? Agent Choi didn't answer, just kept rolling the glass marble in his hand. But I kept talking, undaunted. At the very least, when you received the note, did you think I was genuinely asking for help to help someone else? No! Exclamation mark. At first, I assumed there must be some trick to it given your background. Exclamation mark. What are you so surprised about? You transferred from Daydream Incorporated to the bureau here using your real name. Did you really think no one would notice? The shock hit me like a hammer to the head, and the result became clear. It was suspicious. Yeah, I definitely thought it was strange when it turned out the C Squad's Lee Kang-yeon didn't exist, and when Supervisor Lee Sung-ae, who supposedly exchanged messages with him, said she'd never met him either. It was easy enough to deduce the reason with just a little thinking. That person never existed in the first place. It was just someone posing as a Daydream Incorporated employee to dig for information. And that person was Agent Choi, so he'd known from the beginning that I was from Daydream Incorporated. But you know, Agent Choi's voice turned hollow. You're really good at your job. You work hard, trying so hard to help everyone you meet, including kids and even the annoying ones, without picking or choosing. Willing to do anything, even if it means getting hurt or taking a loss. His voice shook. That's not something you can fake. Usually, Daydream Incorporated employees can't stand losing out. So I thought, maybe, just like you told Jekwon, you really did fake your death at the company and run away. Exclamation mark. So I figured, if I kept you on our team and managed you well. Agent Choi gripped the glass marble tightly. I just believed what I wanted. Ha! Making a mistake like this after all these years. Yeah, people only act if they think they'll get a greater benefit even if they take a loss. And I forgot about your tendency to risk your life for a wish ticket. But, Agent Choi's eyes darkened. Mr. Rodier, are you even human? What was that form just now? And what is this place? What are you doing to the Disaster Management Bureau that Daydream Incorporated would grant you a wish? Say something. I kept my mouth shut. Agent Choi met my eyes for a moment, then finally smiled. Pointless, isn't it? Yeah, you can talk as much as you want after you get to prison. Prison? A voice came from above Agent Choi's head. Exclamation mark. Looking over him was the black shadow of a monstrous form resembling a giant wolf, with teeth and eyes jutting out haphazardly. It was the sergeant. He had returned. As I continued to stall for time, I clenched my teeth and shouted, "Aim for the glass marble." Son of a... Agent Choi tried to grab the blade at his waist, but it was too late. The teeth closed in. Crunch. The blade was shattered, and the glass marble was crushed together with Agent Choi's hand. As the glass marble shattered between those jaws, the makeshift prison holding me broke apart as well. I immediately sprang forward and, seizing the opportunity, subdued Agent Choi, targeting the area where his reaction would be slowest, his neck. Exclamation mark. I deliberately aimed for the scar on his neck. Whether it was guilt or tension, I couldn't tell, but a chill ran down my spine. Thud. Agent Choi was pinned to the floor. From the wolf-like monster's black muscle that bit his arm, fangs and tongue-like lumps appeared, as if about to bite it clean off. Don't, I gasped, speaking urgently. Don't kill him. Gradually, the monstrous form faded, revealing the dried-up, apathetic face of the sergeant. I wasn't trying to kill him. Just scare him a little. That kind of intimidation doesn't work on someone like him. I looked down. My heart was pounding. What should I do now? Does this mean my mission is a complete failure? My wish ticket. Can I even still get one? How do I resolve this situation? What do I need to? Solium cough. Kim Solium. Hey. From below, with a small cough and a clogged voice, Agent Choi grinned. That blade didn't hurt much, did it? Exclamation mark. A blade like that isn't something you can just keep moving on after it's stuck in your foot. You saw it, too, right? When that elite team member from your company got hit, I saw it. In the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace ghost story, the moment the blade struck, assistant manager Jin Nazolha collapsed, barely able to stifle her groans. And the fact that it didn't really hurt me, it means you're not such a bad guy, right? Grapes. It's not too late. Exclamation mark. If I don't report you, I can quietly take care of this myself. There are plenty of people in the bureau with unusual backgrounds. Let's just cover this up. Then, just like you said, You can go on living as a new recruit who escaped from that scam company and joined the Disaster Management Bureau. Agent Choi's eyes were calm and clear again. Just keep working with us as the youngest on Black Tortoise Team 1. Saving people. I don't know why you're still tied to the damned company. But be honest, wasn't it a lot more fun being on our team? And maybe, just maybe, we could grant your wish, too. His low voice carried a warmth. I'll help you, Solyamar. I moved my hand. Agent. Yeah? Please stop lying. It won't work on me! Exclamation mark. I twisted Agent Choi's left arm behind his back. Thunk. The pager fell from under his left elbow. I grabbed it and crushed it. You, as expected. Agent Choi. While pressing both of his hands behind his back, I spoke firmly. I already know. Pressing the pager you stick under your left elbow is your usual way out of situations. Agent Choi's eyes widened. But when it becomes too difficult to retrieve the pager like this, you usually start thinking up ways to subdue your opponent. Normally, you use your Doc B flame, but sometimes you also use a book you got from Ijeong bookstore. But you only do that when you need to protect someone you're rescuing. In this situation, you'll choose escape. J6. There's another pocket inside this person's pants pocket. There should be a sneaker shoelace in there. Please take it out. The sergeant did as I asked. Agent Choi's smile turned pale when he saw his own escape item in my hand. I declared. I know you. I can predict everything you'll try to do. Don't make the situation worse with pointless attempts. Ha ha. You bastard. His voice trembled. What are you? Who are you? I couldn't answer. This was all to make sure he couldn't act recklessly, to instill a sense of caution. I then systematically stripped Agent Choi of all his weapons and stored everything in my inventory to 2. That was the first stage of neutralizing him. But instead of feeling relieved, my head was spinning. Next. What next? I have to get out of here. It was too dangerous to stay here with Agent Choi. If the Disaster Management Bureau managed to track us down, it would be trouble. The motel. For now, we should go to a third location. Walk quietly. No funny business. I stood Agent Choi up and held him. With the sergeant on the other side, to anyone else we would just look like two co-workers helping a drunk colleague. As we left the dream incubation room, I tried to think of a way to clean up this mess. Solyamar. Agent Choi smiled with a cold sweat. So what are you going to do? Bury me somewhere? Or hand me over to Daydream Incorporated? But you know better than anyone how awful those bastards are. You saw with your own eyes how they were about to use the kids we barely rescued from the Ocean Palace as test subjects. We kept moving. You're really going to hand me over to them? Seriously? Just tell me what you were doing in the bureau. I'll help you. I couldn't say a word. And I knew he wouldn't help anyway. He was just waiting for me to slip up or let my guard down for even a second. If I showed even the slightest weakness, the experienced Agent Choi would either send me straight to the glass prison, or escape and come back with backup. That would be the end. No. Is it already over? My stomach churned. It felt like I had passed a point of no return. I'd thought I could just quietly sneak out the documents Director Ho wanted, but now there was no going back. I realized I was about to fall into a swamp I'd never be able to get out of. I felt like throwing up. What do I do? Is there any way? There's no use in Daydream Incorporated's potions that erase memories or force secrecy oaths. He'd get caught in less than a week. Agent Choi gets a company checkup every week to make sure nothing suspicious has gotten into him. He'd be caught there. If only. Excuse me. I looked at the sergeant across from me. The sergeant glanced at the agent he was supporting and restraining, and spoke. This person. Disaster Management Bureau? Yes. I don't know what's going on, but the sergeant spoke as if he had realized something. You seem to know each other. And seemed able to communicate! Exclamation mark. How about talking it out? For now? But what was I supposed to say? I couldn't reveal what I was doing as a spy, or exactly what Daydream Incorporated demanded from me, and those were the most important things. Director Ho's binding was in place. If I left that out, What could I talk about? Only the parts of me that weren't about being a spy. Kim Solium. What I wanted. What I'd been thinking about as I worked at the Disaster Management Bureau. Whether I ever intended to deceive them, maybe. I could at least talk about that. At the very least, I could say that I had no intention of harming the Disaster Management Bureau. If I could just prove that I hadn't done any real harm, maybe we could find a compromise. Somehow, for now, I'd try that. Yes. After stepping out into the alley and moving toward the road, I saw a taxi parked there and spoke quietly to Agent Choi. "We're going to take a taxi, don't make a scene." Smart, Mr. Rodier. If there were civilians around, he wouldn't be able to act rashly or attack. He'd worry that the taxi driver might get hurt or even killed in the process. This way, I can actually prevent any unexpected incidents. I felt uneasy about using even this, but there was no other choice. "Let's get in." The three of us got into the back seat of the taxi together. Then, to keep the driver from being alarmed, we kept up the appearance of supporting a drunken friend. "Solium Nim!" Exclamation mark. A familiar face turned from the driver's seat. Someone who wasn't the taxi driver. He looked at me with a voice full of regret. It was Director Ho. "What is this? How did he get here?" "Why? Here?" But shock overtook all other questions. Director Ho made his declaration. "Oh dear, you've been caught." "No, but you secured things very quickly." "I came out to greet you myself so you wouldn't have to trouble yourself coming to me." Director Ho's gaze shifted, ignoring the sergeant as if he didn't exist. His eyes settled on the person in the middle of the back seat, restrained by us, Agent Choi. "How do you do?" Something inhuman. Something that clearly showed unbridled hatred and resentment toward the Disaster Management Bureau. That's what was looking at the bureau agent next to me. In turn, a tense smile spread across Agent Choi's face. "Doesn't really feel like you're asking about my well-being, does it?" "Oh dear, that's not it." A smile appeared on Director Ho's face as well. "You'll be at peace soon." "No, please wait." I hurriedly stepped into Director Ho's line of sight. My back was damp with cold sweat. "If he dies, disappears, or mutates, a notification will be sent to the Bureau immediately." "Is that so?" "It's certain." "So it would be much more efficient and safer to simply place a binding on him and let him return to his daily routine." "Solium Nim." Director Ho looked at me and smiled apologetically. "You've been exposed so quickly. It's hard for me to trust your judgment any longer." A chill ran to the tips of my hair. "I'll handle this myself." Stiffly, I turned my head. Over Agent Choi's face, a circular ripple began to spread. Director Ho's spell, Chapter 194. Author note, updated, --. Director Ho's lips did not move, but the incantation had begun. Rippling circles appeared across Agent Choi's face. The smile on his face twisted with the waves. And the moment he pulled his body back, thud! Exclamation mark. As if one side of his face had collapsed, blood began to pour out. Chunks of flesh were torn off in the exact shape of the ripples. "No, don't move. Please don't move." I held on to Agent Choi. "He's doing it to his face, not the back of his hand. He was being treated differently than spies. In other words, move and you die." Cold sweat ran down my neck. The incantation continued. "You shall never be able to speak of this, that. You shall become unable to speak of it." The bleeding grew heavier. Blood flowed over my hands as I gripped Agent Choi's shoulders. What could I do? Director Ho's spell wasn't spoken out loud. Even if I tried to speak to him or plead, it wouldn't stop. "Your final appearance shall be as follows." If I just held on, wouldn't I be making it easier, making Agent Choi's death even swifter and smoother? I couldn't help him escape, either. The spell had already begun, and all his equipment. His equipment was all in my tattoo inventory. If only I hadn't disarmed him. No, if only I hadn't given him that note in the first place. Maybe even being sent to the glass prison at the last moment would have been better. But every moment had passed, and now Director Ho continued. "Any hint revealed by accident, any change in behavior, any giving of clues is strictly forbidden, and your loss of free will shall never appear on the surface." A diaresis new OE. Any attempt to reveal the existence of the binding shall fail, and you shall appear no different than before. Any attempt to change this shall result in punishment. Is it over? That sounds like the closing spell, right? So is it just a powerful binding and that's all? For a moment, I was relieved. If I just made it through this, maybe I could figure out another way. At this level, maybe somehow. And tonight, the spell was not over. You will resolve to die. No. In despair over your fate, you will, in the lowest, filthiest part of this alley, take your own life. I lunged forward. I kicked the back of Director Ho's seat, grabbed his collar, and shoved him roughly against the steering wheel. Beep. The horn blared madly under the pressure. That sound drowned out the incantation, shattered his concentration, and broke the oppressive force pressing on the space. In that instant, the ripples disappeared from Agent Choi's face. Panting. Silence. Stillness. Solemn. Did you just attack me? I let go. My mouth barely worked. You've got to stop. That was the wrong choice. It was a crazy choice. I had just criticized someone unimaginably higher ranking, someone who'd placed a binding on me and could kill me at any time, a being who might not even be human. Aha! Director Ho clapped his hands together with a loud smack. So you think you know better than me? You couldn't even last a quarter after infiltrating. You got exposed to your own team supervisor. And now, without even a word of warning to me, you're secretly meeting with the guard team as a spy. I might die. One wrong step here and I could die. Director Ho had never shown such direct hostility before. I'm going to die. But still. That was your mistake, sir. What? From the beginning, the setup was far too sloppy. An infiltrator should never be sent in under their real name. Right. If you truly thought the Disaster Management Bureau wouldn't do a background check on their new hires, then as a planner, that was a hopelessly naive decision. Unbelievable words came out of my mouth, all directed at someone impossibly above me. I couldn't stop. Why did you send me in under such easily discoverable conditions? I thought there were other safeguards in place, but it turns out there were none. Did you do this on purpose? Wait a minute. I see. I looked at Director Ho. You did it on purpose. You wanted me to get caught! Exclamation mark. You sent me in expecting to be discovered from the very beginning. That's why you had me use my real name. And that's why you only selected new hires, not veterans. You were hoping the inexperienced ones would make mistakes, making an easy excuse about outsmarting the Bureau's detection capabilities. You deliberately picked the most decent, diligent rookies who'd fit right in at the Bureau. And there was another side effect to all this. The agents who uncover the identities of those infiltrators will become even more confused. After all, there's no difference in character between them and the real new agents. There would be intense debate internally about how to handle them. And on top of that, everyone would realize that no personality test could filter out a spy, and suspicion would begin to spread among them. In this way, was it to induce internal strife within the Disaster Management Bureau? To slowly unravel a tightly knit organization by sowing seeds of distrust, making it so the existing members can't trust new hires? Solemn. You have a vivid imagination. Do I? But you're not directly denying it. Freeze. Director Ho stared at me in silence. I had no such intention, and I swear on the counseling room that it's true. Can you declare that? I asked if you can make that declaration. Solemn. A gentle, friendly smile appeared on Director Ho's face. Even if I did, it wouldn't change anything! Exclamation mark. There was only ever one promise from the beginning. Director Ho raised an index finger. If you bring me the documents I asked for, the wish ticket will be given. That condition is an absolutely unbreakable guarantee. So my mouth was dry with tension. My heart was pounding like crazy. But my mouth moved without hesitation. So whether I get caught or not, that's not actually important. As long as I can get you the documents, as long as you get to hear that information about an annihilation-sanctioned supernatural disaster. Right. In that case, I'll bring it no matter what. The documents? The information you want, but you've already been exposed. Even so, I met Director Ho's gaze. I can still bring it. And at the same time, I pointed to Agent Choi and subtly shielded him with my body. But if this agent dies or becomes incapacitated here, it will be impossible to carry out. And why is that? Because from that point on, I won't be able to manage the aftermath. Director Ho kept silently smiling at me, and I couldn't look away either. I held on, and then, very well, Director Ho announced, our agreement has not changed. I'm truly looking forward to seeing just how you'll manage to bring me those documents. Solemn relief barely managed to slide down my throat. But you'll still have to accept your punishment, won't you? I trust you already know how outrageously rude and inappropriate your actions just now were. My eyelids trembled. From the start, no one else got caught, so I don't see how you can claim this wasn't entirely your own fault. A cold wave of dread ran down my spine. Excuses are free, but attacking your superior just because your opinion wasn't accepted was too much. If I were to guess why you went that far, did you get attached? Cold sweat trickled down my chin. Did you get scared of having a fellow agent you worked with die? It seems you're the type to form precious attachments even in unfamiliar places. Director, I replied as calmly as I could. For a human being, it's only natural to be afraid of another person dying. If you were offended by my rebuttal, I apologize. Oh, not at all. I'm not offended. You're absolutely right. Director Ho smiled again. But rules are rules. Would you hold out your hand? You'll need to accept your punishment. Slowly, I extended both hands, just barely keeping them from trembling. Palms up. Man. Ripples spread, but unlike the subtle secret binding from before, this was not gentle. A massive, deep indentation brought a bizarre pain and a twisted sensation to the back of my hand. Exclamation mark. I clenched my teeth, sweating coldly. Don't move. If I move, you shall die in 1 month. Exclamation mark. However, if you fulfill your promise with this duty shall be revoked. Any attempt to avoid this shall result in punishment. I bit back a scream. As the ripples faded from the back of my hand, the bizarre sensation and pain slowly disappeared. I was worried you might be lying to stall for time. So this time, as you said, I made sure not to be naive. Director Ho beamed. Thank you for letting me know. I drew my hands back. For a moment, I met Agent Choi's trembling gaze. I should get going now. I only meant to wrap things up quickly, but I didn't expect such a long chat with you. Solemn. It didn't feel like a conversation at all. Exclamation mark. You just said you'll kill him in a month. Sergeant, don't say anything, please. For the first time, Director Ho seemed to acknowledge the sergeant's presence and looked at him. Then he smiled and spoke. Give Director Chong my regards. It was as if Director Ho hadn't even heard what the sergeant said. He just turned his head back, smiling at me. Well then, have a good night, Solemn. And with that, Director Ho disappeared from the driver's seat. Director Chong. Will be impossible to meet. He's gone. I'm alive. I nearly collapsed onto the taxi floor, but realizing I was already sitting, I forced my trembling body to move. The bleeding on Agent Choi's face was now severe. I opened up the medical supplies I'd confiscated from Agent Choi and began administering first aid. The bleeding on his face stopped, and after some work, he started to stabilize. Agent Choi didn't resist, but he still didn't speak. Agent, he just turned his eyes to look at me. Don't think about it. Think about what? Any way to break the binding Director placed on you. Don't even try to come up with ideas. The first binding Director Ho recited had already been applied to Agent Choi. Now he could no longer transmit any information about me being a spy, or about what happened today. He would have to live tomorrow as if nothing had changed from yesterday. If not, you'll be punished. Punished? Yes. I looked up and spoke clearly. Whatever is most precious to you will end up meeting the Director. Agent Choi quietly took his own medical kit from my hand and continued the first aid himself. He moved with the practiced skill of someone who's done this kind of work for a long time. And then, he's a Director, you said. I didn't answer. What kind of binding did the Director put on you? Right now it sounds like he said he'd kill you in a month if you can't pull off this spy job properly. What did he do to you before? I opened the car door and nodded my chin toward it. Go home. How do you plan to get the information? That's none of your concern. Agent Choi looked at me with an unreadable expression. If you tell me what kind of information it is, maybe I can help. That's not necessary. I'm not going to ask you to steal anything. So what's the wish you're trying to fulfill? I couldn't hold it back. I just want to go back home! Exclamation mark. I'll leave your gear in the trunk. I got out of the car with the sergeant. Then I took all of Agent Choi's equipment and placed it in the trunk, leaving one low-grade Daydream Incorporated regeneration potion with it. I had no idea what kind of talk he'd have to endure showing up to work tomorrow with his face like that. While I did that, Agent Choi did not get out of the car. Click. I closed the trunk roughly and walked away with the sergeant. Somewhere. Are you okay? Yes. The worst was avoided. Certainly. I'd managed to get through this situation. 1 month. That was enough. I could do it. I have a plan. I could do it. The sergeant spoke in his slow voice. If it really gets impossible, come find me. Thank you. Even just the words were a comfort. I finally pulled myself together. I'm sorry. You always help me out, and I should treat you to something. Wasn't there a bakery nearby? Even if not donuts, I wanted to buy him something. But the sergeant slowly shook his head. Next time. At a good restaurant. Yes, next time, for sure. A faint laugh escaped me. I felt a little lighter. And the information I found out? I'll hear that next time, too. I'm at my limit. I barely managed a faint smile as I saw the sergeant off. He looked back at me several times, but in the end, he needed to head back to Daydream Incorporated before sundown. Phew, that was suffocating suspense. I bowed my head. I looked at the plush doll on my chest. Now that your journey has entered a new phase, I can't wait to see where it will lead next. Don't you think so, friend? Think what you want. And I took the plush out of my jacket. For a split second, I felt the urge to throw it onto the main road, but I just stuffed it back in my jacket pocket. At least I wouldn't have to hear his voice. At least not today. I returned to the old motel I'd been renting for the long term. And 5 hours later, I reported for work at the Disaster Management Bureau, as if nothing had changed. Chapter 195. Author note. Updated. I stared at the Black Daughters Team 1 waiting room door. After everything I'd gone through, it felt strangely unreal that I was still standing here in front of it. But habits were such honest things. Click. I opened the door and went inside. And, you're here? Agent Bronze stood up to greet me with a welcoming expression. Good morning, Agent Grapes. You don't look well. Did you have trouble sleeping again? Just didn't sleep very well, that's all. I'm all right, thankfully. I'd treated any visible wounds in advance. If you're too tired, you need to let us know. Yes, thank you. I managed to smile as usual and chat with Agent Bronze, then sat down on the sofa across from him, and I waited. My palms were sweaty, but after several minutes, the only people in the waiting room were the two of us. The person who should have appeared wasn't here. Yes? Agent Choi is. Oh, Agent Choi won't be able to come in today. What? Wait. Did something go wrong? No. Could it be Director Ho went to him again? Or maybe he tried to break the binding and got hurt? He actually came in a little early, but said he wasn't feeling well and took the day off. I see. There was a witness. A feeling swept through my chest. It was too strong to call it relief, but something like it. You really don't need to worry. That person, Agent Choi looked totally fine. And also, Agent Bronze went over to a small fridge in the corner of the waiting room and took something out. A drink carrier with cafe drinks inside. He left these. Said he stopped by a cafe on the way. This one's for you, Agent Grapes. I accepted the drink. It was a can of green grapeade. A cafe-style packaged cookie was tucked into the cup holder, and above it, there was a mark in black marker. A handwritten message from Agent Choi. Black Tortoise Team 1, fighting. And then it was crossed out with a line. Agent Grapes. Thank you. I picked up the aid. It was so sweet it shocked me awake. Whether it was the sugar or adrenaline, my head was clear all morning. My plans, all the things I needed to accomplish in the next month, spun through my mind. For now, keep a low profile. Since there was the incident with Agent Choi, I'd keep quiet for about a week, try not to stand out at the Disaster Management Bureau, quietly do some groundwork, then take action. ROB. For me, timing was more important than simply having a lot of time. But there was one thing I worried about. Should I tell Yeon Jun-se about this? It seemed like I should share my current situation, but it was hard to judge exactly how much to say. I wasn't sure where the line was. How would Yeon Jun-se react if I said I'd have to resolve everything within a month? Was it right to tell her about Director Ho's malice, that we'd been sent in as decoy spies, expecting we'd be discovered from the start? But even if she knew, is there really anything she could do about it? Wouldn't it be easier and less conspicuous for her spy work if she didn't know? My stomach hurt. It felt like acid. No, it's all right. Yeon Jun-se only has to work here for 1 more month. If I do everything properly, I'll be able to deliver the information Director Ho wants, in the form he wants, and in that process, I'll be able to assert Yeon Jun-se's share. Then it will all end without a problem. All right, let's do this. I set down the empty aid. Agent Bronze, who was reviewing documents while sipping a vanilla latte, spoke up. I don't see your doll today! Exclamation mark. You know, the little rabbit plush you call Brawn. It's right here. I pulled the plush out of my jacket and showed it, then put it away again. Is it doing well? Probably. I quickly withdrew my hand from my pocket, the one that had touched the plush. Then, beep 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 beep! Exclamation mark. A shrill alarm sounded from Agent Bronze's wrist. A call. Rescue request. Please stand by. Agent Bronze tossed the documents aside and got up from his seat. He checked the code displayed on the call device to see what kind of ghost story it was, then began to get ready. Looks like this is a case where 2 people are required for the rescue. We'll go in together. All right. I got up right away, too. The experience of the past few weeks had conditioned my body to move automatically, and that, ironically, helped ground me in reality. The dispatch site is a little far away. Normally, the local branch would get the call, but this time the rescue request came straight to headquarters. Where is it? Asan-si, Chungkeong-nam-do. Also, this particular supernatural disaster is rather large in scale, so there's a lot to keep in mind. Agent Bronze quickly pulled a small booklet-style document from the bookshelf. This is a manual and set of tips put together by our team. Please read it while we're on the move. Yes. As soon as Agent Bronze sent out a call to the off-duty members, we immediately left headquarters to travel, and our means of transport. Since the rescue window for this disaster isn't that tight, we'll use public transportation. Was a high-speed train departing from Seoul Station bound for Mokpo. Agent Grapes. It's nothing. I sat in a seat on the train. Don't panic. The Tamro Express incident was a special case. It doesn't happen all the time, and Daydream Incorporated is probably already monitoring the conditions for its occurrence for research purposes. It's okay. I can do this. Don't get anxious. If I can't handle this, then I wouldn't be able to do anything, not even go into a convenience store without flinching, or take the elevator, or step onto a subway train. Departing. The train departed without incident. I'm all right. Distract yourself. Yes, the manual. There's a binding on it, so unless you're from the Disaster Management Bureau, you'll see different content, so feel free to read it. When I took out the booklet, Agent Bronze kindly added this explanation. Good. I'll focus on reading the ghost story manual and tips, and plan a rescue. I turned the pages of the booklet. I really worked hard on this, Grapesy. Use it well, okay? Exclamation mark. What's WR? Agent Bronze frowned and sighed. Agent Choi wrote most of it. There are a lot of unnecessary comments. And since he joined, he's added quite a few more. I blankly turned the pages. There were entries that looked like they were written earlier. New recruits are totally welcome. Here are Agent Choi's ace tips for Team Black Tortoise 1. Please stop writing stuff like this. Also includes Agent Bronze's less sweet tips. Different handwriting, different pens. Be sure to read the next page thoroughly. It's an introduction to this supernatural disaster. It's a bit hard, but try reading it like a novel. My eyes trembled as I read on. A field manual and tips for supernatural disasters. Handwritten by Agent Choi, something I'd never seen even in there. This guide is solely for smooth human rescue in incident registration number 1006 Psia.1941. 06, aka Jason So facility offering ritual. While the strict bureau classified this supernatural disaster as fracture sanctioned, the author strongly argues for a higher grade. Even if the rescue itself isn't difficult, the disaster cannot be completely resolved, and according to the testimony of several Doc B, there is something even more malevolent inside. So don't let your guard down, and be prepared for dispatch during the 4th and 5th lunar months. We're here. We got off at Kianasan station. Then we rode government-issued bicycles stored at the station. It's about 30 minutes by bike. Just as he said. Site, Jisan Village, Asansi. The farther we left the station and the city, the more winding unpaved roads appeared, making the bike seats rattle. And then, in the distance, a small village came into view. A typical rural village. Old houses and tiled roof homes, patched here and there with modern repairs, power lines along the street lamps. The unpaved road was maintained at least through the village. It's a place you can easily get to as long as you have transportation, but it's mostly families and is closed to outsiders. No real estate on the market. Moving in undercover is impossible. However, during the Jason Festival, they welcome outsiders, and visitors can participate in the festival events. There it is. It's begun. A banner comes into view. Jason Festival. May the fortune of Jason be with you. This festival is the supernatural phenomenon. This way. We parked our bikes at a corner near the village entrance. There were a few cars with Solo Gyeonggi plates parked haphazardly. Remember this? I nodded. Then, together with Agent Bronze, I entered the village. Here, as we drew closer, people came into view. It wasn't a huge crowd, fitting for a small rural festival. But there were traditional performance groups, people taking photos, people sitting and eating boiled pork and soup distributed by the village. Rano S. and others, bored, fiddling with their smartphones. Quick tips before entering. Never wear your bureau jacket. Bring earplugs, matches, and bells. Most importantly, don't sit among the villagers. Hey, what the heck? This is shady. Just wait it out. They're about to do a raffle. We sat next to them, playing the part of uninterested outsiders. Food was quickly served to us. Please have a bite. May the fortune of Jason be with you. A villager who made eye contact with me grinned. She seemed to be a woman around my age, and there was something like a bird's feather pinned to her chest. It's simple to distinguish villagers at the Jason Festival. If they're wearing a brooch made of feathers, they're a local. I swiped one and analyzed it, and it turned out to be a rooster feather. The Doc B hated it. All sorts of voices rang out here and there. Oh my, you're from Mapo. My son works in Mapo too. In Seoul, no smoking here. Absolutely forbidden. Have a drink. I made it myself. It's real homemade rice wine. The villagers chatted up the outsiders or treated them kindly, offering drinks as well. It seemed like a generous countryside village. Except for the fact that someone would soon die. I stifled a small sigh as I looked at the bowl of food. Festival food is safe to eat. Honestly, it tastes pretty good. But personally, I wouldn't recommend eating anything with broth. You probably don't want to hear the reason. Not that I had much of an appetite anyway. Thank you for the food. Thank you for the food. Agent Bronze and I just idly moved our spoons. Here. Meanwhile, the sound of music kept flowing throughout the village. It was like a traditional band, but the rhythm felt oddly unfamiliar, not quite like the traditional style I knew. Ah, it's because the purpose is different. For what purpose was that music composed? Exclamation mark. I reflexively glanced down at my pocket. Ah, so you can hear me now, friend. Ha ha. I was a little flustered when he couldn't talk for a moment, but it's fine. If you're worried that this stuffed body might fall off somewhere, we can always stop talking for a while. As long as we can talk again like this, right? A supernatural disaster, entering a ghost story means this plushie could speak to me again. Don't worry. Even when we can't talk, I'm always listening, as a good friend should. Oh, and you don't need to apologize for leaving me in your jacket yesterday. I was actually grateful. It was better to have something to block my view in that terrible room. Really? That's good, then. I turned my gaze back to the food. Friend, you look more tired than usual. Oh dear, are you still worn out from last night's adventure? Maybe. If so, how about we go home and watch TV together? That cartoon or variety show you like would be good. And then get a good night's sleep. This brawn here will tell you a fun story so you can have sweet dreams. Friend, for now, is it okay if I focus on work a bit? I'm not too familiar with this ghost story. Ah, of course. And finally, the plushie went quiet. Thank goodness. I turned and, like Agent Bronze, started gathering information. Who sent the rescue request and who among the villagers fit the bill. The Jason festival lasts for 4 days, and as long as the festival isn't over, you can rescue the person no matter when the rescue signal was sent. Observe the villagers carefully, and try asking to spend the night at the house of the least friendly-looking person you can find. I didn't describe appearances in case it got confusing. Anyway, never trust someone who approaches outsiders first and acts all friendly. Grapesy. You know those creeps who lure kids with candy? It's basically the same thing, haha. I remembered that as I observed the villagers. Let's see, someone who looks as unfriendly as possible, ? Wait a second. I quickly turned my head. I saw a familiar face, a young man in his 20s, standing among the villagers with a sullen expression. A notoriously nasty employee from Daydream Incorporated who wears a medical eye patch. Bexaeon, that guy's here. With a rooster feather pinned to his chest. And, near Bexaeon, I spotted a woman with a tired expression, sitting among the villagers and some outsiders whom the villagers were chatting up or taking care of. Wearing gloves, scanning the area with an indifferent face. A very familiar face. It was Assistant Manager Unhage. Chapter 196. Author note. Updated. .. First of all, I immediately came up with a fairly reasonable guess as to why Bexaeon was in this strange rural village. Bexaeon was on the Tambo Express. That same high-speed train passed by Mokpo as well, and that's the one I had taken today. Was this his destination back then too? It seemed like he was heading to his family's home, so maybe this village was Bexaeon's hometown. It was a peculiar feeling. The scene of a modest, warm country festival just didn't fit Bexaeon somehow. All the more so if this rural festival was actually a cultish ghost story about a bizarre, insular society. Hey, take that over there. Okay. Even now, Bexaeon, though wearing a sullen face, was obediently agreeing to the directions of other villagers, helping out by serving food and such. But observe the villagers carefully, and try asking to spend the night at the house of the least friendly-looking person you can find. If I go by Agent Choi's tip, could that guy be one of the suitable candidates? It was unsettling and strange, but up to that point I could follow the context. But then, why is she here? Assistant Manager Unhage. I quickly and naturally turned my head, making sure not to catch Agent Bronze's attention, and checked that silhouette again. Assistant Manager Unhage was eating boiled pork with soju, having gotten an extra helping just as if she were in the office cafeteria. Seeing that natural, nonchalant expression and movement gave me a strange feeling. Almost unconsciously, I focused my gaze in that direction. Our eyes met. At that moment, Assistant Manager Unhage smoothly lifted her plate of soyuk and bottle of soju, and started coming over here. Why is she coming this way? And then she plopped down right at our table and naturally started talking to Agent Bronze. There's quite a lot of soyuk here. Would you like some? Who are you? I'm a reporter. I heard there was a village festival, so I came to see if there was anything newsworthy. Thought I'd do some interviews, get some impressions. Assistant Manager Unhage acted like she didn't know me at all, chatting up Agent Bronze just like a work-weary reporter. Agent Bronze's eyes went dull. He looked as if he'd gotten stuck with an annoying busybody. I don't really have anything to say. Then just let me ramble a bit. From what I saw yesterday, the real lure of this festival for outsiders is dang 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 dang! Exclamation mark. The noisy sound of a gong and drum being played together made me turn my head. The music stopped, and through the people doing the traditional performance, a middle-aged man with a friendly face stepped up and grabbed a megaphone, shouting, "Everyone, it's time for the raffle. May you all win prizes and receive the fortune of Jisn." Yes, I think that's it. The holiday raffle drawing. Apparently, they hold a raffle every day during the 4-day festival. Most of the prizes are agricultural products grown in the village, but sometimes there are handicrafts or jewelry as well. In the case of jewelry, the branch suspects they might be belongings of missing persons. Villagers spread out, carrying raffle boxes here and there. I heard people saying they won or didn't win. Someone who drew gold shouted in excitement and received a pair of gold earrings. "Oh, that's nice. But those earrings look like second-hand goods to me." Well, I guess someone donated them for the festival. None of us could answer. And then, someone came toward us with a raffle box. A sullen-looking person wearing a medical eye patch. Bexaeon, was this some kind of Daydream Incorporated employee reunion? Now we were about to have a three-way meeting out of nowhere, but the bigger problem was this. Agent Bronze recognized Bexaeon's face. The look on Agent Bronze's face turned cold as he recognized the face of my co-worker from the serial killer Mountain Lodge. And as his gaze alternated between me and Bexaeon, I shook my head. "It's all right." Yes. Agent Bronze calmed down quickly as well. Because he was sure my identity hadn't been exposed. That's because he wouldn't be able to recognize us anyway. During the festival, villagers can't recognize acquaintances who visit from outside. They treat them purely as welcome guests for the duration of the festival, and there are a few testimonies from people who felt something was off and left, thus avoiding misfortune. I even interrogated them to see if they were just pretending, but they really didn't seem to know. It feels like there's some strange binding in effect. There's no info about it in the branch's records, so if I'm not around, just ignore. Bexaeon approached. His face still didn't look happy, but even when our eyes met, there was no reaction at all. He simply, "Please pick one," held out the raffle box to our table. "I heard the prizes are pretty good." "Oh, thanks." Assistant Manager Runhage reached out without hesitation and drew a stick from the box. At the end of the stick, it said "Rice, it's your turn." I exchanged glances with Agent Bronze. "Do not refuse the raffle. If you refuse, no villager will let you stay over. If you don't want to end up hastily calling for backup because you failed the rescue, remember this." Note/S. 1. Saayuk, a traditional Korean dish made of boiled meat, with pork being the more popular variation. It's mainly eaten during ancestral rites, kimjang, kimchi making season, weddings or funerals. "Excuse me, aren't you going to draw?" I'll do it." I reached for the chicken-shaped wooden raffle box. The box felt strangely damp and humid. What I drew was a dud. Agent Bronze also carefully drew, and again got a stick that said "Miss." "That's too bad. It would have been nice if you'd at least won something." Assistant Manager Runhage pointed to the middle-aged man with the megaphone in the village square. "Would be awesome to hit the jackpot. If you win the special prize, treasure is coming your way." On the corner of the banner the man was pointing to, there was a very lifelike print of a gold rooster statue. It wasn't possible to guess the actual size, but from the details, it looked fairly large. "Wow, that looks like at least 100 ton. Approximately 4 kilograms. Has anyone ever actually won that thing? If you ask me, but there are no eyewitness accounts of anyone winning the special prize yet." That's right. Considering that guests draw more than half the sticks, the odds really are strange. I suspect it's a kind of selection ritual within this supernatural disaster. According to the branch's investigation, there's a folk tale that someone who won 52 years ago ended the village's drought and was enshrined as a deity at the village shrine, but its credibility hasn't been verified. And just as Agent Choi said, the special prize didn't come out this time either. A look of deep disappointment crossed the face of the villager with the megaphone. Thank you again, everyone. May the fortune of Jisn be with you. And just like that, that day's festival came to a close. Or, isn't this a scam? Hey, still, the booze and meat are free. The outsiders started to get up. But because so many had drunk the free alcohol, a lot of their group couldn't drive home. Geez, what a situation this is. It's fine. This person said we can stay over. Quite a few outsiders ended up accepting the kindness of the friendly country folk and agreed to stay the night as if at a guest house. It looked like a pretty warm scene, but if you look closely, you can see that the villagers are quietly gathering here and there, collecting the leftover raffle boxes and muttering something among themselves. They take turns drawing sticks from the leftover raffle boxes, too. Once the raffle for outsiders ends, the villagers gather and draw the remaining sticks one by one, until they find the special prize stick. At this time, they recite a strange phrase. O chosen one, deliver unto us the blessing of Jisn of the countless peaks. O chosen one, deliver unto us the blessing of Jisn of the countless peaks. It's probably a spell or prayer of some sort. It's not exactly a proper shamanic phrase, but don't pay too much attention to it. Spells in supernatural phenomena almost never have positive effects. And finally, someone finds it, the stick with gold attached at the end. Tears fall from the person who drew it. People surround the winner, shouting as if in celebration. O chosen one, deliver unto us the blessing of Jisn of the countless peaks. O chosen one, deliver unto us the blessing of Jisn of the countless peaks. At the branch, there are rumors that the villager who draws the special prize is given a special role at the next festival. I turned my head. Bexaeon was watching all of this with calm eyes. Excuse me. Bexaeon only shifted his gaze. I asked politely, is there anywhere in this village where we could stay for the night? You're not saying you'll eat and sleep in someone else's house for free, are you? He asked back. Assistant Manager Runhage, carrying a sack of rice, suddenly interjected. I'll pay. It must be fate that we've met like this. Pardon? Here, will this be enough? Then, Assistant Manager Runhage handed over a fairly thick wad of cash to Bexaeon. Bexaeon looked a bit startled, but soon his gaze settled and he snatched it up. Follow me. Okay. Wait, you said you're a reporter? You should head back now. This is our trying to kick out the person who paid. Capitalism might be dirty, but some things still need to be respected. Geez, what a stick in the mud geezer. I heard Agent Bronze quietly mutter. Geezer? Good grief. With a feeling like I wanted to squeeze my eyes shut, I started walking after Assistant Manager Runhage, who was following Bexaeon as if nothing was wrong, and asked, should I carry the rice sack for you? Oh, little brother, are you paying me back for the lodging? At least you're doing things right. I took the sack of rice from Assistant Manager Runhage, who probably still had trouble with her hand. Agent Bronze, wearing a sour expression, helped as well. Too late, buddy. Just as Agent Bronze was looking at Assistant Manager Runhage with an incredulous expression, hey, goddamn fucking country hicks. Cucumbers? Do you think I came all the way to this backwoods village for cucumbers? Whack. There was a loud voice and a crash nearby. A box thrown to the ground burst open, cucumbers rolling through the dirt. A drunken outsider was now rolling on the ground, making a scene. Give me gold, gold. I goo, dear guest. You still have 2 more chances left. The villagers, still smiling, coaxed and soothed him. It was hard to believe they'd just been cursed out, yet their kindness was unchanged. Offering him dinner, suggesting he stay and try again tomorrow, telling him about the nice hot springs. Drawn in by these offers, the troublemakers disappeared with some of the friendly villagers into one of the houses. It was one of the few tiled-roofed houses in the village. The house in the center of the village looked unusually large. I stiffly turned my gaze away. The smiles faded from the faces of the villagers who remained. They silently gathered up the broken cucumbers and carefully cleaned up. As they brushed the dirt off the cucumbers, they kept muttering something. O chosen one, deliver unto us the blessing of Jisn of the countless peaks. That same prayer-like phrase from before. I managed to tear my gaze away and kept walking. This way, But do you know what the problem was? Bexaeon was also heading toward that very tiled roof house. Wait a second. No matter how I looked at it, was it really safe to go in there? But since Agent Bronze was walking forward without hesitation, I didn't try to escape. Agent Choi wouldn't have lied in the tips section, would he? We approached the tiled roof house. Come in. The entrance was wide, and the wooden floor acting as a front hall was also broad. But Bexaeon, as if he disliked even stepping inside, carefully and quietly slipped off to the side and opened a side door. But there was already someone standing there. The middle-aged man with the megaphone from earlier. These guests will be staying here tonight. Come in, come in. Ha ha. Saeon. Take good care of them. No funny business. May the fortune of Jisn be with you. Bexaeon slowly nodded and led us inside. The house was strangely large, with a repeating structure and paper sliding doors along the way. A hallway lined with old wooden doors appeared. Creak. Bexaeon opened one of them. Inside was a small, lived-in single room. There was one neatly folded bedding set and another set that looked hastily pulled out, covered in dust. Please sleep here. Isn't this your room? Where are you going to sleep? With an expression that said, what a useless question, Bexaeon turned sharply and opened another door for Assistant Manager Unhage. Then he disappeared down the hallway. He's not even giving us what we paid for. Huh. Assistant Manager Unhage shrugged and spoke to me in a matter-of-fact tone. Well then, have a good night. Let's see each other tomorrow if we get the chance. Yes, thank you. I watched Assistant Manager Unhage enter the next room. Without a doubt, she must have recognized Bexaeon. But she didn't acknowledge him. She knew she wouldn't be recognized herself. She knows a lot about this ghost story. It meant she had come here with a clear purpose as well. And Assistant Manager Unhage is part of Director Ho's project team. What exactly is happening here? Given what Director Ho was demanding, which was an Annihilation-sanctioned supernatural disaster, I couldn't help but form a few guesses. No, if it was still from before, I certainly would have. But I'm tired of everything. I should just focus on the wish ticket. Agent Grapes, do you remember what you have to do? Yes. This Jisenso offering ritual. When a rescue request comes in, the branch uses the supernatural phenomenon autoresponder to give the rescuee a location and time to meet. So, go to the place we were given by the branch first. This is it. Agent Bronze showed me a note. 1 a.m. Village. Well, after midnight, the tile-roofed house fell completely silent. Agent Bronze and I slipped quietly out of our rooms and walked softly. As long as you're not at the village guardian shrine after midnight, you're relatively safe to move around. Still, don't make loud noises on purpose. The well is to the east. We crossed the dark rural village, where only a few streetlights glimmered here and there, until we reached a place that looked like abandoned houses, as if everyone had left. In the center was the well. There, standing in front of the stone-covered well as if keeping watch, was Bexaeon! His single eye turned to us and he spoke quietly. Are you really agents? In the next instant, Agent Bronze lunged and restrained Bexaeon. If you get caught by a villager late at night, hide as quickly and quietly as possible. If that's not possible, you subdue them and hide them in an abandoned house. And just as Agent Bronze was about to drag Bexaeon roughly into an abandoned house, hey, isn't it wrong for government employees to treat an informant like this? Agent Bronze's arm paused. You're the informant? Yes. I'm the one who reported this. As Bexaeon tried and failed to shake off Agent Bronze's hold, he glanced at us and hurriedly lowered his voice. Please get me out of this village tonight. This sounds like a trap. Agent Bronze immediately said this to me in front of him. Villagers can leave at any time after the festival ends. There's no reason they'd need help. I can't leave. Bexaeon panted. He searched our faces desperately, then swallowed hard and said, check my pocket. I reached into Bexaeon's pants pocket. What I found inside was a lottery stick, the tip gilded in gold. The special prize. I drew it on the first day. Unfortunately, there's never been a case where a villager was successfully rescued from the supernatural influence during the festival period. If it were the rookie agent I'd picked for my team, he'd probably want to try rescuing that person at least once, so let me say this in advance. Hoobinim, your Sunbers will be the ones to try that, so you don't do it. If an agent tries to leave Jisn village with a villager during the festival period, get me out of here, please. The agent will disappear too. Chapter 197. Author note. Updated. .. Please. Bexaeon looked like he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, yet at the same time, he kept his voice as low as possible, as if he just wanted to escape the strangling supernatural disaster without being noticed. But Agent Bronze did not release him from his restraints. He just glanced at the golden stick I was holding, which I'd taken from Bexaeon's pocket, and asked a question. The special prize. What does drawing that mean? What do you mean? What does it mean? It means I'm absolutely fucked. That's why I have to get out before the last day of the festival. Right now, from here. Will you die? Bexaeon froze. I asked, cutting in, but earlier, I saw the person who drew that stick being congratulated, and I heard that at next year's event, they're given an important role. Bexaeon's lips parted but he couldn't say anything. Still, his eyes were filled with fear and anger. A binding? I met Agent Bronze's eyes. He gave a slight nod, then asked in a calm tone, if that's the case, then explain how you got HQ's direct rescue number. Huh? Isn't that one of the numbers you people hid all around the village? Exclamation mark. Everyone here knows about them. The whole village knows. They just leave them alone. But how do you think anyone calls that number? Bexaeon spit out his words sarcastically. Wait a minute. You noticed the Bureau's instructions, but you just leave them lying around? That's right. Whether outsiders drink Shinsenshu, reach enlightenment and hang themselves, drown themselves in the river, or rot at the bottom of the well, whether they all forget and go back to living their lives, nobody cares. It doesn't matter if a few manage to escape. The only thing they care about is not getting contaminated by misfortune, so they just manage things for that. Contaminated by misfortune? What kind of misfortune? Bexaeon clamped his mouth shut again. Sweat dripped down his jaw. Another binding. Watching him suffer under supernatural fear and pressure left me with a strange feeling of gloom. Is it because it reminds me of myself? But that was just my perspective. Looks like you can't answer. Agent Bronze clearly felt no sympathy for Bexaeon. At the end of the day, he was the one who, as part of his job, killed those who possessed the tapes at the Mountain Lodge. And this other guy was selected as a villain by the Disaster Management Bureau. Bexaeon had the tape. If you know so much, walk out on your own. I said I can't. At Agent Bronze's cold words, Bexaeon seemed to assess the situation, glancing around. But in the next moment, his voice turned calm. Look, you knows that thing, right? I know it too. The pile of stones in front of the village pine tree. If you put a stone on top, pray, and the agents walk with their arms linked on either side, you can leave the village safely, right? Exclamation mark. He was exactly right. If you walk 99 steps east from the well, there's a withered pine tree. You have to place a small stone on the stone pile in front of it. Then you recite "Turn back and grant us your protection" 3 times, and as long as everyone links arms, with the agents on the ends and the rescuee in the center, you can all return safely to the real world. That's the current rule. You always need at least 3 people for this, which is why 2 agents are dispatched. So, don't forget. Agents on the left and right, link arms with the rescuee in the center. Everything's been discovered. They've been discovered for decades. That's the rescue method, right? Please, do it for me. I'm the one who reported this. That's how it's supposed to work. Bexaeon's voice was desperate and resentful. But that doesn't work for villagers. Bexaeon stopped. What? I mean, for someone who lives in this village, it won't work. That's right. I'll say it again, this doesn't work on villagers during the festival, so don't try it recklessly. If you try without being prepared, you might get lost between the village and reality. Villagers can't leave safely by that method. I don't live here anymore. I live in Seoul. Agent Bronze didn't answer. Bexaeon's voice grew desperate. almost pleading. I only come here once a month. No, just every 2 or 3 months for a few days, that's all. I don't live here. I'm not one of these crazy shitheads. The standard is whether you're wearing a feather during the festival! Exclamation mark. Bexaion's gaze dropped to his own chest, where he was still wearing a rooster feather tilde. He twitched, as if trying to tear it off, but then stopped, as if realizing it was impossible, and then he muttered, "It won't come off. No, that can't be. I'm an adult and I don't live here, so I'm an outsider." Then there must be another way. You're supposed to save civilians, right? You're supposed to help the person who reported it, Agent Bronze declared in a cold voice. At present, it is impossible. Then die. What? Then you'll all die too. Bexaion opened his mouth. O Chosen One, deliver unto us the blessing of Jisn of the countless peaks. O Chosen One, deliver unto us the blessing of Jisn of the countless peaks. O Chosen One, deliver unto us the blessing of Jisn of the countless peaks. O Chosen One, deliver unto us the blessing of Jisn of the countless. MMPH. I hurriedly covered Bexaion's mouth. A sharp pain shot through my hand as the flesh was torn. Exclamation mark. He bit me. Agent Grapes. These people are stealing the Chosen One. They're stealing the Chosen One. They're bringing misfortune. Agent Bronze quickly pulled my hand away, and the instant the pressure on Bexaion's mouth loosened, his voice burst out again, and then, O Chosen One, deliver unto us the blessing of Jisn of the countless peaks. Figures appeared behind the abandoned house. No, several figures. I realized it. Don't make such a fuss in the village. That's right. Sheesh, what are you all doing in the middle of the night? The bath water here is excellent. Why not take a nice warm bath and get some rest? Couldn't sleep? Maybe you haven't eaten enough. Now I understood why Agent Choi said that if you think you've been spotted by the villagers, you need to hide immediately or subdue them and stash them in the abandoned house. The treatment had changed. Here's some food. After our meeting at the well was discovered, the ever-friendly villagers led us back to the tile-roofed house. And instead of the small, cramped room where we had originally been staying, they moved us to a luxurious, spacious room with sliding paper doors. Nobody outwardly agreed on it. They just did it naturally. Then they encouraged us to bathe and brought out more festival food and drinks. Drink up. It's medicinal wine. These are herbs, wild greens, and ginseng from the mountain. Very nutritious and good for your eyes, just like the ones who had flocked to the troublesome guest who threw the cucumber on the ground. Bexaion was nowhere to be seen. The villagers had led him somewhere. Feeling a chill, Agent Bronze and I exchanged glances. Had those who found the hidden bureau instructions and sent a rescue request felt the same sense of unease? The villagers set the food down and left the room, leaving just the two of us, but I could still sense people lingering outside the door for a moment. And then, they were gone. Agent Bronze approached the door and pressed his ear against it. He waited until he was sure there was no sound, and then, very carefully, reached to open the door just a crack to check outside. Wait! I grabbed Agent Bronze's shoulder, stopping his movement. Then I rummaged through the table and picked up a flat candle used for warming food. I held it up close to the sliding paper door. Shadows of people pressed right up against the other side of the door. Exclamation mark. They were eavesdropping. They hadn't left and disappeared after all. Shit. A shiver ran up my neck. I quickly put the candle back down as naturally as I could and instead tipped a bit of water from my glass, wetting my fingers to switch to writing notes. Is it impossible to just put everyone here to sleep and quietly slip out? It would be difficult. Agent Bronze answered quickly. In a ghost story with overt religious themes like this, sleep is not usually a good method. As expected, this was a ghost story that had been observed for a very long time, and they must have tried all sorts of methods by now. The manual from Agent Choi can't have included every attempt. Only the most effective and safest ways would have become the official rules. But even so, not a single method for rescuing a villager from the disaster had ever been confirmed. Even so, how exactly do outsiders who visit this village festival end up disappearing? I had to ask. But it's unknown! Exclamation mark. After the festival, The villagers immediately send outsiders away. And there are quite a few records of people who only stayed one night insisting on leaving in the middle of the festival and actually leaving. The problem is, some of them never make it home. Sometimes, even after making it home safely, there are numerous cases where people suddenly choose to end their own lives a few weeks later. It was usually by means involving natural objects. A chill ran down my spine. The cause of this phenomenon is unknown, but a common procedure has been confirmed. It's this: after entering this ghost story, if you follow the kind villager's guidance to bathe, eat, and drink alcohol, you're provided with those three things. They haven't determined exactly which one is the trigger, but it looks like we've gotten a hint this time. I recalled what Bexaeon had shouted: outsiders drink the sacred mountain liquor, realize the truth of the world, then hang themselves, drown in the river, or rot at the bottom of the well. So that's it. At least the alcohol is clearly a factor. I looked at the alcohol on the table. Clear liquor in an ordinary white porcelain bottle. But, if drinking this makes people realize the truth of the world and then die, what does that even mean? What sort of truth could do that? In ghost story settings, things called truth often end up being brainwashing or hypnosis that ruins people's minds. Of course, that's frightening, but what's even scarier is this: if it really is the truth, and just knowing it makes a person choose death. A case where a human learns something they should never have known. I have a bad feeling about this. A coldness settled in my chest. It seemed safer to just leave. My nerves were signaling that digging any deeper would be unwise. And there was still one reliable method left: the escape method provided to agents by the Disaster Management Bureau. The 5-colored sneaker laces. I saw that Agent Bronze had already glanced into his jacket, clearly conflicted. Are we going to leave, just like this? But even if they weren't the ones who requested help, there were definitely people who would not be able to return home after the festival ended if left here like this. Agent Bronze was a stickler for the rules, but as an agent, he couldn't ignore that. If we can't find a way to quietly slip out of this room before the festival ends today, we'll do that. Then, with a tired and guilty look, he added, "I'm sorry, I was too forceful," and that gave him an excuse to act out. No, that's not it. I should have known Bexaeon would act out like that. I'd seen it enough times on the wiki, and even lived in the company dorms with him. I'm just too tired, my judgment's getting dull. I shook my head, then slumped down in the corner of the room. It was already dawn. Their festival will probably start soon. And then, here outside, the festival music and noise gradually grew louder and reached a peak. But we couldn't leave the room. They are not leaving. Even after the festival started, someone would occasionally come to our room to bring heated food and drinks. And there were always at least 2 people standing right outside the door. Persuasion or coaxing had no effect. They were friendly, but it was clear they had no intention of actually talking to us. They're going this far? It was unsettling. Just how far did Bexaeon snitch on us to the villagers? Something was seriously off. At this rate, we really would have no choice but to use the sneaker laces and leave. I could tell Agent Bronze was leaning more and more toward that decision as well. But just then, we heard a commotion outside. There were people making a fuss over there. Should I tell them here? Yeah. They were fighting. Threw food around. Huh? We heard the sounds of people chatting and then the noise of a crowd rushing off somewhere. A few moments later, DRRK, the sliding door opened, and a familiar face appeared. Knew there'd be people in here! Exclamation mark. It was Assistant Manager Unhage. Agent Bronze's eyes widened. USHH. She put a finger to her lips. Then, frowning, she muttered, "What is this, some kind of human trafficking hub? They're trying to lock up every family member and problematic outsider. Anyway, you want to get out of this room too, right?" "Yes." "Then let's go." Assistant Manager Run started leading us skillfully out of the tile-roofed house. For some reason, there were barely any people left in the house. Why did everyone suddenly disappear? They were already short-handed because of the festival preparations, and then a fight broke out between the villagers outside, so everyone rushed out to break it up. Did someone incite that fight on purpose? Who knows? Then Assistant Manager Run winked at me. It was her doing. I felt a surge of emotions. On one hand, I wanted to yell at her to stop doing dangerous things, but on the other, I felt immensely grateful. Anyway, you should get going. This isn't an ordinary village. Thank you. For what? And then, following the back door, Assistant Manager Run Hage seemed to have scouted. We stepped out into a scene no different from yesterday. May the fortune of Jason be with you. The village, with a festival in full swing. Yuck. It's still total chaos. Assistant Manager Run scratched the back of her head and looked back at us. Don't get caught and dragged back to that room again for no reason. In this mess, you should be able to quietly slip out through the entrance without being noticed. Wait a minute. Agent Bronze frowned, then said firmly to Assistant Manager Run, let's go out together. Of course. Assistant Manager Run looked baffled. Hey, I have other business to take care of. I have to work if I want to eat. Yeah? It's dangerous. I'm the one who just saved you from danger though. Agent Bronze sighed, frustrated by the wasted time but still trying to convince her. It was obvious he was worried that someone who'd helped them this much might go missing here, and wanted to bring her out if possible. But for me, I'm worried, but I can't be sure which is actually more dangerous. If I dragged Assistant Manager Run out just because this village seemed dangerous, Director Ho might retaliate, saying I neglected my duties. It was something I'd just gone through not very long ago. My head was a mess. And one more thing was bothering me. Is it really okay to just leave Bexaeon behind like this? Of course, Bexaeon would survive and keep getting promoted all the way to Section Chief. If this is his hometown, my presence as a variable doesn't change what was meant to happen, so according to the wiki, he won't die here. But that fear he showed was real. Is it really okay to leave like this? I looked around on instinct, and then I saw him. Bexaeon! Exclamation mark. He was still helping out with village chores, carrying food and guiding people. His eyes were hollow, but his face looked surprisingly calm. And at that moment, dang 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 dang. Everyone, it's time for the raffle. Come get your prizes and enjoy the fortune of Jason. It was time for the raffle draw again. The villagers began moving quickly with the raffle boxes, just as before. We need to go. No, I mean, Agent Bronze's urgent words and Assistant Manager Run's reply overlapped. May the fortune of Jason be with you. Villagers scattered among the outsiders. At this pace, even if we'd run straight for the entrance, we probably would have been caught. There was no way to avoid it. One of them approached us, and naturally, our turn came quickly. May the fortune of Jason be with you. A raffle box was offered to us. Wouldn't it look more suspicious not to draw? There were too many villagers. I don't think it'd be a good to make a scene. If we wanted to get out without being noticed by the people from the tile-roofed house, we couldn't refuse or draw attention by raising our voices. Even if I win, I just won't take the prize with me when I leave. After much anxious deliberation, I finally reached out and grabbed the nearest stick in the box. But then, I saw the golden tip! Exclamation mark. A stick with a golden end. The same one I had pulled out of Bexaeon's pants pocket yesterday. The special prize. Suddenly, everything went eerily silent. Even without looking, I could feel everyone's gaze on me. And then, he's here. He's here. The fortune of Jason has arrived. O Chosen One, deliver unto us the blessing of Jason of the countless peaks. O Chosen One, deliver unto us the blessing of Jason of the countless peaks. O Chosen One, deliver unto us the blessing of Jason of the countless peaks. O Chosen One, deliver unto us the blessing of Jason of the countless peaks. The chanting echoed. I tore my eyes away from the stick and looked up. And I saw, on the other side, with the lottery box in his hands, Bexaeon smiled, his face filled with ecstatic delight. Chapter 198. Author note. Updated. The villagers gathered around me. He's here, the fortune of Jason. The man with the megaphone shouted louder and louder, and before I knew it, the singing and the sound of gongs grew wild again. A vortex of people. This way. I followed Agent Bronze, ducking through the crowd to hide from the villagers, but it wasn't enough. Whoa, Debak, is that person really going to get the golden rooster? People who still didn't understand the situation were murmuring, while the villagers all rushed toward me, leaving everything else behind, some bowing to the ground and praying toward the mountain, and Bexaeon had disappeared into the crowd. And then, "Please escape." I pushed Agent Bronze and Assistant Manager Run behind me, trying to shield them from the villagers, but Agent Bronze stepped forward as if to face them. "Calm down. At this point, the chances are high that I won't be able to safely leave anyway!" And it was clearly written in the manual. I met his eyes. What to do in this kind of situation? It sometimes happens during rescue operations that one of the agents gets captured by the villagers, but unless it's the last day of the festival, don't charge in recklessly or go up against the whole village. You can always re-enter the village during the festival. What that means is, you can come back with proper preparation. Don't let emotions get the better of you and waste a precious chance by causing a commotion. Act wisely and decisively. That way, the person who gets captured, those left behind, and those to be rescued can all escape the disaster alive. Go, and quickly figure out a way to rescue me, then come back. That's the only way I'll survive. I could see the struggle in Agent Bronze's eyes. A tug of war between emotion and rational judgment. But soon, rationality won. "Tomorrow, I'll come back for you, no matter what." Agent Bronze quickly handed me a 5-colored shoelace, which I stored in my inventory to 2. In the worst-case scenario, if I risked disappearance or suicide, it would be my last resort to escape. Then Agent Bronze pushed his way through the crowd at frightening speed and ran for the entrance. "He's here, the fortune of Jisn." At the same time, the villagers swarmed over me. I blinked. It seemed I'd lost consciousness for a moment. And when I came to, I was lying on the wide, old-fashioned wooden floor of a house. Sliding doors on both sides of the square room. I saw a similar layout recently. It's that tile-roofed house. Assistant Manager Run was nowhere to be seen. It seemed she hadn't been captured with me. That was a relief. I looked down at my legs. Both my legs were tied with a gold rope. The gold rope ran out through a hole in one of the sliding doors. When I gave it a little tug, I felt some elasticity. It seemed fixed in place. "So it begins." At that moment, the sliding door opened, and people came in. No, only 2. One brought in a tray with festival food, the other carried a bottle of alcohol. The 2 bowed deeply, set down the neat food and drink. Then faint music began to play. It seemed that outside the building, a wild and frenzied festival was still going on, all night long. The 2 brought out a small raffle box and drew lots. Eventually, the one who pulled out a stick with a rooster's feather stayed behind, while the other lowered his head and left. The one left was the person who had brought the alcohol. The villager who had brought the drink, Bexaeon, looked at me. I could guess who had set things up so I would draw the special prize. "Last night, did you make me draw the special prize stick from your pocket on purpose?" "Check my pocket." He definitely prompted me like that. That was the only unusual action that might explain why I, who'd drawn a blank yesterday, got the special prize today. Was it to make me into someone who had already drawn the special prize, to make me qualified so that I would be guided to draw the special prize today? A deep satisfaction flickered in Bexaeon's eyes, and in a hoarse voice, he spoke. "If that's what you think, so what? So you've been planning this for a long time. You must have thought hard about whether this would work, and what to do if the agents fail to rescue you." An ecstatic smile spread across Bexaeon's lips. "That's right. Liberation. Madness. I thought about it every day. What would I do if I ever got chosen? I never wanted to end up like that. Every time I slept in this shitty house, every time someone died, even when my older sister died." He spat out the words like he was vomiting. "I always thought, I never want to end up like that. Fuck, if I die, God or whatever." "God?" Bexaeon swallowed. There was a sense of unease and thrill in speaking a taboo. "This festival is for worshipping a god, then." "Worship? No!" Bexaeon practically screamed. "This is a ritual to make a god!" They pick an auspicious day, make it a festival, and whoever's chosen is enshrined in the village shrine to become the god. The fortune of Jisn, who will free us from the truth of the world. They actually believe that crazy bullshit. Is that really possible? I don't know. But, he panted, there's really something here. On the festival days, if no outsider wins the special prize, the villagers gather up the remaining sticks and draw them among ourselves. And if someone gets picked, Bexaeon's face stiffened. When the last day of the festival ends, they put a bag over your head like livestock and drag you to the village deity's shrine. They take you there and do something. What do you mean? I don't know. I don't know. But there's something. His face turned pale. When the ones who were dragged out come back in the morning, their faces are different. They can't speak. They start preparing for next year's festival together, and when the festival they've prepared for is over, they hang themselves in the shrine! But then, every festival, they appear again. Even though they died, they come back. They walk out of the shrine. He howled. They play in the traditional band. They're doing it now. Outside here. I'm not going to end up like that. I'm not going to die. No way. Bexaeon's eyes flashed with fear, anger, survival instinct, and a sense of relief that he'd made it. Then settled down into rational calculation. Now that you've been chosen, the festival and the raffle are over. I don't have to come back here anymore. Being trapped in this godforsaken Jisun village, being held here. It's all over now. Note/S. 1. Traditional band, Punk Mule Norai, Korean folk music tradition that includes drumming, dancing and singing, with dozens of players all in constant motion. Read more about it here. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/punkmule. I understand. I nodded. Bexaeon muttered. So now you're an insider and I can talk about it? Haha. I used to think anyone who started talking about this stuff first was just an idiot. But this is how it feels. Huh? The feeling of being in a situation no one else knows. Having to swallow information you can't share. It's almost funny, but I think I understand better than anyone how Bexaeon feels right now. Honestly, I should be angry or anxious right now. This crazy bastard Bexaeon, just to save himself, pushed a civil servant who had only come to rescue him and said there was no way to help, into his place as the scapegoat. I should be angry, disgusted, anxious, and desperate to find a way out. That would be natural, but strangely, I'm not. Instead, there's this odd sense of peace, the feeling that the complicated tomorrow and the near future have become a little hazier. Now that I'm trapped here, I don't have to think about anything else. No more wishing for a favor, no more worrying about Director Ho's binding, no more scrambling for information in a month, no more thinking about what to do with an agent after my cover's been blown. Is this just escapism? It's almost laughable, even absurd, that the threat of death makes me feel at ease, but it's true. So I could speak calmly, without sympathy or anger. I see. I understand. Understand? Vigilance returned to Bexaeon's eyes. Are you going to say I feel sorry for you? I understand and then ask me to let you go, saying this isn't right? Maybe. But I know what it's like to go through daily life in constant fear, unable to relax, always feeling like I might die at any moment. He looked at me with a subdued expression. Still, it's fortunate how you chose between the two agents. Why, do you want to die? A little. I'm not sure right now. Haven't you ever wanted to die? Not even once? So you have. That's not true. Bexaeon suddenly replied. I don't want to die. If you wanted to die, good for you. You can just stay here, then. Weird. There was no sign that he was trying to mock me, nor any indication that he was relishing in the fact that I'd been tricked by him. Even though he could easily make fun of me, it didn't seem to amuse him much. All I could sense was a selfish desperation for survival. He didn't seem to feel any guilt either. Rather, it looked like he had no room left in him for guilt. Come to think of it, it's always been that way. He's only ever desperately clung to whatever would benefit him, whatever would keep him alive. But at least, if he doesn't take pleasure in watching others suffer because of him, or find fun in tormenting people, there might be a different approach. I could use that. Still, there's no way I'm going to just escape into reality until I die like this. In the end, I spoke up. Saeon said, if there was a way for both you and me to survive, would you help? What? You'd just have to go through more trouble than now, and take the risk of being found out. You're seriously asking if I'd do it? Crazy bastard. At that moment. Heavens, enough. Even from a narrative perspective, there's a limit. How can anyone be so rude? Friend. Why are there so many people these days who repay your kindness with betrayal? This Braun's heart aches as well. The plushie started talking again. Allow me to help you. First, let's get out of here. Then let's show them what karma really means. Wouldn't that be thrilling and satisfying? It's fine. The plushie fell silent. I'll do it myself. Wouldn't that be more entertaining for you? Well, I suppose it would be best for things to flow with the right support. It's fine. I finished my conversation with the plushie and looked at Saeon again. Since I didn't expect anything from him in the first place, I spoke with complete indifference. But Saeon said, I'm going to die because of you. I'm only someone who came here to rescue you but couldn't because there was no way to do it. I'm dying because you pushed me into this spot. How is this my fault? Saeon's face twisted. Did I fucking tell anyone to kill someone if they got the special prize? Did I shove someone into the shrine and kill them? Someone else does the killing. So what? Am I just supposed to die instead? That raging and swearing brings misfortune! Exclamation mark. At the same time, both Saeon and I turned toward the sliding door. A muttering could be heard. Raging and swearing brings misfortune. Raging and swearing brings misfortune. Raging and swearing brings misfortune. Those who forget, disappear. Those who forget, disappear. Those who forget, disappear. O Chosen One, deliver unto us the blessing of Jisn of the countless peaks. O Chosen One, deliver unto us the blessing of Jisn of the countless peaks. O Chosen One, deliver unto us the blessing of Jisn of there. A ringing sound. Saeon stared at the door with a face gone white. There was clearly nothing there. But the sound of the traditional band outside grew louder and louder. Saeon said, no. He went over to the opposite side of the door, crouched, and covered his head. It was hard to believe this was the same person who normally caused all kinds of trouble. Without hesitation, he was utterly powerless. Is this a trauma response? Maybe this would work. After a brief hesitation, I opened my mouth and spoke toward the sliding door. I'm sorry. I was so flustered that I swore. The muttering stopped. That wasn't appropriate for the festival. I'll try to speak more politely from now on. The sliding door stayed perfectly still, and then, here, the sound of the traditional band resumed, gradually growing more distant until it completely faded into the festival noise. Saeon said. He got up from the corner by the sliding door, drenched in cold sweat, and looked at me with a confused expression. I just helped you not die. Again. Don't you feel even a little grateful? So you're telling me, if I'm grateful, I should die instead? You make it sound like saying thank you would come at an unbearable price. Saeon looked at me as if to say, what are you even talking about? Is that so? Do as you wish. Seems your life is very precious to you. Then I looked down at my feet, but my life is precious to me, too. Even though I sometimes think about wanting to die. After a long silence, Saeon finally spoke. So what exactly is this way for both of us to live? Answer me. I slipped my still free hand into my pocket and rolled a silver badge around in my fingers. Silver heart. It's simple. Because, just now, after hearing Saeon's words, I realized what kind of ghost story this is. I'm going to plant doubt in their faith. God-making, liberation from the world's truth, rituals shared only by a select few, resurrecting the dead, scapegoats. All of it pointed to one thing. This is a ghost story under the Church of the Luminous Unknown. Chapter 199. Author note, update, Jisn Village's festival continued all night. Outsiders could sleep in any of the completely open village homes, enjoying free drinks and the meat until morning. In the end, quite a few chose to stay rather than leave. What's going on? Oh, there's supposed to be some big event on the last day. Like, Some kind of ritual, I guess. What's that supposed to mean? Dunno. But I'm gonna film it and post them as shorts. The outsiders muttered idly, either staying up through the night or falling asleep drunk in any random room. And then, with the sun beating down brightly on the last day. Oh, I think it's starting now. The fortune of Jason arrives. At last, the ritual began. Doom, doom, doom. The traditional band pounded their drums, and the villagers lined up on either side as if forming a path, creating a long corridor from the tile-roofed house to the village shrine. And from the central tile-roofed house, at the start of this road, something finally emerged. O chosen one, deliver unto us the blessing of Jason of the countless peaks. It was a massive human palanquin. 4 people, rooster feathers pinned to their chests and their heads covered with plain cloth, carried someone upon it. Oh, hey, this is for real. The outsiders chatted idly, only interested in the spectacle, but among them were those whose eyes glimmered, watching in secret. This is a mess. Assistant Manager Unhage, the one who had been called that by Kim Solium, observed the person atop the palanquin and the movements of the villagers. At this rate, it looked like her task here on behalf of the project team would proceed smoothly. Her sharp gaze turned to the outskirts, toward the well on the edge of the village, surrounded by abandoned houses. The well. That was the objective of her assignment. The agents of the Disaster Management Bureau still hadn't figured out exactly why the villagers left them alone near the well, or why it was relatively safe there. They'd even checked it when it wasn't festival season, only to find it just an ordinary blocked well. But this reporter knew the exact reason, and what needed to be investigated. That well had once been a passageway, connected to somewhere else. And during this strange festival, the entire village itself became a high-level zone of darkness, and sometimes, the passage would come alive again. So she had to proceed with the investigation now. However, after glancing once at Kim Solium, who was riding atop the human palanquin, the reporter quietly began to move. Not toward the well between the abandoned houses, but in another direction. O chosen one, deliver unto us the blessing of Jason of the countless peaks. Meanwhile, the palanquin procession continued on. The traditional band opened the way, and as the palanquin passed, villagers bowed in reverence. Some staggered after it with feverish devotion, but they always kept a certain distance, as if coming closer was not permitted. The problem was, there were some for whom that rule didn't matter. Wow! Look! This is the first time in decades they've held this event. A few outsiders, holding up their smartphones, came right up close. Those who were drunk or had lost their judgment didn't keep their distance, some even tapping the head-shrouded villagers carrying the palanquin. These people had only come for the free food and drink at the village festival, but the villagers didn't stop them. They only watched with smiling faces, eyes fixed anxiously on the safe progress of the palanquin. Ooh, not bad for a countryside festival. They're pros, total pros. The villagers didn't get upset. They simply watched with earnest eyes to make sure the palanquin reached its destination unharmed. Finally, the human palanquin reached the village shrine without incident and stopped. Those who'd been carrying it carefully lowered the raffle winner they'd been bearing on their shoulders. 2 of them approached the shrine. Then, they cut the golden rope around the shrine. The golden rope fell to the ground. The 2 remaining people untied the golden rope around the feet of the one who'd ridden the palanquin, and hung it up again at the shrine. Then, the doors of the shrine were opened. Inside was, the doors are opening. Wow, look at that. Gold. A golden rooster. The golden rooster statue that had been the special prize was enshrined inside the village shrine, and its size was enormous. Isn't that just gold-plated though? Crazy. It sat atop a round wooden pedestal, right in the center of the shrine where the altar should have been. It was, quite literally, the size of a person. Apart from more, greed sparkled in the outsiders' eyes. Most of them hardly noticed that behind the gold, the shrine's original pole had been stuck upside down, just like the sticks in the lottery box. O chosen one, deliver unto us the blessing of Jason of the countless peaks. The one who had ridden atop the palanquin finally moved. As the figure in white stood in front of the shrine, the villagers stepped forward one by one, covering the white robe with pieces of paper. The papers were densely inscribed with writing in both Hangul and Hanja. They were the villagers' names, and then, after 3 deep bows, they poured out a bottle of liquor over the top. JRRRRK. As the sacred liquor washed over it, the ink on the papers began to run and the writing disappeared, seeming to seep into the robe itself. May we be freed from the truth of the world, O fortune of Jisno chosen one. May we be freed from the truth of the world, O fortune of Jisno chosen one. May we be freed from the truth of the world, O fortune of Jisno chosen one. The villagers bowed, prayed, wept, raising their hands and crying out to the sky, pouring out old, deep terror and desperation. The intensity and desperation couldn't even be drowned out by the pounding of the traditional band. Hey, this feels kinda off. Most of the outsiders began to draw back awkwardly, finally sensing something was wrong. And then, should we get a closer look at that gold statue? But what's this? There's this fragrant. Is that the smell of alcohol? Tuke. It was the moment someone holding up a smartphone stepped into the shrine. O chosen one, deliver unto us the blessing of Jisn of the countless peaks. The golden rooster began to melt. Bubble, bubble. As if making that very sound, the rooster melted, gold spreading through the groove and the floor of the shrine. Soon, it touched the foot of the one who had dared to enter. Golden liquid. The outsider, staring blankly down at his foot, opened his mouth. I see it now. Thud. The smartphone fell to the floor. The world is exclamation mark. We are nothing but one inscribed within it. Please don't look at me, don't look at me, don't at me. I have value, I'm interesting, aren't I? I'm not here. What is this? What? I am Nim? Madness began to spread like a contagion. What's going on? What's wrong with those people? People on the edge of the crowd recoiled in shock, some even craning their necks to see better. But it was already too late. In the end, most people fell into confusion. Some screamed, others muttered senselessly, or just sat there staring blankly, their eyes emptied out, a scene where madness and eerie calmness coexisted. But the villagers paid them no mind. They'd already seen far too many outsiders fall prey to the truth revealed by the sacred liquor, too many destroyed by that terrifying revelation. To them, outsiders were nothing but outsiders, and the families of Jisn village. Only they could escape such a fate. Because, at the end of this long Jisn festival, which they had prepared so devotedly for so many years, he comes. It would be only the chosen, who had devoted themselves to the rite for decades, waiting for Jisn's fortune, who would be delivered. A new pole will be erected in the shrine. The clamor of gongs drowned out the frenzy. The chosen one, the raffle winner, walked calmly toward the shrine in the midst of this storm of madness. With the golden stick, the special prize, in hand, if they simply planted that small stick in the golden liquid left behind by their predecessor, they would themselves become the fortune of Jisn, dissolving into the shrine. A sacrifice, or rather, a god, who would bring liberation from the terrifying truth of the world. The villagers would escape from this monstrous, cruel world, dodging calamity and reaching deliverance. But then everyone, it was a civil servant's flat voice, this procedure is all wrong, ? The chosen one looked at the golden stick in his hand and let out a sigh. At this rate, you're all doomed. In your own words, you might say misfortune will befall you. A deathly silence fell. Then, a wailing voice cried out, the fortune of Jisn is trying to deceive us and run away. Dunno about that. The figure in white slowly raised both hands toward the sky. But I know the truth. Speaking in their language, he continued, I was cleansed with sacred liquor and awakened to the truth of the world. I, who drew the golden stick and will be enshrined as the fortune of Jisn, already know the truth. You have twisted the teachings. Maybe you read a few pages of an unknown scripture somewhere, or stole bits and pieces of doctrine and misunderstood it. Confusion, moans and muttering from those who couldn't understand. What did you think liberation from the truth of the world meant? Escaping from the cruel, painful, and unreasonable reality of this world, evading disaster under the protection of the fortune of Jisn, and living freely as the chosen exceptions? The villagers looked up. Their actions betrayed agreement. I thought so. In that case, let's begin here. Kim Solium spoke, the sure knowledge he possessed, the most important doctrine of the Church of the Luminous Unknown. Its first teaching, There is no freedom in this world. This world belongs to I Am Nim. It holds meaning only when one is chosen by I Am Nim, and one must recognize this truth and cultivate and sow the seeds of origin in the world, striving to be worthy of the choice. Your free will is meaningless. Only the will and the selection of I Am Nim hold significance. Those too weak to accept this truth may seek escape through death, but that is no true salvation. Thus, he declared, there is no escape from I Am Nim. These words are liberation. Deathly silence. The chosen one, the strange figure in white, looked around at the villagers and asked, "Do you refuse to accept this?" "No, no." "Impossible." "In that case, choose another auspicious day and prepare another form of festival and ritual." Because the fortune of Jisnu summoned by these means, he pointed to himself, was me. The fate of outsiders' disappearances and deaths, the sacrificial ritual disguised as a lottery, cries and the moans of no, impossible. We are tainted. Rumpu broke out from all sides, but they could not kill the chosen one before them. If he died in this village, he would become the new god. That was the procedure. In the end, they simply had to let him go. The traditional band staggered. People collapsed everywhere. The village festival ended in chaos and ruin. And Kim Solium, the chosen one who brought about this ending, who succeeded as always with his specialty of informational and psychological warfare, as expected, just watched with heavy eyes. Bereft of joy. I knew it would turn out like this. I looked around at the mad scene. This was indeed a ghost story under the Church of the Luminous Unknown. But it wasn't a place that had ever taught the true doctrine properly. Probably on purpose. They must have been experimenting, making this village perform a clumsy ritual so it would develop its own unique ghost story. To understand the process in detail, I needed Bexaeon's help. I had to figure out exactly how the ritual worked, and what teachings they served. And it was only possible because Bexaeon manipulated another villager who had drawn a golden stick, giving me enough time through the night to hear and analyze all of this. Did he already pick up another brainwashing item in the meantime? I didn't care to take it back anymore. It was pointless anyway. At any rate, I was able to clearly identify their errors, and since all my knowledge of the Church of the Luminous Unknown was real, the villagers were even more easily swayed. As for me, since I already knew what that so-called truth of the world meant, I wasn't affected at all. Of course, all of it was information I'd already read on the wiki. Anyway, from now on, the villagers of Jisn will all argue over what's right, each believing what they want, fighting amongst themselves. If a split like this occurs, their unity will weaken, and a vulnerability will appear, so the Disaster Management Bureau should be able to take action before next year's festival. So, before this commotion settles, I should slip away too. The festival is over. The village has rejected me as the raffle winner. So, probably I'll be safe even if I leave the village. I tried to walk out of the shrine. Splash! A ripple of golden liquid spread from my step. This must be the golden rooster. From the color, it seemed that the round wooden base beneath it hadn't melted, so it was probably still on the floor. Only the gold melted. Thunk! I stopped in my tracks. Thunk! The ground was shaking. No! Thunk! The floor, it split open, and the golden liquid poured down below! Exclamation mark. I threw myself out of the shrine, barely escaping the collapsing floor in time, and between the cracks in the round wooden base, a transparent liquid surged up. Sacred liquor. I realized the golden rooster statue was a weight stone, and the round wooden board wasn't its base at all. It was a lid. That golden statue had been pressing down something buried beneath the shrine, preventing it from surfacing. A gigantic jar of liquor, and inside, something had been sleeping, bound. It awoke upon hearing my true doctrine. Chirararak. The sound of countless legs dragging across the floor. A long body burst out from the transparent liquid, a thing writhing, covered in countless legs. A massive centipede that had been inside the liquor jar. But all those legs were human arms, praying hands. Palms pressed together. The face, with flat features resembling a human's, moved its holes as if mimicking a face. It resembled the depraved, heretical monks from old folktales. These were characteristics I could recognize. Centipede Sage, a ghost story that transmits the teachings of the Church of the Luminous Unknown. It is said that, upon being recognized by a certain clergy member who was inspired by the power of stories inhabiting lowly creatures, this entity began to foster mutated followers throughout the world. But now, its body was already half rotten. The arms protruding outside the shrine were corroded by liquor, by the liquid. Its eyes had melted. There is a folktale that, in a rural village, the teachings of this being were misunderstood, leading to its capture and confinement within a liquor jar, with the villagers using the resulting liquor for their rituals. So that was it. This was the entity that had brought the doctrine here. To appease it, they placed chicken symbols, its favorite prey, around the village, but apparently, it hadn't done any good. That thing, having fallen deep into the doctrine of the Church of the Luminous Unknown, cannot be reasoned with or communicated with. It only delivers doctrinal teachings and enlightenment, truths that cannot be described violently. There is no nirvana, no liberation. This is the truth of the world. Eternal liberation approaches. At the end of the degenerate era, offer up your pain, loss, and madness. Spit out your bones, and you will gain eternal life. That is the true form of the way, and it is the law with priceless worth. I must respond. I know that. But do I really have to? I let my arms drop. I'm tired. I don't even know how many times this has happened. How long do I have to keep doing this? In my head, I tell myself I just have to hold out for 1 month, just win my wish. But, as I listen to that centipede's horrific preaching, a part of me is crushed by the thought, does it really matter? Would it really matter if my body was crushed? Maybe Agent Grapes. A large hand gripped my shoulder. I turned my head. A determined face, shining eyes. Agent Bronze was there. I've come back on time, just as promised. And I told you. When I return, I'll come back with a way to save you. He squeezed my shoulder. According to the rules, that in this kind of supernatural disaster, 2 agents are always dispatched to rescue the requester. Agent Choi's blade drove down through the shrine's roof, and Dokkaebi fire erupted ferociously. Chapter 200. Author note. Updated. Light pours down. The forged blade flashes and draws its line with conviction. A dance of blades performed by both hands and the sky. The blade pierces the body of the centipede, which takes the form of a depraved monk. It is not the same criminal subduing blade that once pierced assistant manager Jin Nazol in the Ocean Palace, or myself in the Dream Cultivation Chamber. This blade is at least twice as large, adorned with brilliant pine and intricate bells. It's a ceremonial blade, a cleaver designed to confront evil entities. Thrashing now was the twisted thing that mimicked a human mouth and planted madness, which had been preaching the so-called truth of the world. Or rather, only muttering its own horrific enlightenment. Each time, human arms writhing on its body fall to the floor, turning to ash and finding rest. The procedure of a ritual to appease souls of the dead. Thud. The centipede convulses, and the shrine's pillars and rafters collapse. It looks as if the debris could fall onto people at any moment. But, do not worry. Agent Bronze's firm voice rang out. The transparent bullets from his glass handgun embed themselves in the air around the shrine, trapping the centipede inside. Like a kind of talisman, the bullets engraved with the proper character each activate their precise effect. It will be all right now. The most difficult and tricky part of ending these shamanic ritual-type supernatural disasters is that you must reveal a hidden identity. I know, you can only exorcise something if you know what it is, and this is also the reason why the Disaster Management Bureau was unable to easily identify that strange evangelist of the Church of the Luminous Unknown, who had been buried together with the liquor jar beneath the shrine, granting it an unusual power. Agent Choi's own hard-won notes come to mind. Actually, the branch wanted to investigate more thoroughly, but other government agencies kept getting in the way. They were even blocked from dissolving the village itself. Some said, why not just keep rescuing people every year? The causal relationship with the disappearances and deaths isn't proven. However, in reality, it seems there was a government official who was being bribed by Jisn Village. That's why things were at a standstill. If you think of the annual festival as a disaster, it's actually long and repetitive, right? But the investigation periods are always much too short. Especially with such an old ghost story, where the ritual has been distorted and it's hard to find the original form, it gets even more difficult. We're always just barely managing to keep the situation stable, so it's always a shame. There must be a real culprit. If we could just find it, we could try exorcism or banishment or whatever. The fact we can't is just frustrating. Wait, Grapesy. Don't decide to dig up the village's secret by yourself just because you read this, okay? We all do it together. You know, right? Carrot. But I did it. You're the one who found its identity. I lifted my head. You drew that thing out of the shrine. And now that its identity has been revealed, Agent Bronze was smiling. Ending this disaster has become what we do best. Namely, the specialty of the Black Tortoise team. Eliminating evil things in the traditional sense. Elder. A voice calls from the roof. Agent Choi throws his cleaver into the air. The Dokbi flame in his hand burning as bright as the sun. Flames sweep all the way down to the broken base of the shrine. The dark, damp shade created for the centipede burns away as if it's being erased, and a bright, warm, yang energy arrives. GHHH. The centipede, having lost many of its human arms, tries to open its mouth again, but now its so-called enlightenment can no longer be properly formed into human speech. The Black Tortoise team's methodical supernatural disaster response steadily pushes it into a corner. First, purification of the ritual space, driving out the environment suitable for evil to dwell in. And, second, imprisonment. Now, Agent Bronze's bullets constrict the shrine. The centipede, robbed of many arms and exposed to dazzling brightness, thrashes and struggles, but the targeted response, stabbing at its inborn elemental weaknesses like an awl, severed its connection to unspeakable evil truths and left it vulnerable. Thus, the end draws near. Third seal 2. Agent Bronze's glass handgun fires its final bullet. Charged with a powerful exorcistic rite, crafted skillfully at the Baradegi workshop, it fits perfectly into the evil thing's body. Exactly into its forehead. Thwack. And then, from the hole in the centipede's body where the bullet embedded itself, its innards began to be sucked away inward. The centipede collapsed inward with a strange rending sound, as if it were shrinking down to a single point. No, not just the centipede. Also the shrine, the ground beneath it, the spirits, and all the territory tainted by the centipede's sage were sucked into the glass bullet. The centipede's voice rang out in a dying scream, and then, it was cut off. Clink. The now blackened glass orb dropped into the hollow left where the shrine once stood. On the surface of the orb, now about the size of a fist, was the engraved image of a centipede. The rough, bold carving gleamed gold for a moment like a fragment of a sacred scripture from the Church of the Luminous Unknown, but then, as if blocked by the sealing power, the light faded. Soon, the surface of the glass orb cooled and turned to solid silver. Agent Bronze walked over to the pit, picked up the silver orb, inspected its surface thoroughly, then put it into his pouch, and then he declared, "It's over." Note/S. 1. A character that means to be entangled, to bind, to tie, etc. 2. A character that means branding iron or to solder. Side note. I'm not really the best at Hanja or Chinese though, so please take these translations with a grain of salt. Fish note, Bo equals fighting, Tai, Qan equals it's a really rare character so not really sure either. Frown. Agent Choi, still holding the cleaver, sat down on the ground with a sigh. Is everyone alright? Yes, they're calming down. The outsiders and villagers who had experienced the shock were either collapsed and unconscious, staggering around aimlessly, or just standing still, staring blankly into space. Perhaps, with the disappearance of the centipede that had once revealed to them the truth of violent madness, they had lost their reason to emptiness, at least for a while. The festival musicians had disappeared, leaving only their instruments and clothes behind. Occasionally, beneath the collapsed clothing, there were glimpses of bone and earth, and after surveying all of this, My gaze turned back to Agent Choi's back. He was just sitting quietly staring at the hollow left by the vanished shrine. What must he be thinking? A spy who will die in a month unless he leaks information from the Disaster Management Bureau. He himself nearly died, caught up in all of this. But after preparing everything in a single day and coming down to the countryside to save that spy, staking his life to fight the centipede. What must a man like that be thinking? I didn't want to know. The thoughts that would come to mind after realizing it, the tasks I would have to face, felt too exhausting. That's how it had been. But now, for a brief, flickering moment, I kind of want to hear his answer. What he's thinking. Grapesy! Exclamation mark. Want to come over here? With no thoughts at all, I walked toward him. Agent Choi didn't look back at me, but as I drew closer, he reached a hand behind his back toward me. Everything's done. Let's go back. I took his hand. Agent Choi pulled me up effortlessly as he stood. Up we go. There was the same smile on his face as before when he turned to look at me, and then he started making a fuss. Ugh, my whole body aches. I take one day off, and our kid gets himself abducted. This is why I can't ever rest. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, is it, Grapesy? The caller was out of his mind. Unpredictable incidents happen, but don't do anything too reckless next time. As if, of course, there would be a next time. That's how he spoke. Yes, it was strange, but for some reason, I felt a little better about the situation. Even though nothing was really resolved or progressed. My head felt a little clearer. All right. That's how Black Tortoise Team 1 should be. Agent Choi patted me on the back and then headed over to see the orb Agent Bronze had secured. I took a deep breath in and out. Yeah, for now, I survived today. And having watched Disaster Management Bureau agents seal a bizarre entity through traditional exorcism. Maybe it's not such a bad day after all. Everyone survived, too. My heart felt noticeably lighter. The bright Dokkaebi flame had disappeared, but the sun was shining in the sky. Then, as I looked down, I saw the people who had carried my palanquin lying collapsed next to the now empty shrine area. But there were only 3. Bexaeon. I turned my gaze to where the rescue caller had been standing. Bexaeon was one of the people carrying the palanquin, and he had originally stood to the left of the shrine. He was gone before I knew it. He must have run away the moment things started going awry. Not that strange, really. No. In this case, that was actually the wisest choice. Still, now that I was feeling a bit better, it did feel a little annoying. A certain someone shoved me into the place where he was supposed to die and left me to suffer like a dog. Still, it was true that taking the risk of being caught and staying up all night to share what he knew about the village did help. Now that guy probably doesn't have to come back here, either. No, I told you already, I have to come back every year. Even if I try to run away, I'll just go mad and hang myself. According to what Bexaeon said at dawn, it seemed the villagers had to periodically visit Jisen village to escape the madness of the truth of the world. No matter how much they soaked the centipede sage in liquor and pressed it down with a stone and enshrined it in the shrine, they'd already had too much contact with it. But now that the original source, the centipede, was gone, things would probably be better. At least, one could hope. I was about to look away when I noticed something odd. There was something left in the spot where Bexaeon had been. I shifted slightly and picked up the item. A note. No, something like a small paper boat, folded out of paper. Did he leave this? Thinking I'd check it out later, I put it in my pocket, and when I turned my head, I made eye contact with Agent Choi, who had been watching me. Agent Choi turned his head away with a smile and said casually, "Lucky I made it on time, right?" I really rushed over as soon as I finished getting ready. If you hadn't been at Soraxn, you could have come even sooner. Seriously, why do you take your day off to go there? Ha ha ha. To recuperate in a place with good air and clean water, I guess. Anyway, there he is. The real MVP who made sure we got to Grapesy in time. Agent Choi pointed somewhere, and at the end of his finger was Assistant Manager Unhage. Yes, she's the one who told us the location of the shrine right away! Exclamation mark. Assistant Manager Unhage had been waiting at the village entrance and, as soon as she saw them, told them exactly where the shrine was. Thanks to that, the agents were able to arrive before I could be enthralled by the centipede sage and become one of its arms. She must have been busy with her own work, too. I was grateful. I tried not to stare blankly. She recognized Bronzy right away. Oh, she's waving goodbye. When she met our eyes, Assistant Manager Unhage nodded slightly, then melted into the crowd. Or at least, that's how she probably thought of it, and that's how I took it. But someone with sharp eyes might not see it that way. Because even among the dazed, hollow people, she moved with clear purpose. SHH. Agent Choi put a finger to his lips, squinting as he watched. She's heading toward the abandoned houses. He put away the cleaver and quickly straightened his clothes. Let's follow her. Her destination is a little unusual. Did you say she's a reporter? That's right. That's a great job for going undercover. A chilling deduction. The assistant manager can't get found out. I didn't want to make things harder for her, or drag Agent Choi any deeper into Director Ho's grasp. That would be a total disaster. After exchanging a few words with Agent Bronze, Agent Choi turned to look at me. He seemed to study me for a moment, then said, "Grapes. You can go outside and rest if you want." "I can't. If you don't mind, I'd like to go with you." "Sure. Let's go together." Did he notice? Even if he didn't, his kindness made my stomach twist a bit. Anyway, I hurried after the agents as they moved. And before long, we found Assistant Manager Unhage half removed some of the wooden planks covering the well and was looking inside. "It's not here," she muttered. "Miss Civilian, are you looking for something right now?" Assistant Manager Unhage, who had been staring down the well, looked up at us with a slightly exasperated expression. "Now you're acting like normal public servants." "Seriously, aren't you guys, like in the comics, that sort of thing?" "Comics? Well, if we're going to play the part, why not go for 007? Haha. Our dear agent here really likes that comparison, Ha. Agent Choi grinned and patted Agent Bronze on the back, then put a finger to his lips. Agent Bronze closed his eyes tightly. "Agent, watching this," Assistant Manager Unhage just shrugged. "Anyway, don't worry. I don't plan to tell anyone about this." "Thank you." But I saw the agents exchange covert glances. Most likely, before long, agents from the Disaster Management Bureau's of Million Bird Unit would sweep into this village to clean up. In the process, they would probably carry out a large-scale, harmless memory erasure on the population. I could only hope that Assistant Manager Unhage got out before then. Cold sweat ran down my back. Meanwhile, the agents got down to business. "So, why were you looking at that well?" "Well, I heard there's a strange legend about this place. Something about it being connected to somewhere mysterious." Assistant Manager Unhage took out a cigarette from her pocket, but quickly put it back as she spoke. "I'd heard rumors that weird things happen during this village's festival, so I came to check it out." She tapped the well with her finger. "Well, doesn't seem like there's anything particularly odd." "Aha." Agent Choi nodded, as if he meant to help with her investigation, and pulled out a light source from his coat. A lantern inhabited by a dokkaebi. The red, flickering light brightened the shadows of the well for a moment. "Here, let me shine a light for you. Do you really have to use that?" Yes, Agent Choi replied with a smile. "And this lantern can also sense danger." "Aha." "See? The color changes, right? When it flickers this red. And when it flickers, it means there's something non-human nearby." "Who are you?" Silence. "The one who guided us earlier was definitely human, but you're not human, are you?" The thing in the shape of Assistant Manager Unhage lifted its head, that faint, gentle smile on her face. "You're quick on the uptake!" Exclamation mark. "Hello, Agent. We've met before, haven't we?" Agent Choi. Agent Bronze hastily moved to defend, but Agent Choi held him back with a gesture. Even so, the being in the shape of Assistant Manager Unhage spoke with a gentle, kind expression she would never normally wear. What I asked this person to do was definitely something else, but it seemed like she was heading somewhere strange. "So I'm assisting her personally." Director Ho. Whether he was disguised or merely controlling her, it was him. Director Ho, wearing assistant manager Runhage's appearance, was standing in front of us. "By any chance, do you have something to say to me?" "No." "He's trying to provoke us. We must not talk to Director Ho any further here." Agent Bronze was present. Agent Choi might break the binding right here. Even if not, it could drag in Agent Bronze or Assistant Manager Runhage. Again. It was all happening again. No. I clenched my teeth, searching for a chance to cut in. Just as I was about to force my way into the conversation. "Well, that's perfect. This'll be even easier, as long as we know who it is." Agent Choi raised his cleaver and pointed at me, ? Grapesy. Agent Choi, what are you, Chalang? "Chalang, it's been hard, hasn't it? It'll be all right now." "Chalang, you're binding? ? What was he suddenly saying? And at a time like this? Wait. I realized. Right. Agent Choi really couldn't speak of last night's events to anyone, because of the binding. That I was a spy. That I planned to leak information from the Disaster Management Bureau. Even the fact that he himself was bound by a supernatural restriction. All of that is forbidden. But, I thought about it. And realized there's something I can do. The restriction on talking about me was an exception. The fact that one of our agents is under a supernatural binding imposed by a supernatural being is not one of the prohibited topics. He could attempt to break that binding for me as much as he wanted! I had a hell of a time finding the right person at Sorax. Agent Choi looked up at the sky. "Welcome." "So it's you, Fox Spirit, you accursed thing." The back of my hand began to burn. Goblin note. Short background on the Fox Spirit. There are many animal spirits that appear in East Asian folklore, and the fox spirit is a recurring image in many stories. Among the many tales that it appears in, it is acknowledged as a beast with high intelligence and is an antagonist to hunters and farmers with its cunning intellect. But on the flip side, it is also recognized as a helpful spirit, and a god of abundance in some regions, for eating mice that cause harm to agriculture and harvests. Apart from this, the fox spirit is also depicted as a shape-shifting entity, taking on various forms with different meanings, powers and characteristics. Sources: https://n.namu.wiki/w/ https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/fox_spirit. Additionally, the Gimiho or nine-tailed fox is one of the most known iterations of the fox spirit in ancient folklore. Read more. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/Gimiho. Arguably, however, could also be interpreted as a tiger spirit, demon, from the Joseon era. The author didn't provide any hanja, so take what you will. Both fox, tiger, and tiger have ho as the first syllable, so Macron__/Macron. PPS. Damn, I've been reading on the web version of KKP all this time and only recently realized that author Nim used different fonts here and there. I'll do my best to adopt those features in my translation moving forward, and I'll also try to review past chapters and tweak them too, but we're at chapter 200 now, so it may take a bit of time.